Morning. How's everybody doing? You doing? Okay, good. There we go. All right. Anybody going to ask any questions about quintet and political interference? Wellness studies? Anybody going to do anything about that? The phone call seems to be noticeably absent. One of the biggest issues in the country. Julia Rock, good morning. Countryside, JJ. Visual timekeeper. Are you keeping time? Tanya Smith and Brenda Grant. MH DVD, no. Top of the morning to you. Beautiful sunrise we have out here this morning. Chris Lee, Nikki Lewis, Nosy Scotian, Linda M, NS44, Lily Bomb. That's okay. So please share around. This seriously is like the biggest story in Canada's been quite a long time in Canada, and it's getting not a lot of airplay. Need more attention, you know, and the families all got utilized and used in this way. Wretched. That one email demonstrates that all they cared about was guns. But the story they're covering up underneath of it. Ooh, raining here. Oh no, that's not good. Still keeping time. Have a bunch to send you. That's okay. It's okay. Just keep posting them up there. That's good. That's good. Liked and shared. Thank you. Road tripping New Brunswick. You are currently road tripping in New Brunswick, Linda? Let's make sure I got this lined up here. I did. Where did it go? Webcast is not started. Wonder how much prep work has gone into today. I think a lot. Or you can run stories about a psychologist who may or may not have spoken to Lisa. Looks more than likely never did. I like those kinds of stories, you know, completely about nothing. I saw something the other day and they said, this is not really, they tried to tie two things together, and the line in between was, there's no direct relation at all. I'm like, well, then why are you putting it in the same story? No direct relation at all. I wonder if Lucki, Bergerman will run into each other backstage. Awkward. I got a phone call about Brett, sorry. Good morning, Pioneer. Good morning. Maybe I'll play that a little bit. It's interesting because yesterday Bergerman kind of stretched a little bit on West and Surratt's knowledge of the McNeil report. Stretched a little bit. Made them sound like they knew a little bit more. Oh, I know these guys. I talked to them afterward. They knew what it was about. Interesting question by Tara Miller. RCMP have a problem with stuttering. Surprised they didn't try and go for the pre-recorded stuff. That's all very interesting. We're not even getting a regular screen here. I hope I got the right thing here. It says it's live. No, I expect no uniform. No uniforms. That's my suspicion. Nobody else has. So. $35. Get it out on your Facebergs. Faceberg draws a lot of people. I don't really play around on that thing too much, but she might make a point of making the uniform or wearing the uniform. She might. Yep. There's big moves in the background going on. Powerful moves. Who's doing what? I'm still not exactly sure. Love to hear what you guys think. React when they produce it all, at all. I'm reacting when they produce it all. Attorney General, the DOJ all have issues producing documents in thorough and timely fashion. And reacting when they produce it all. Reactive. I wonder if a lot of how much questioning is going to be reactive. Maybe that definitely should be one of the questions. Is your question, is your answers reactive or proactive in this process? Swore to the House of yes, they all did. They all did in the House of Commons. I think there's probably something to that. Actually, I don't think they can not wear it. There'll be some protocol on that. Ready Player. Unlucky. Yes. Does Lucky have a spouse? Yes, she does. RCMP. He's a sergeant. Retired, maybe. Not sure. I'd have to go back. Out of here in Alberta at one point in time. Southern Alberta. Read some interesting things on him. She was there, of course, for Gregson and Kevin Gregson. I don't know if those of you who remember the stories I did on that. Lucky's interaction with Gregson. And she was involved as a superior. Jamie, good morning. Good morning. Oh, Nova. Nova got a good morning. Hello. You going to say hello? Or you're shy? Who did? Who's that? Is that Jamie? Hello. Spouse is RCMP? Yes. I'm not sure if he's currently serving. I don't think so. Sandy, good morning. Wow. Okay. So have we got I have that at 6:30. What she, her is her pronoun. I found an interesting picture of her the other day. It's not weighing in on it. It just was an interesting picture. Where was that? Here. Very doing her part here. Interesting, you can see that they have the official, there's some kind of, well, there's the button, of course, but the bandana, GRC, the official GRC bandana. I thought it was an interesting picture. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, how you doing? Like the flag, it's so staged, eh? And what, I'm not sure, is that her own personal necklace and then somehow she incorporates, or is this some other kind of imagery that she's got going on? I think she had to, what? Not sure. Anyways, just thought it was an interesting photo I came across. Kelly Blair, good morning, Green Bastard. Todd, Becca. Let's make sure I've got, I have to beeline that up again. There we go. Okay. Becca, good morning. Kelly, thank you for joining, Kelly. Promotional tweet. Fitch's sister posted this morning. I rolled my eyes. Promotional tweet. What
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
What was the promotional tweet? Looks like a recycled handcuff. Maybe that was part of the tons of gear that was destroyed by Darren's wife. Still have to catch up on yesterday. What do you guys think of the stuff I was talking about with the Privy Council office and Zeta, Prime Minister's office? Any thoughts? Didn't see any comments on that, or they're hiding them or something. I don't think I get very many comments. For 1.1 thousand views yesterday, it looks like, which I'm sure is low. They're screwing with that too. 2 comments is not normal. Oh yeah, watch the breaks, because I go through things. That's usually where I'm dropping things. So running a little overtime, are we? Are we running a little overtime there, Julia? I have 5 minutes. Maybe she went for a new look. She got a new stylist. Brenda did. Of course, we're going to have Lee first. Hopefully there'll be some questions, given that Lee was heavily involved with the phone call on the 28th, 9:35, and on the rock. 53 of you in here. Please share. That's all I ask. Please share. 6 comments on yesterday's video. Oh yes, well, okay. I did see 2 from you. That's right. Sorry, 2, so that
Good
I saw
morning.
3. Oh,
The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
my apologies, Julie.
Bonjour and bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those lives who were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. We begin today by continuing to hear from retired Assistant Commissioner Lee Bergerman, who will rejoin us to answer questions from myself and my fellow commissioners. After that, we will be hearing from RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki, who will speak to a number of issues, including RCMP culture, after action reviews, H Division leadership and supervision, and the role of communications in the RCMP. We have more time reserved to continue hearing from Commissioner Lucki tomorrow as needed. As you know, it is important we hear from these senior RCMP officers so we can consider lessons learned, changes made to date, and opportunities for additional improvements. I will now ask retired Assistant Commissioner Bergerman to return for our questions. Just one moment. Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Before the witness comes back, I just wanted to let you know that last night at about 9:30, the Attorney General of Canada produced to the Commission new notes of Lee Bergerman, the witness currently on the stand, that we haven't seen, therefore they haven't been disclosed. We don't know what they say. And so I just invite Ms. Ward to tell us what she knows about that.
Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioners. We had collected and disclosed Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's notes up to October of 2020. As you know, she retired. We were collecting her notes after that date and took some time to track them down. We recently received them and were attempting to review them and disclose them before her evidence, and I regret that we were not able to do so. They are the notes from October 2020 to present.
They are from when to when, sorry?
October 2020, I believe, to the present, or to up to her retirement.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
I
Ward.
regret the situation.
Thank you. Ms. Young, it strikes me that we're going to have to roll with this and finish Ms. Bergerman's testimony and see where that takes us. Of course, when we get the notes, we will chart whatever course is necessary to make sure that whatever steps are needed will be taken at that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for coming back. And as promised, the commissioners will have some questions for you, and we'll begin with Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess you're going by Ms. Bergerman now?
That's fine, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The retired assistant commissioner handles a bit long.
Well, thank you very much for your contributions thus far in the proceedings. Yesterday was a long day, and as is our custom, we tend to follow up with questions of our own. Some of these are looking back, so some questions that we'd like clarification on, and obviously forward-looking as well. Even though you're retired, based on your experience, we'd be interested in hearing any further recommendations or suggestions that you may have that you haven't already covered in your testimony or in your previous interview with the commission. Yesterday, when you started your sharing with us, and you talked about the number of changes that have happened in the RCMP over your 36-year tenure, and you made the comment that especially for women. And I'd like you to expand on that if you could, if you're referring to especially for women serving within the RCMP, whether it's civilian, whether it's sworn members, whether it's outward facing for the women that are being served in the community. So if you could expand on what you meant when you said especially for women.
Well, for example, when I joined the RCMP and my first posting was Thompson, Manitoba. So the detachment had, let's say, 50 regular members within the detachment, and we did both rural and city policing. And at that time, there was 3 female members in the detachment. So disproportionate, I would say. Now, I would say they're up to probably 30% of female members. And also in leadership roles is where I really see it now. You know, having gone through the ranks, where there's many more opportunities for female members and visible minorities, so that you have that diversity in the senior ranks of the RCMP. So I've seen a big change in that regard. And of course, because I am a female, I take notice of my female colleagues that are now in leadership roles that maybe wasn't like that 25 years ago.
Thank you. I'm sure you were aware in 2021 of the Bastrash report
Yes.
that came out, and I believe that came out in February of 2021, which would be leading up to your last year as assistant commissioner. I'm wondering if the findings from the Bastrash report gave you pause for thought on some of the changes that may or may not have taken hold, and has had any influence on your thinking.
Well, yeah, the Bastrash report was hard to read and disappointing. I think people in the organization, not just the RCMP, but any police organization or military organization, need to really examine that report and look at recommendations of a way forward. Because honestly, if this is what we're still talking about, in my view, then there needs to be a lot of work done, respectfully.
Do you have any personal thoughts to share on that, and what some of those solutions may be going forward?
Specific to that report, I think there needs to be a committee that, so we're not just talking about the recommendations, that you actually have a committee that is working with different individuals, a diverse group of individuals that are kind of an oversight of implementation, not just for the RCMP, but for any police agency and military, about respectful workplaces for everybody. So what does that look like? I don't know. I think that's something that federally could be organized and facilitated at a federal level, so that it's not just, you know, Ottawa, that it's facilitated out of Ottawa, but it includes the entire country and people from different areas, because there's, as you know, diversity diverse cultures that are different from one end of the country to the other. That would be one of my thoughts.
Thank you. I realize that you have a very deep operational background over your 36 years. And you spoke briefly about your transition into the commanding officer's position in H Division. Could you share with us a little bit around the promotional process? I know that you talked about some of your duties as commanding officer post April 2020, being you were involved in the promotional process of others. And I'm wondering what the promotional process is for commanding officers to reach that rank. If you could just share that with us publicly, because we haven't talked a lot about that during our proceedings.
Okay, sure. So I'll speak to my personal experience. So just going up through the ranks within the RCMP, going to a commissioned officer, starting at the level of inspector, and then superintendent and chief superintendent. And then because of my experience and my diverse background in policing, I had the opportunity to be interviewed for the commanding officer position in H Division. And so that interview is done with our officer staffing individuals. And the deputy commissioner at the time was Kevin Brasso. And the deputy minister for the province sits on the board, and they really have a voice on who is selected as the commanding officer, and not just for H Division, but for other provinces. So that was my process. And I don't know how many other people were interviewed for the position. You don't necessarily know that. And generally, it's not like 10 people, it's maybe 3 or 4 people. And in my case, I don't know how many were interviewed.
Thank you. You had mentioned that the transition into the CO's role, it sounded somewhat informal, and we have heard recommendation that there could be improvements in terms of binders and that type of thing to prepare people for that transition. And the role of CO, from my understanding, is that it's very, very administrative rather than operational.
Yes.
Can you explain to us how you kind of juggle that leadership responsibility between operational oversight and your administrative responsibilities? And the reason I ask that is through your sharing yesterday and in your interview, you really heavily relied on briefing up for your situational awareness. So I'm trying to get a good understanding on how you personally juggled that responsibility, specifically on the 18th and 19th and the lead up to that during your tenure as commanding officer.
Okay, so I'll start with the transition from my former position was I was the OIC of Halifax District. So when you assume the role of commanding officer, you're obviously responsible at a very high level for the entire division. So with that comes HR issues or human resources, code of conducts, promotions, harassment, planning, multi-year financial plans, budgets. Federal policing comes under the commanding officer, and all that comes under federal policing, specialized services of federal policing, because they all report up to the commanding officer. So I think it's a really good point, and maybe that's what you're getting at, is that although the April 18th, 19th was all-consuming, there were still responsibilities for me, within the division that you can't take your eye off. So you have to, so code of conducts have time restrictions harassment complaints have time restrictions. I was doing promotion boards because they can't wait. So that's something that should be understood, is that it's, although this was a major event, everything else continues to happen, right? And that includes for the members and for the DPOs and for crops and for support services, because even though we were dealing with this catastrophic event, we're still having fatalities, you know, on our roads. We're still having homicides. We're still having serious assaults and serious sexual assaults that we have to attend to as the police. So at times there's not enough of you to go around, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And part of my reason for wanting to flush that out a little bit more was in response to, I think it was Mr. Bryson, participant council yesterday had asked about some of your responsibilities. And so I just wanted to flush that out a little more fully. Thank you. When you went into your position in 2019, I believe that the modernization and transformation mandate had already been assigned to Commissioner Lucki at the national level.
Yes.
And you talked a little bit yesterday about provincial priorities and national priorities, and reconciling those. And so I'd like to know what your thoughts were on the modernization and transformation priorities set nationally, and how they aligned with your local priorities in Nova Scotia.
So yeah, so the mandate and the modernization falls under what we've labeled as Vision 150, and I'm sure you've heard of it. And so in my view, and it's something that the division works on regularly, and it aligns nicely with what's considered priorities within the divisions, not just each division, because one of my recommendations to you as the commissioner is an examination of modernization in not only culture and our people and our diverse communities, but modernization in the way that funding and resourcing of policing should be done now that we're in 2022, and the cost of policing is so extraordinary compared to what it was even 5 years ago, and I'm sure you know that, and you've heard that in this commission. But that would be my thoughts on that, and I really hope that that's something that this commission looks at going forward and providing recommendations for not only the province and municipality, but at a national level.
Are there any examples of what you could share with us that you were embracing the modernization and transformation going forward in your role as commanding officer?
So we all had the responsibility as commanding officers, not just in each division, to embrace the modernization mandate letter, and that included our people, our communities, our Indigenous communities, and stewardship. So that is part of the Vision 150 initiatives that are going on in the division. Of course, we had all kinds of speed bumps along the way, as you've heard here, the mass casualty, but COVID. And I can't, we don't want to use COVID as an excuse, but we were really restricted in what we could do, and as far as facilitating and training and the initiatives that we were trying to do under the Vision 150 mandate modernization initiatives.
Thank you. One of the reasons I wanted to revisit that today was you were asked a question yesterday, I believe it was from our commission council, about your thoughts on community policing. So I'm wondering, you mentioned in some of your testimony or about the opportunity for your officers to be able to drop in, build relationships in community, have a coffee, get information. Just wondering if you have any other thoughts on the modernization of community policing efforts and how that can help communities be safer in the future.
Yeah, we talked about that, and in general, I'm a big believer in community policing, but I worked in small communities where it was very important to embrace that and also foster it and participate in it. And I found it very beneficial as a police officer in small communities. A little harder to do in your bigger communities, but you have teams that do that within the schools and community events. But I think that there could be probably more effort towards that. And I know that one thing that we did talk about, the auxiliary policing program is not what it used to be. And the auxiliaries are generally people from the community. So perhaps there's a way of modernizing that initiative so that you have community people that can be embedded in, let's say, a critical incident command post. I think would be beneficial. And I think more resourcing, doesn't need to be a police officer, but more resourcing towards the community policing program in the detachments and working with our victim services people would be something that I would like to see enhanced within this province for sure.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on a couple of your comments. Would you agree with me that community policing approach is something that should be embedded in and intertwined in all aspects of policing?
Yes.
And not relegated as a unit or a program?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Yesterday, Ms. Ward had asked you a closing question around policing standards and the concern that the RCMP try to impose standards on provincial standards. And I just wanted a point of clarification. Is it fair to say that there are certain standard operating procedures, policies, and practices that are directed at the national level that you can't stray from regardless of your divisional autonomy? And an example I'll use is the ongoing changes to the former use of force model with the intervention management model, the IMIM model.
Yes.
So if the province of Nova Scotia, for example, created their own intervention incident management model or use of force model, would the RCMP adopt to that in Nova Scotia, or would you be required to adhere to the model that is directed nationally?
Well, I would hope, and I know that this work is going on, and I actually believe that Commissioner Lucki is I think she's still the chair of it, whereby they are examining use of force, de-escalation, different ways of for police intervention, but it's not just a provincial initiative. And I would hope that whatever this committee comes up with, that it's something that is consistent in not only being just Nova Scotia, but across the country. I just don't see how you can have different intervention policies province to province. So that would be my hope. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, what was the first part of your question?
I'm sorry, it was a little convoluted.
That's okay.
So it's fair to say that there are times provincially that the RCMP division commander or senior staff working with provincial governments don't have the autonomy to say, we are going to follow this particular standard if it does not align with directives nationally.
Right. So that would be, are you talking about the Canada Labor Code and our training standards?
And not necessarily. We were talking about, that would be an example, but we were talking about the need for improved policing standards in the province of Nova Scotia. And you know, some provinces have more robust standards than others. And we've heard through our process that that is something that is being undertaken currently, and that there's a committee set up. And RCMP are at the table with municipal representatives and government representatives to create those standards. Is it fair to say that there are certain standards that would be invoked in the new provincial standards that may not completely align with RCMP national standards, and that the RCMP provincially would have to adhere to the national standards and not provincial?
Right. So I think I can explain this. So I'll give you, there are examples across the country, and what it comes down to with your policing standards is the interoperability. So in order for us, and this is like us, when I mean the RCMP, it's beneficial for the RCMP to be working side by side with municipal or provincial agencies. So in order to do that, you all have to be trained to the same standard. And I'll give you ERT as an example. I'll give you police dogs. Those are the two examples where the standards for the RCMP are national standards, and they're higher than what is currently deployed within the municipalities and provinces, except for a few. So you have your BCs and your Albertas where their interoperability is fairly robust, and they train together, they work together, and they're from different agencies across the provinces. So that, to me, is an ideal model.
Thank you. And I think the ERT example and police service dog examples are very good. One of the things that we heard very early on in our, feels like very early on in our proceedings, the year's gone by fast, is about the training standards at the Canadian Police College, which is a division of RCMP.
Yes.
And we know that municipal police officers get their accreditation for certain courses through the Canadian Police College.
Yes.
It's been my experience over the years that although people are getting the same training, exposed to the same nomenclature, some of the same practices, that when they return to their home jurisdictions, that they'll individualize them towards their agency, the resources they have available, the community needs, the expectations. And so we end up with, although we have common training platforms, once people get back to their own jurisdictions, there's some tinkering with those standards. So I would just like your, the interoperability of ERT, I think, is a very important one.
Yes.
For all the reasons that we've heard so far. So would you agree that that happens, and then that is an area that we could improve in policing nationally?
Absolutely. And I'll give you an example from Nova Scotia that I'm familiar with. So a small agency, municipal agency within Nova Scotia, spends the money because it's expensive, the training, to send one of their members to the Canadian Police College for the critical incident command to become a critical incident commander. So the training is fantastic. They come back to their home unit, very small agency. They're not getting the experience that they need to learn and maintain their accreditation. So one of the things when I was there, and I know Superintendent Campbell, or now Chief Superintendent Campbell, was in favor of having these police officers that are trained as a critical incident commander to shadow call outs with the RCMP, because of course we're called out all the time for critical incidents. These smaller agencies are not. So you're not getting the experience, you're not getting the background in decision making that you need. They're not getting the development they need on the ground. So that was something that I think should be fostered in the provinces and with the smaller police agencies in the province.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears, and I apologize. My questions are kind of back and forth because we covered a lot of ground yesterday. So just switching gears, when you came into your position as commanding officer in 2019, that was at the same time that the RCMP had established unionization for the non-commissioned ranks.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering if, as a new CO in your division, if you had any pressures either nationally or provincially to find savings, cut staffing, have any type of budget restrictions imposed on you as a new CO. You mentioned yesterday that the previous budgetary requests had gone through quite well in the province of Nova Scotia, and you said, it's not that you didn't feel supported by the province in your request, but you certainly didn't get all that you'd asked for. And so I'm just wondering if you felt that there was any bearing on the unionization with respect to governments trying to prepare financially for what was coming down the pipe in terms of wage increase, because it was a very well-known fact that wage increase was going to be one of the number one priorities of union. I'm just wondering if you could share your experience with us about that period of time when you came in, and any pressures that perhaps some of your predecessors may or may not have faced.
So me personally, I had no pressure because of the unionization and the obvious increase in pay that was coming down the pipe. I personally had no pressure at a national level or from the province. For us and my team within the province, it was important for us to educate, because of course we didn't know what the actual raise was going to be. We knew it was going to be significant. But it was an education for the province to prepare and for the municipalities. And this is not just for each division. This is across the country that these provinces had to prepare for what was going to be a significant increase in their budget, because there had not been since, I believe it was 2016, wage increase. So that was my experience, but certainly nobody was imposing or pressuring me to make cuts so that we can pay for a raise. Not at all.
Thank you. There's mention of Article 9 in the PSA. I think that's kind of considered a bit of a safety valve in terms of staffing.
Yes.
And there's been some contradiction amongst people whether or not that is an effective mechanism or not. Can you comment on that, please?
I can give you my experience since becoming the CO, because we had to invoke Article 9 3 times, so which is unusual. So the first one was obviously for the resources required for the aftermath of the mass casualty. So that was fairly fluid. I didn't have any pushback whatsoever from the province, and they were very supportive and recognized the need and what was required. And then I also was granted extensions because it's not a blank check, so to speak. It's, let's check back in a couple months and let's check back in a couple weeks. And I was supported in the extensions, and I'm sure they've been filed here, but there were several for H strong specific. And then the next time we had to invoke Article 9 was for the fishing dispute, and it was on the heels of a much publicized event that happened in Southwest Nova, and we didn't have the adequate resources in place to deal with that. So it became very apparent that we needed that. And so we got Article 9 invoked again, several extensions. Then the fisheries kind of die down, there's obviously a time when nobody's fishing, obviously in the winter, so you don't need all these resources and there's no disputes. Then they ramp up again in the spring. So then had to invoke Article 9 again, and then we ran into, I would call, some snags in that regard, because in my view, we had a different minister and different views on who's responsible for paying for a response to the fisheries dispute. Is it a federal responsibility, or is it a provincial responsibility? In our view, it's a provincial responsibility, and it falls to the provincial police, which is the RCMP. So that became a dispute, and it was a continued dispute when I left. So it was at the public safety minister, national and federally and provincially, as far as who's paying for what. But we couldn't stop bringing the resources in. I got assurances from national headquarters and from my superiors that you just continue on. Eventually somebody's going to pay this bill. It could be some sort of litigation, but you have to ensure public safety. So that's how we conducted ourselves in that regard.
Thank you for walking us through that. You mentioned yesterday, and or in your interview with the commission about the vicious cycle of hiring for overtime and the consequences of that on membership. Would you agree with me that reliance on overtime is unsustainable over time, and that not only does it contribute to mental and physical exhaustion of members working extended shifts, would you agree with me that it also increases their chance of exposure to traumatic events, and therefore greater impact on overall mental health and well-being of your members?
Yes, absolutely. I would agree with that.
Okay. And how do you feel that impacts on community safety overall?
Well, I think that when you have police officers that are burnt out, I think that it impacts on, their ability to be engaged as much as they would probably like to. And I agree with you that it's not sustainable. And when you don't have a work-life balance, neither area is getting, your home life isn't getting the attention it needs, and neither is your work life. So I would agree that it's not an ideal way of managing shortfalls in resources. And I can tell you that we often would analyze who's getting all the overtime and what their health and wellness is like, and are there any public complaints coming out of, because it kind of, there can be a pattern in that regard, and I'm sure you've experienced that. So those are all very good points and considerations for resourcing levels, but also maintaining or filling holes with constant overtime.
You had talked about the multi-year budget cycle and putting in requests and not getting all that you asked for. And I think anybody working in public sector recognizes those pressures. But I am curious, and we've heard a little bit about previous talk about different formulas used for staffing with respect to what we call the population to cop or the pop to cop ratio. But we also know that complex community safety issues requires more than just throwing bodies at a solution. So I'd be curious, and I recognize that the multi-year budget planning process wouldn't fall just directly to you, that you would have many people contributing to that. Can you share with us what that formula would look like or did look like to try and right-size staffing and resources for each division during your time, and if you have recommendations going forward in that regard?
So specifically what the formula is, it depends on geographics, it depends on how many calls, it depends on population of a certain area. And we have an entire planning section. I'm sure it's probably been spoken about here. That's what they do. They work with the municipalities, they work with the province, and they also take into consideration diversity within certain communities, because there's certain communities that we would want individuals who represent the people in these diverse communities. So your African Nova Scotian communities and your Indigenous communities. So that's all a consideration as well. But I think, and as we spoke about yesterday, and I want to emphasize that, municipalities and province want
Sorry,
to
I'm going to mute that for a second
and do support you.
because you just said about
As you
how she
mentioned,
has
in the public
notes.
sector, there's
I guess she found them.
pressures,
She found those notes. DOJ must have helped her with them.
that you don't always get what you want when it comes down to dollars and cents. And I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a process, and I think it can be modernized. And I mentioned yesterday, and I'm going to mention it again because I think it's a comprehensive analysis of the policing and budgets and the PPSA, and it was submitted to the Mass Casualty Commission by the RCMP Veterans Association, and it's a document, I think it's about 14 pages long, and it's very comprehensive and it's well resourced, and I would hope that this commission examines it carefully, because it really explains the complexity of the budgeting and the resourcing in the province of Nova Scotia.
Thank you. And just one more question on the planning cycles and formulas. You've listed off a number of things, and we've heard others talk about that as well. And I'm wondering, in your thought process, and that perhaps of some of your colleagues, what thought was given to creative and innovative ways to do policing that didn't involve response? And I've often said, and I'm sure many others have said, that once the police are engaged to respond to an incident, things have already gone wrong.
Right.
That society as a whole, in some cases, has failed even before that response call has come in. So in your multi-year budget cycles and knowing about the efforts at modernization, transformation of the RCMP, what thoughts have been proposed for the province of Nova Scotia from the RCMP in the past in terms of prevention, problem-solving, intervention models to help reduce the need for response?
So a couple of examples I can talk about is the again, the auxiliary and kind of modernizing that process or what that program looks like. Areas where you don't necessarily need a police officer wearing a gun to show up to assist people. But I also think one of the things that we implemented in this division that was helpful was what we called the callback unit. So that was, I'm just giving you an example of something that we did, and I don't know if you've heard about it at this venue, but it was the calls for service that you don't necessarily need a police officer to show up for, but that it required a discussion with a police officer, and that over the phone. So that's one area, and I think more looking at more civilianization of some positions within the province would be helpful as well going forward. Those are just a couple of examples that I was aware of that we were doing to try and eliminate, the call for service.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears here again. When you came into H Division as a leader, and you talked a lot about briefing up during April 18th and 19th, and I realized that you got a call from your crops officer, who's your second in command, around 11 o'clock on the evening of April 18th, with some details that there had been a shooting in the north. And then again in the morning, you received a phone call from Chris Leather. By that time, I understand that there was knowledge of the replica police car, but yet it was some hours later that you actually saw the picture in the news of the replica police vehicle, and I think your comment was that you were stunned to see that, which I think was a common reaction by a lot of people. But as a leader of your organization, how did you respond to learning such a significant piece of information in the media and not from your own senior command staff?
So I was aware that there was, just in brief discussions with Chris Leather, because of course it was a fury of discussions in the morning, and I was aware that there was a replica police car, and it wasn't for a lack of trying, because they had tried to send a picture of it over the phone to me, and there was a corruption of the picture coming, and this was as it's going out to news medias, and so I'm trying to open it on my phone, and then boof, there it is on CTV News, and as I said, I was stunned, because I was convinced. My immediate reaction is that we had a stolen police car, and so and of course, not knowing that they've already flushed that out. I called Chris and said, "This got to be a stolen police car." And he said, "No, all the car, you've heard." He said that all the cars were accounted for, and then the call sign, which is obvious, is not a call sign. That's a H Division vehicle. So, but that disappointing, and I would have liked to have had more details early in the morning. But I also know that it was there was a fury of things going on, and I just knew I needed to get off my own phone and get in the car and get to the office, so that you're in the middle of it, and because you can't keep up on the phone, you just can't. And I didn't have a radio, which would have been helpful, but I didn't. So that was how I thought, I gotta get to the office, and then you're in it and people don't have to phone you.
Thank you. Actually, you jumped one of my questions, and that was going to be whether or not you had access to a radio to listen to any of the communications real time for your own situational awareness Is that just something that's not assigned to the CO or?
No, but it's not that it can't be. I mean, if the CO wants a radio, then that should not be an issue, and that would be a recommendation, I would say, because it certainly was helpful for me, because as soon as I got to the office, Chief Superintendent Campbell had a radio, and we were all kind of mustered listening, because everything was going very, very quickly, as you know, and you've heard. So that was the only way to keep up with what was going on.
Throughout the 18th and the 19th and the days that followed, and we know that there are a lot of issues that have surfaced in the last few weeks around phone calls and communications. Do you feel as commanding officer that you were getting the timely and accurate information that you required in order to fulfill your role and responsibility of briefing up to your provincial responsibilities as well within the RCMP up to Deputy Commissioner Brennan?
So are you talking in the 13 hours, or are you talking in the week of after?
I'm talking from the 18th through to any of the critical conversations that you had in the weeks that followed. Do you feel that you had trusted, timely, and accurate information from your senior command staff that enabled you to be able to do your job effectively?
Well, no, obviously in hindsight, I wasn't getting the most accurate information, and I think that's obviously come out. However, it wasn't for a lack of trying. And information kept changing minute by minute by minute by minute. And so it was a pretty difficult thing to do, to have the exact number of casualties. And even for me, from going from my home into my car, where I thought we had an injured member, and by the time I got to my car driving into work, I learned of a fallen member. So, and that was within 2 minutes. So that was the problem. It was just everything was changing like by the minute.
I understand that since the 18th and 19th, and there's been, some reflection and some changes made within the structure of H Division. The OCC was already in progress. There was a modernization effort prior to. And I understand from testimony that we've heard over the last couple of months that there's now a room that is dedicated at headquarters for kind of a critical incident. Can you talk a little bit about what that room was originally designated for, and how it functions or did function at the time that you left? Can you speak to that improvement for us, please?
I don't know what to be honest, what the original could have been an extra lunchroom or something like that. But I think post mass casualty that the space was then fitted up so that now it's in the OCC, and it is a dedicated room for the critical incident command. So you have OCC and all your call takers, but you also have what we call a war room, so to speak. So you have the whiteboards and phones and teleconferencing and video conferencing capabilities within that room.
Do you know if that was being prepared for any of the activities with the emergency management group? Forgive me, I can't recall the full name of it. It's a unit around general emergency management within the RCMP that was originally staffed at 7 members and was reduced to 2.
Right. No, so we also have a DOC, and I don't know if that's been spoken about. So that would be like in a disaster or a critical event, you stand up the DOC, which is a Division Emergency Operations Center, which is a very large, fitted with all the technical equipment within the building. This is, in my understanding, specific to a critical incident command post within the OCC.
Looking forward-looking, and I recognize that the emergency management system has been in the past intended for natural disasters, pre-planned events, some human-made disasters as well. Would it be your recommendation going forward that when a critical incident command post is established in the field, and that your new room in headquarters is up and running, that there would be value added to having your emergency management system enacted to be able to work in collaboration with other agencies and provincial partners?
Yes, so you're talking about the DOC working collaboratively, and I think that would be situational depending on the situation. And so I would say, let's say a riot, and I've seen that happen before. We have the critical incident command post running collaboratively with the DOC. Yes.
And it's my understanding that that was not done on April 18th and 19th.
No, we didn't have the facilities, and really by the time you could get the DOC stood up, the event was over, right? Like the actual critical event. So that would be my understanding, and I'm not, I believe there was, like they were in the process.
Event. Disgusting. Look at these people. There's something really fucking screwy going on. They just want to call it an event.
Down to my my last couple of questions.
Yes.
I've gone a little longer than I had anticipated.
It's fine.
You had mentioned earlier about civilianization within the RCMP, and we've heard a lot through our work about concerns around the family liaison position and the role of victim services provincially. There are municipalities across Canada that have victim service coordinators and supports embedded within their organizations. Is this something that you think could be value added going forward to work in concert with whatever provincial body is established?
Yes, I do. And I also think that formalization of a family liaison program would be something that I would recommend, like an actual program where there's training, and because I understand that's been some of the testimony here, that there really is no training for that position, and I also think it's situational. But I know my experience in other divisions with big events, such like gang killings of multiple people, and you have multiple families, that they have set up family liaison coordinators for that purpose. And it's not, and in those cases, you're going to court, and the perpetrators at court who's murdered their loved ones. So there's all of that comes with that position. But I think it's an important program that should be enhanced for sure.
Thank you. I had a number of questions as of yesterday around crime scene management, containment, critical incident response, but recognize some of that has already been covered in your
It's too bad I can't flash up the one last question comment, because it's so far back.
questions for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fitch. Commissioner Stan?
Oh, sorry, she's done.
Thank you.
She's just saying that that was the last question.
In a conversation with Chief Superintendent Leather when he was in the chair you are occupying right now, I talked a bit about the loss of trust in the institution of the RCMP and I wondered, with respect to the Bastrash report, which for the public is a 2021 report by former Supreme Court Justice Bastrash in regard to the implementation of the Merlo-Davidson Settlement Agreement. It's called Broken Lives, Broken Dreams, the Devastating Effects of Sexual Harassment on Women in the RCMP. In that report, Justice Bastrash called for wholesale culture change in the RCMP, but he expressed considerable pessimism as to whether that was possible. He said it's time to discuss the need to make fundamental changes to the RCMP and federal policing. I'm of the view that cultural change is highly unlikely to come from within the RCMP. And you mentioned yesterday when you were asked about police culture that you don't see barriers to implementation of recommendations. And so I just wondered, you're retired now, what your reflections are upon those sort of competing views of the degree to which the institution is able to change.
I don't think that there's an unwillingness to change, and it's required. And I think there's a recognition, and I'm sure you're going to hear from the commissioner today, and you're going to hear from the deputy commissioner, and they're in the chairs that can make this happen, this change. And you have commanding officers across the country that are committed to the change. I just think it takes time, and it's time. It takes time to kind of turn that around. And I personally have seen a lot of change in culture, but there's obviously more work to do. And I don't think that there's anybody in a senior rank within the RCMP who doesn't recognize that.
So I think it would be more than time, though, that's needed, right? And so, and you mentioned yesterday the need for, I think you said robust tracking mechanisms
Yes.
to ensure implementation. Can you perhaps expand upon what you would mean, what you would think would be a robust tracking mechanism? What kind of accountability mechanisms need to be built in order for implementation of recommendations, please?
I think, as I mentioned with Commissioner Finch, I think some sort of a body that includes not only the police and a police officer or police officers who have the rank and authority to make decisions, but a committee that has a diverse group along with police officers and community people that should be kind of an oversight of a recommendation report. And what does that look like? I don't know, but it's certainly something that I think should be explored, and to not just leave it up to individual agencies to just kind of do their own thing. I think there needs to be some sort of oversight and tracking mechanism that can be reported on.
So some civilian engagement
Absolutely.
in that to ensure it's an accountability mechanism.
Yes.
Okay. Just switching gears a bit, the Madam Registrar, if you wouldn't mind, Comm number 34818 is a document that was exhibited, and but it wasn't touched upon in testimony yesterday, and I just wonder if you could pull it up for us, please. It's this is a request from the Vice President of the MPF, Pete Merrifield, dated April 27th, 2020. Sent to you. It asks, or it backs up a request from members asking that part-time ERT and EMERT folks be assigned to the full-time ERT unit for 14 days in April 2020. We heard from retired Corporal Mills, Tim Mills, in May, that it was quite a sore point for him in his testimony that this hadn't transpired. And it seemed, from what I could gather, some people saw it as a sort of a miscommunication issue, but others saw it as a essentially a failure to do what was requested by the folks who'd been first responders that night. He said how helpful it would have been for them all to be together for that period of time, and they didn't understand why it hadn't happened. There's an additional document, Madam Registrar, it's 34817, which I believe is the email being forwarded by you to then Superintendent Campbell, asking for a discussion about this request. And I wondered if you could tell us, please, whether that conversation with Superintendent Campbell occurred.
So I supported that request, and I also supported the idea, as did Chief Superintendent Leather, based on the trauma that these individuals had gone through. So I was supportive of this request, and it was they report to Darren Campbell and also Inspector Don Mosier. And it wasn't for a lack of trying, my understanding. It was a lack of, because you had the part-time members who were supposed to be reporting to a watch the following night, I think is what the circumstances were. And we didn't have the resources to fill those plugs. So it took too long to facilitate that request, is what my understanding, and that was my view of it. And I remember one time saying to Chris Leather, why is this taking so long for people to make a decision on this? Like, this is not an unreasonable request, and we need to make it happen. So that was work done, and I'm not sure if Chief Superintendent Leather spoke about it, but that was him working with Darren Campbell and Don Mosier.
So whose decision or lack of decision was it that caused the delay?
I don't think there was a lack of a decision. It was get these resources to backfill the part-time people so that they can have this time to debrief together. That took some time because, as you've heard here, resource levels were critical, and we had people off. And I think the part-time members came from two, I think were from Halifax District on a watch, and one was from Southwest Nova and one was from Northeast Nova. And the staffing levels in those detachments were critical. We're at a critical level in that there weren't any, because we had members that had gone off ODS as a result of this event.
So it would have been whoever was responsible for backfilling those positions.
Yeah, and that's a discussion between the DPOs and Chief Superintendent Campbell.
Okay, and that gets back to a discussion I had, I think, with the Chief Superintendent Leather as well, about a recommendation of the Brown Report in 2007 with respect to backfilling of positions and the situation that may cause. So this is a long-standing problem that just simply hasn't been addressed over time. So again, some sort of accountability mechanism in terms of implementation of recommendations is
fair enough. But I think it cannot be overstated how critical our lack of resources were in the immediate aftermath of this event. Like, we didn't have enough of us to go around.
So we've heard quite a bit about different forms of after action reports and reviews and so on. And one of the reasons given yesterday, I believe by you, was that an after action report didn't occur was because there was an ongoing investigation. But from my perspective, an investigation into the crime is a completely separate thing from an analysis of what went well, what didn't go well with respect to a response. So I just want to understand a bit better about the after action report situation, but in particular the critical incident report analysis that was requested by Chief Superintendent Leather. And I'll get to that in a moment, but or Campbell, sorry. Chief Superintendent Leather told us in his testimony that an after-action report could have been ordered by you as commanding officer, by the CROPS officer, or an admin or personnel officer. And in his interview with us recently, Deputy Commissioner Brennan told us that there's an RCMP policy requiring the preparation of an after-action report after a major critical incident. So are you aware of that policy?
Yes.
Okay. And Deputy Commissioner Brennan also said the policy would require H Division, as opposed to the national headquarters, to take the lead on the preparation of the after-action report. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so did you make a decision at any point that H Division would not conduct an after-action report?
Not that they would not, but the timing of it and the capacity for us to do it. The ongoing investigation was not complete, so information was changing. So I would think that it would be a more meaningful after-action report if you had all the information required that would have been obtained through an investigation.
But again, I don't understand the conflation of the investigation of the crime and the analysis of the response.
Well, I mean, there was still a lot of investigation going on. Video canvassing went on for months. Reviewing of 911 calls went on for months.
Right, but that relates to what happened in terms of the actual criminal event.
Yes, but it would also play a part of what happened and be a part of what you would expect in an after-action report.
Okay.
So, but I think Chief Superintendent Campbell spoke about it. We did not have the capacity in this division to do an after-action report and what was required for personnel to do it.
So you thought a report was important, I gather, but that the time, and you're saying that it was a lack of capacity to
do it, an overall after-action report. I was supportive of the critical incident analysis and review. I knew there was a ERT after-action report happening. I never did see it, and also an EMRT report.
Right. So there's the after-action reports of sort of elements of the response, two of which I believe were done in draft, but there was nothing completed, and no other after-action reports were initiated by you.
No.
So, I mean, my understanding of them is that they're an opportunity to learn from what has gone well and what has not. You know, what were the shortcomings? What were the strengths? Given that there's a policy that requires it, how do you reconcile that didn't occur?
I'll go back to capacity issues, and we didn't have that within the division. So if I was to do an after-action report, I would have to go to another division, or I would have to go to national headquarters to assign somebody. And it's not just somebody, it's a team. And at the time, post mass casualty, and then we had fisheries, at any given time, I had 30 to 50 resources from other divisions already here supporting us in operations, so frontline policing. So an after-action review to take 5 or 6 or 10 individuals out of frontline policing just wasn't feasible, and at the time just wasn't considered by me.
So we'd heard from now Chief Superintendent Campbell that the reason for seeking a critical incident review from outside H Division was because people were essentially too emotionally engaged. But actually, from your perspective, it was more a capacity question.
It's both. I wouldn't have, no, we talked about the critical incident review by independent of the RCMP critical incident commanders who have experience. So for example, critical incident commanders from OPP, Vancouver City Police, other provincial police force in Quebec. But as far as an after-action review is what I think Chief Superintendent Campbell was talking about, was the people within this division. Emotionally, it would be too difficult.
So we understand that this request was made to national headquarters for an independent review of the critical incident response. When was that first brought to your attention, that proposal?
I had general discussions about it with Chief Superintendent Robin upon his arrival and upon his analysis of the overall H-Strong 2 and issues management team, and Assistant
sorry,
Commissioner Daly.
He arrived on
January
in January. Okay.
2021.
Right. Okay. And sorry, you were saying there was other people that you had the discussion with as well?
With Assistant Commissioner Daly, myself and Chief Superintendent Robin had just a general discussion about the idea, and that we thought it was a good idea to have an independent review of the critical incident response and perhaps a tabletop exercise with a scenario similar.
So that's early 2021. Why not request it earlier? We've got from April 2020 to early 2021. Why not in the intervening months?
I'm not sure that there weren't any discussions. I certainly didn't have any. There could have been discussions about that with, and I'm not privy to it, with Chief Superintendent Campbell and the National Critical Incident Program. It could have been a concept, but it wasn't considered at that time, or I didn't have any knowledge of discussions prior to John Robin arriving.
So as commanding officer, when you know that there's a policy that requires an after-action report, and you see that your own folks don't have capacity, would it not be incumbent on you to request that from an external body?
For a critical incident?
Well, it appears that that was where it went to, but I would think at all any aspect of the mass casualty.
Well, I'm not understanding the question.
So I'm just wondering why it took from April of 2020 to March of 2021 before there was even a draft request for an independent review of the response.
Well, at that time, the priority from the aftermath up until December 2020 was the investigation was the priority. And then upon arrival of Chief Superintendent Robin is the first time I had discussions about the critical incident response review. Again, we were in the middle of an investigation, and I capacity and resources to do that within the division wasn't there.
But you're not in charge of the investigation per se. Your interest is in the health and well-being and responsiveness of the organization writ large, right? So given that the investigation was happening and people were on that, why not take it upon yourself to be looking elsewhere for the resources to address the analysis of what went well and what didn't.
I was looking for resources at the time in between the aftermath that could backfill frontline policing within the province. So that was my priority. A review at that time was not my priority.
So when you did mention yesterday that you spoke with Assistant Commissioner Daly, and that, or rather, sorry, you said that he was the one who made the decision not to proceed with the independent review. Did you discuss that with him?
No.
Why not?
Well, that would have been a discussion he had with Chief Superintendent, I believe it was Robin. I didn't have any direct discussion, but his thoughts were, as it was relayed to me, that this commission had already been announced, and that you know, and I really should let him tell you this, but that was what was explained to me, that the critical incident response would be analyzed and examined here at the commission, and that it would be something that could be done afterwards.
And did you accept that explanation?
Well, it didn't really matter whether I accepted it or not. I needed the independence, and I needed it to be facilitated out of national headquarters. So there was nothing really I could do at that point until this examination was done, the mass casualty, and that's something that can be done afterwards.
Did you discuss with Deputy Commissioner Brennan the request for the review?
No, I did not.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand within, and others have asked the questions about the different roles and responsibilities of the various people in senior positions. As an assistant commissioner and a commanding officer at H Division, what decisions did you make about the priorities for you in that role following the mass casualty?
The priorities for me were resourcing the critical resourcing issues that we were dealing with in the aftermath. We had a number of members that were off duty and required some well-being to be addressed. So the priority for me for months after was through Article 9 to mobilize and have police officers from across the country come and assist us in backfilling the detachments.
So in terms of your priorities, it was mainly with respect to resourcing the front line?
The front line is the health and wellness of our members, and ensuring that they were supported through health services. This went on for months after the mass casualty, and also ensuring that the communities were supported and ensuring that they had police officers to respond to their 911 calls was a priority.
So can you just give some examples of concrete steps then that you would have taken to ensure, for example, that your leadership team remained cohesive and focused on the needs of Nova Scotians and in particular the affected communities or the most affected communities? Could you give some examples of some of the concrete steps that you took during that time?
Our leadership team was very engaged with the detachments that were mostly infected, and we had strategy meetings about how we could best address the needs of the community and the needs of the members in the community. And myself and Chief Superintendent Leather did a lot of work in working with the health services officer and our health services, and doing detachment visits and community visits that we did, and our leadership team did. And Chief Superintendent Campbell worked very closely in the communities that were most affected and meeting with families and community leaders, I would say 6 to 8 months afterwards.
Madam Registrar, there's another document that I wonder if you could pull up. It's Comm 57233. It's a 2015 document called C3 Command, Control, and Communications Guide. Ms. Bergerman, yesterday you noted that Marlene Snowman, I believe you said she was OIC in Kodiak in 2014. Am I right in my recollection there?
Sorry?
That you said yesterday that Marlene Snowman was a OIC in Kodiak in 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And you said yesterday she's very passionate about the implementation of recommendations of the McNeil report, which would be understandable given her
Yes.
role. So she's a co-author of this report. And I just wondered if you're aware of this report. It's maybe you can enlarge it for us, Madam Registrar, just scroll down a little for us. It's a response and planning guide. Best practices and lessons learned from major incidents throughout North America. I just wondered if you're familiar with this guide at all.
I have not seen this document.
You have not seen it?
I have
Okay.
not seen that document.
Okay, and thanks, Madam Registrar. Chief Superintendent Leather stated in his interview with us that he hadn't seen it until after the mass casualty. And the authors are quite, you mentioned yesterday she was passionate about implementation, and these are the authors of this report, which has been previously exhibited with the commission, are quite passionate as well about the need to follow. They've sort of taken a lot of lessons learned and analyzed and put together a sort of plan of action for critical incident decision makers, and particularly for the Atlantic region. And they were seeking support of all members to implement what is quite a comprehensive program for operations in a critical incident. So I'm just wondering if you weren't aware of this and Chief Superintendent Leather wasn't aware of it, how might that lack of sharing of very comprehensive thinking after action, even if we had an after action report, how would it be shared effectively so that people in leadership roles become champions of implementing known recommendations?
I think go forward. I think that a document such as that should be part of a introduction binder for a criminal operations officer or a critical incident commander support services superintendent. Would be a way, obviously, to ensure they're educated by that. And I had a lot of reading material that I was provided, and that was not included in it. So I wouldn't say that it necessarily should be, because it's very operational, but it would have been beneficial to have read that document, obviously.
So I guess it's not a criticism of you not having read it if you didn't know it existed. I guess what I'm trying to get at is how will people in the positions to implement change be sure that they're getting the information where their colleagues, for example, have done these kinds of analyses, and it seems to me there are layers and layers of managers who all have a sort of piece of the pie but don't have the whole picture, or have mixed a metaphor. What I'm struggling with is how do we ensure that in a recommendation we say for information to be distributed well, how do we ensure that the people who need to get the information will get it? Is there a central structure that, and we understand there's a policy center, but that can ensure that there's an information pipeline that these kinds of things are distributed.
So that specific, that document, I think I saw on the front of it, is specific to the Atlantic region.
It was authored by 4 officers leading critical incident responses in the Atlantic region. It's intended actually for across the RCMP from my reading of it.
Right. So that would be something that I think out of a recommendation from this commission, but it's not something that can't easily be rectified now, whereby we have a new criminal operations officer coming into H Division, and there's a new one in Prince Edward Island, and it's something that I know Chief Superintendent O'Malley, who's running the H Strong team, could rectify that today. But going on a go forward, I think that that's something that could come out of a recommendation from this commission, ensuring that previous reports, McNeil reports, that report are part of an introductory binder that I know has been talked about at this commission, should be required for in people coming into these senior roles.
Okay, so just in my last area of questions is you mentioned yesterday, or actually I think earlier today, you noted the extraordinary cost of policing. That must have been in response to a question from Commissioner Fitch. And we've heard a lot about resources from witnesses, from RCMP witnesses. I think given the budgetary circumstances that we all live in, we should assume there won't be more resources and consider what we might do instead, just as a hypothetical. So I'm just wondering, and I had asked Chief Superintendent Leather if, for example, there was any analysis being done of how members are spending their time, on what tasks are they spending it. Is there an analysis and did you, when you were heading H Division, look at having some metrics of where people are spending most of their time, as far as administrative tasks, for example, or we heard from one first responder or one of the members who responded the night of the 18th, that if they could not spend so much time on mental health calls, they would have a tremendous amount more time to be out in the community doing the community policing they would like to be doing. So that would require, though, leadership to analyze how are they spending their time, and then figure out how to arrange things differently.
So I think I've got your question is, what are we doing to alleviate some of these time-consuming events, and that they have more time to be frontline in the community?
Well, I guess I wonder if that was something you were looking at when you were there. I appreciate you're retired now.
Yeah.
But is it something that you analyzed or tried to have analyzed while you were there?
Yes. I mean, I don't know if analyze is the right
measured.
word, but it's certainly through our DEC meetings, and I'm sure they've been talked about, which is the Division Executive Committee. That would be a venue where district policing officers would bring their concerns as far as, so for example, Chief Superintendent Campbell came to the DEC committee because he had a critical shortage of police dogs in the province, and that we required more police dogs to be spread around the province, because he was down to 2, and I think they were doing the whole province. But it was an analysis that he had done, and this is kind of an individual thing that your DPOs would do, to amplify the shortages and the hours spent driving, and that was the example in his, and that to seek support and approval through the debt committee to request. So this would be either put into the multi-year financial plan, or it would be an out of cycle request to the province for, and I'm using the police dogs as an example, to get more police dogs to fill those gaps. Mental health calls, a lot to unpack there, and that's not a H division issue. That is a national issue because police officers do spend a lot of time on mental health calls. And in this division, under the Act, we have to stay with them at a hospital, which can be up to 12 or 14 hours. So if you're doing that, you're not on the road and in your community. So there is a lot of analysis on that particular issue. And it's, if something is identified from your DPOs, we do research and kind of flush out what it is and how we can best address it within a division with the resources that we have.
So there are steps that are taken to determine what proportion of work is being done that's proactive, what proportion of work that's
Yes.
reactive, what's I'm just so how detachments are spending their time. So I'm just wondering if senior command are taking time to find efficiencies with respect to how their regular members are
Yes.
spending their time.
Yes, and that's working with a district policing officer. That's their responsibility in consultation with detachment commanders, what support they need, what is the problem, and through myself and the division executive team, we're there to help and support based on the requests or issues that are identified from the DPO.
But I guess given the climate over the last few years with different social justice movements and the challenges of the institution of policing broadly, but for the RCMP and the resource constraints and so on, are you, as a commanding officer, would you have been looking at ways in which to essentially reimagine policing rather than just looking at, how many police dogs are there and how many mental health calls are we doing, but how might policing be done differently in this province in order to modernize it? And you talked about this a bit earlier. I know it's a big question, but we're wrestling with big questions here. And I'm thinking that because you've had some time to reflect on your time as commanding officer, you might be able to share with us some of your ideas for the way forward for policing in the province.
Okay, yeah, that is a lot to unpack, but I can just, one of the main things that we have to do in this province is, and all the provinces I think are in the same boat because of shortages and resourcing, but to get our resources up to an adequate level so that we can get back to, instead of being reactive in our policing, be more proactive. I think it's better for communities and public safety. And in this division, I think there needs, as far as the modernization piece goes, I think there needs to be an analysis of the need for the amount of detachments that we have that are in close proximity, and could we start pooling these resources in one detachment area? I think is something that should be looked at. Difficult to do all these things if you're not adequately resourced and you don't have the adequate budget to implement the changes, would be my initial comments on your question.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time and for your responses, and I certainly appreciate it. Commissioner McDonald?
Yes, thank you so much, former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman. All of my questions have been answered, so thank you so much for being with us, not just this morning, but most of yesterday. We greatly appreciate it. This is a difficult subject matter. It's difficult work we're doing, and it's not been an easy experience for you, and we greatly appreciate the fact that you came here and assisted us. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak my truth. And I wanted to express my sincere condolences to the families.
Thank you so much. We will take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Oh, I was watching that one closely. I'll have to go back. Watch those tears. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to repeat that statement. It's not mine. It was a comment somebody said there. So I'm just quoting it. Weak bitches have zero integrity. Weak bitches. And that's male, female encompassing, I think. Pretty good line. Succinct, for sure. Let's see. Let's go back to that comment. I think I have it lined up. I'm going to have to sample it out and produce it. Let's go back here. Will they allow me? No, I can't. I have to do it this way. Okay. Do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Before the witness comes back, I just wanted to let you know that last night at about 9:30, the Attorney General of Canada produced to the Commission new notes of Lee Bergerman, the witness currently on the stand, that we haven't seen, therefore they haven't been disclosed. We don't know what they say. And so I just invite Ms. Ward to tell us what she knows about that.
Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioners.
Wow. Okay. So did you see the departure of Miss Young? That was pretty prompt. She's like, thank you. What? Okay. And then the exacerbation coming from Miss Ward.
We had collected and disclosed Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's notes up to October of 2020. As you know, she retired. We were collecting her notes after that date and took some time to track them down. We recently received.
Took some time to track the notes down. Okay, so she retired a year ago. This process has been ongoing since June, July was when they figured out the fake shamcree or whatever bullshit we got going on here. Okay, this is classic, unbelievable. But this is what you guys are encountering. Certainly, I have encountered, and I'll tell you, families know astutely. How much is being hidden? The level and magnitude to which things are being hidden, that nobody is aware of. In fact, I was talking to somebody the other day who I had to help them because they didn't have something. And I was like, oh, that's too bad. Yeah. They're hiding so much shit. It's unbelievable. The reason why are you hiding? And I'll tell you, it's a lot more than the gun legislation, because the gun legislation came about afterward. Remember those lines I read? U.S. DOJ yesterday. America's part in this. America's involvement in this one. I'd say look south of the border. Fast and freezies. 2.0. Canada style. Freezies. Good nickname because we're north up here. Fast and freezies. Let's go back to that. Just to make sure it soaks in how wretchedly deplorable these people are. Unbelievable. And Miss Young, I have a feeling as a lawyer is like, I want out, because this is like violating every single ethic. Why these people sit up here with straight faces and know this, specifically lawyers and judges. Ouch. You bring a lot of shame on my family, specifically because of the legal profession. You fucking destroyed it.
Go ahead, Ms. Young.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Before the witness comes back, I just wanted to let you know that last night at about 9:30, the Attorney General of Canada produced to the Commission new notes of Lee Bergerman, the witness currently on the stand, that we haven't seen, therefore they haven't been disclosed. We don't know what they say. And so I just invite Ms. Ward to tell us what she knows about that.
Ms. Ward?
Look at the cut and bait.
Thank you,
Just out.
We had collected and disclosed Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's notes up to October of 2020. As you know, she retired. We were collecting her notes after that date and took some time to track them down. We recently received them and were attempting to review them and disclose them before her evidence, and I regret that we were not able to do so. They are the notes from October 2020 to present.
They are from when to when? Sorry.
October 2020, I believe, to the present, or to up to her retirement.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms.
Regret
Ward.
the situation.
Thank you.
Oh, regret it.
Ms. Young, it strikes me that we're going to have to roll with this.
You're a judge, sir. A retired judge.
Testimony and see where that takes us. Of course, we when we get the notes, we will chart whatever course is necessary to make sure that
Look at his face.
whatever steps are needed will be taken at that time. So thank you.
I'm going to play it again. I'm going to play it again. This is why I've been saying this process must see it to the end, to the end, to the finality, through all of the shams. You think I like getting up 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't particularly like it every day. I get to get up whenever I want to. I have for years. I do it because I know what this is about. Whenever things come along and trying, to torpedo it or no, this is a waste of time. I'm like, no, it must go. We need the documents. We need the documents. What little that they will piss out. What little dribble. It's a dribble. 2 years. Unbelievable. And still, it's flowing. Where's John Robbins' notes? Where's John Robbins' interview? What was the other notes that were listed in there? TBD. It said to be determined. What was that document actually? Let me just check. Did they know about that, or did they? No, it wasn't Bergerman's notes. Whose was it? One moment. I probably still have the window open, hopefully. Oh, if I closed it, I would be so... I never close anything. This is so rare. Huh? Okay, I didn't. Yeah. So Janice Gray's notes back then, to be determined. So as of July 4th, they hadn't released Janice Gray's notes, right? July 6th, I think. And they do them on specific days. The transfer dates, right? There was Campbell's, sorry, I think it was Campbell's interview was released on the very day that he transferred. He got moved. The very day. The very day. Dates are important. Everything is important. The small, little, tiny details. TBD was Janice. Thank you. Let's watch it again. Unbelievable. Because it takes a bit soaking that one in. It really does.
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Before the witness comes back, I just wanted to let you know
Look at her
that
face.
last night at about 9:30, the Attorney General of Canada produced...
Watch the faces. Watch the body language. Watch it all closely and listen to the words.
to the Commission new notes of Lee Bergerman, the witness currently on the stand, that we haven't seen, therefore they haven't been disclosed. We don't know what they say. And so I just invite Ms. Ward to tell us what she knows about that.
Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Commissioners. We had collected and disclosed Assistant Commissioner Bergerman's notes up to October of 2020. As you know, she retired. We were collecting her notes after that date and took some time to track them down. We recently received them and were attempting to review them and disclose them for her evidence, and I regret that we were not able to do so. They are the notes from October 2020 to present.
From when to when? Sorry.
October 2020, I believe, to the present, or to up to her retirement.
This is the CO, the commanding officer, the #1 in Nova Scotia. You don't think her notes are important? Or fucking notes are really important. They play games with everybody's notes here. They're doing it. The ones that they have released. But then they're going to fuck with it and well, obviously, this is not news. To some, it's just a horror that they don't want to see. Who would do this? This is our money, our government, fucking 23, the families, and all Canadians. What are you doing? I don't pay you to do that.
Thank you, thank you. Ms.
Regret the situation.
Thank you.
You regret it?
Ms. Young, it strikes me that we're going to have to roll with this and finish Ms. Bergerman's testimony and see where that takes us. Of course, we when we get the notes, we will chart whatever course is necessary to make sure that whatever steps are needed will be taken at that time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You better have her ass in the hot seat, like my family said. You better have her ass back in the hot seat. You don't just drop them last minute, because that's what they're trying to do. Oh, see, it's last minute and we're done and she's gone and everything's over. So, see, can't do anything about it. Sorry. No! It's called recall. And guess what? Guess what? Somebody asked the question already. And Mr. McDonald, Judge McDonald, Judge, and I'll remind him of that. Judge, because they're aware of what I say. Judge McDonald said, we reserve the right to recall, but we can do it. Yes, we can. You better do it. You don't have new evidence surface and then leave it. No judge would do that. No lawyer would allow that. He knows that. Or he's forgotten law school. Listen to what they do afterward. The follow through, the glazing of the donut. I'm not muting. That's them.
Good morning, former Assistant Commissioner Bergerman.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for coming back. And as promised, the commissioners will have some questions for you, and we'll begin with Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess you're going by Ms. Bergerman.
I don't know if she's
now.
divorced.
That's fine.
I noticed that yesterday too. I don't know if she's divorced now or not. And frankly, I was talking to somebody last night about this. I feel if at all that video April 28th caused anything to do with her divorce, I feel horrible. Horrible. I really do. Like, it makes me feel really bad. It had to come out, but obviously the truth has to come out. But if I in any way contributed to that, I feel horrible. It's not what I do, is break up homes and wreck people's lives. I just want the truth.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The retired assistant commissioner handles a bit long.
Well, thank you very much for your contributions thus far in the proceedings. Yesterday was a long day, and as is our custom, we tend to follow up with questions of our own. Some of these are looking back, so some questions that we'd like clarification on, and obviously forward-looking as well. Even though you're retired, based on your experience, would be interested in hearing any further recommendations or suggestions that you may have that you haven't already covered in your testimony or in your previous interview with the commission. Yesterday, when you started your sharing with us, and you talked about the number of changes that have happened in the RCMP over your 36-year tenure, and you made the comment that especially for women, and I'd like you to expand on that.
I'll just leave it at that. No questions of Lori Ward? None. Zip. She regrets it. She just found that under her bed. All these notes that are still missing, all these documents that are still missing. She just happened to, DOJ just happened to come across the CO, the commanding officer's notes a year after she's retired, 2 years into this process. Over, really? The number one person in there who's responsible for everything? Maybe you just happen to find that. Now, the last day of her testimony. And then you're going to drop it, and the lawyers don't have time to read it. They don't know what the fuck's going on. And, go on. Sorry about that. Sorry. I regret it. Oops. Let's move along and talk about women's issues. Women's stuff, bring that one in, because it's very important to keep pushing something that they've even unsubstantiated. Keep sowing seeds, subconsciously. Keep piping it in people's heads. Don't ask Lee about why her notes are were missing. When did she turn them over? Don't ask Lori any questions about how did that come about. You can be nice and be like, how did that happen? Seems very strange that you seem to find the notes now. It seems very strange that I can find other opportunities here or other cases that I can document, which can be and have been. And I've certainly talked about a few where you just happen to find the notes. Ooh, sorry. You've pissed off a Supreme Court justice for the Atlantic region of Canada. Justice Cromwell is not happy with the Department of Justice. As best I can read, I'm pretty certain that I'm reading that one correctly. Justice Cromwell, who is let me just double check that, because there's players in the background that are seldom spoken about.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Commission Counsel Director. He heads all the legal stuff. He's a champion of the Order of Canada. There is one award in this country that is the highest. They give it out now, sadly, like water. But there's 3 levels within that. Champion is the top of the top. I'm not too sure about his background other than, what I've read a little bit about, but He's definitely not happy with the DOJ. Yuck. Yuck. Cognitive dissonance, I think, is going on for a lot of people where they're just like, I don't want to see this horror. I really don't. Like this is these are my employees. These are the people that I protect, that are I pay to safeguard my community, my family, me. What? You've wasted a lot of money. A lot of money. Your grandkids' money to hurt 23, the families of 23, and all Canadians in this process. That's a hard pill to swallow, but it's true. But it's true. You have liars.
Welcome back.
People.
The proceedings are again in session.
One moment.
Ms. Young?
Commission Counsel calls Brenda Lucki, the Commissioner of the RCMP.
Better ask the questions about Quintet. Wellness. The phone call on the 28th. How it was the top priority.
Do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Ms. Young?
Good morning, Commissioner Lucki.
Good morning.
You're Commissioner of the RCMP,
Yes, I am.
and you have been since 2018.
Yes,
How long have you been with the RCMP?
since 1986.
I have already interviewed you for a full day, so I'm not going to go over the same ground again. I would like to make the transcript of your interview an exhibit. It's Comm 0062475, and that interview took place on August 4th, 2022.
That's Exhibit 4221.
Oh, look at her face.
Just to give people an idea of what we've already talked about, we discussed about a dozen topics, including your background, what you were doing during the mass casualty events on April 18th and 19th, 2020, and its immediate aftermath, the information flow from H Division to the RCMP National Headquarters in Ottawa, communications during and after the events, the issues management team at H Division, the draft request for an after-action review of the critical incident, the NOISP review, the treatment of victims' families, post-event resourcing and supports for members, aspects of RCMP member training, the structure of policing, H Division leadership issues, and we talked about some of the evidence you gave at past inquiries. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Today, I'm going to ask you about RCMP culture, after-action reports or reviews or the lack thereof, H Division leadership issues, and the role of communications in the RCMP. Starting with RCMP culture, I'd like you to help us understand how change gets implemented at the RCMP. So, for example, when the commissioners of this inquiry make their recommendations, what happens at RCMP National Headquarters?
Well, thank you. That's a great question because obviously there's been a lot of change. When I became commissioner in 2018, we brought in what we call Vision 150 and then Vision 150 and beyond. And so you can bring in all types of initiative, but there has to be a foundation piece before that. So for example, building trust amongst the employees of the RCMP and leading change. So often if it's something that is not something completely familiar with somebody, it's always best to explain why you're doing the change or why it's important. And sometimes what's the risk of not changing? So that's part of change management.
But it's also about, the only things that get done, I believe, are the things that get measured. So it's really important to have tracking mechanisms. So if you look at Vision 150, for example, you can go on our website. We track all the initiatives, provide timelines, milestones, and as important as how things are moving along is why they aren't moving along. So having people regularly report up and explain why, what's the barrier to implementing this? Is it a question of money, resources? You don't have the proper technology. So it's really important to ensure that it is always brought forward in a regular sort of rhythm. And I think I use Vision 150 because that is our 4 pillars of change. It's our people, our culture, our stewardship, and our policing services. And underneath all 4 of those pillars are all the various ways that we can be a more modern organization and improve our relationships with Indigenous people, make ourselves a more modern policing agency. And so that's a lot of change, and it can't be from the top down. It also has to be from the bottom up and have people buy into that organizational change. And I'm actually quite proud of the employees of the RCMP and how they've been very, very receptive to all the different things that we've been doing in the Vision 150 and beyond.
So when external recommendations come in, who's in charge of absorbing them and figuring out whether and how to implement them?
Well, with external recommendations, the first thing we do is we scrub down the recommendations and try to theme them up and see where they are most prevalent. So is it mostly operational? Is it mostly on the human resources side? And the reason why I say that is because we try to pick a lead that is most appropriate to the actions we're trying to accomplish. Sometimes it covers multiple business lines, but if it's the majority is on human resources, we may pick the chief human resource officer, or if it's operational, we'd pick the deputy in charge of contract and Indigenous policing. We take that, we lay out all the recommendations in a tracking document. We provide a lead. We divide them into short-term, long-term, medium-term, and start mapping out actions. And so each lead is responsible for that. Since I got in the chair, one of the things that we've really been focusing on is transparency and accountability, outward facing. So many of the things that we've been doing since I became commissioner have been put on our outside website. So for instance, all of our intervention actions are put on our website. All the actions of different various reports, the recommendations are put on the website with a tracking document so the public can see how we are faring in implementing recommendations. Again, with that comes regular reporting. And if people miss a diary date or a date that they've set out to do something, we need to know why. Because I find sometimes when you get a report, there's all this energy in the first 3 to 5 months, 6 months, and then it sort of fizzles off. So if you don't keep up with the regular reporting and the tracking and letting the public see what you're doing so that they are in fact helping us be accountable.
Is that your intention with this commission inquiry?
Absolutely.
And when you say we will decide who to lead, do you mean you, or is it a group of people?
No, I'm a very collaborative type leader. And so my senior executive committee, we meet up to 3 times a week. And there is I always like to speak with people who are impacted by decisions that we make, whether it's internal or external, and try to get a sense, because there's so much going on in the RCMP with 32,000 employees and 750 locations. I can't have my finger on the pulse. And so I rely on my team, and I rely on our senior management team, which is all the commanding officers as well.
Leaving aside recommendations that would require legislative change, so that would require Parliament, if it's something that's not of that nature, but perhaps more of a policy or implementation nature, can the RCMP decide on its own what to do and what to implement, or does there have to be government or political approval?
Well, each and every initiative, we would have sort of an action plan. So if it was legislative, obviously we don't control for legislation, but we can also be the subject matter experts in helping to initiate legislation. So that might be our role. If it requires funding, for example, something or a certain technology, well, then that would be in the action plan and it might take longer. There might, in fact, be some recommendations. If we're not working with the commission on the recommendations, there might in fact be recommendations, and that is that we can't implement. And so I found that in previous reports where sometimes it's too prescriptive or too granular, and it makes it difficult sometimes for us to implement those recommendations.
So you've been involved in this process before?
Excuse me?
You've been involved in this process before of implementing recommendations?
For example, when I became commissioner shortly after, we had the Bastarash report, and there was an example I can give out of that is there was a recommendation on having daycares in every detachment, for example. It was a little too granular because first and foremost, for liability reasons, I don't think we would have children in our detachments at a daycare. But if you bring it up 1 or 2 levels and talk about providing support for shift workers, then daycare might be but one of those solutions. Care for the elderly if people are dealing with that situation, different aspects of what happens when you're a shift worker. And looking at it at a higher level gives us more flexibility to provide that support and implement the recommendation.
You mean if the recommendations are pitched at a higher level rather than getting into detail about how the objectives should be reached?
Yeah, a very good point. Sometimes it's great to know what you're trying to accomplish, but if we can decide how to do that, we usually get better results.
You said if you're not working with a commission, what do you mean by that?
It's absolutely important that the commission is completely independent, but we are not immune to reviews. We've had a lot of reviews and we have a lot of review bodies. And often when a review body is going to take on some form of review, they will come to us and we'll speak about the scope and have that discussion. Ultimately, the review body, it's their decision on the scope, but consulting often helps narrow down what they're trying to accomplish. When they get to recommendations, it's important. We have a lot of our review bodies who give us a draft of their recommendations and we can weigh in. It doesn't mean that we're going to change anybody's mind. It's just to provide context and say, you know what, maybe if you did this, it would give us more flexibility to accomplish more tasks or to better approach that if it's not so prescriptive.
What factors other than the recommendations themselves does the RCMP need to take into account when going through the implementation process?
Well, obviously finances, resourcing. We will stand up a team when we have major reports. So we have to, obviously we don't have financing or additional resources sitting there waiting to do these types of work. And it is very intensive, especially in the first 6 months to a year when you're trying to set the road to success. So it might be legislative. It might be contrary to legislation. It might be contrary to some operational policy. It doesn't mean that it's not still doable or implementable. There just might be more steps, or there may be an explanation as to why we can't implement it in the way that it's suggested. However, we can do this. I always say, and it's been my sort of mantra for several years of my career, is never start the conversation with no. Like, let's try to see how we can do something. And I think these recommendations and the implementation, it's a non-negotiable for us.
Have you thought about how this process is going to work with this inquiry?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't gotten into any details because we want to see, like I said, scrub them down, theme them up, and see who's the best to lead. Of course, we know that some of the recommendations we've already worked on, because anything that may affect the safety of Canadians and the safety of the first responders, keeping Canadians safe, we can't wait till we have recommendations from the Commission. So, for example, the Alert Ready. That was a huge issue. So, of course, Nova Scotia has worked with their provincial counterparts. They've created policy on that. We've taken it one step further, and we obviously share everything with all the other commanding officers. And there's a lot of police agencies outside the RCMP who are wanting information as well. because it's one of those non-negotiables. We can't wait for the recommendations. So we've created national policy, and now we're looking at training and awareness. Each province right now has their own system, and there will be a review to see if there's a possibility of a national system, because we're a decentralized organization and people move from province to province, the more we can not standardize, but speak with one voice, excuse me, the more we can make things standard from one place to another, the easier it is for the frontline personnel to know what to do when they move from Nova Scotia to New Brunswick. They're not learning a whole new system. So the more we can keep things similar, they might not be identical, but I have another mantra that says one voice with flexibility, and we need to speak with that one voice, but we have to have the flexibility, because what we can do in Lower Mainland BC cannot be done in Prince Edward Island or Northwest Territories.
Yes, and we were talking to retired Assistant Commissioner Bergerman yesterday about whether any implementation could happen directly at the divisional level. And so her perspective was, yes, that that commanding officer could act on some recommended changes without waiting for approval from national headquarters. And if it was a question of resources, could go directly to the province to fund those initiatives. Do you agree with that, or would you want divisions to wait until national headquarters decided whether or how to implement recommendations?
Anything that would affect the safety of Canadians or the people responding, we can't wait. We can't wait and say, oh, we have another incident and we sat back and did nothing. These things that are tactical and have a high risk, we need to deal with. Other things we can wait. And I don't completely agree that it's up to the division to be implementing everything. I think it's a combination, because some things have national implications. And even if the division may not think it's national, we want, again, if something has been identified in Nova Scotia that is so important that it's a recommendation in Nova Scotia, it is probably something that across the country, in the RCMP, for example, we should look at, but go one step further and talk about it with other police agencies. Since I became commissioner, I created what I call the Chiefs of Police Roundtable. We talk about a lot of different commonalities and issues. And of course, people are interested in what we do, because often we have resources to do a bit more research or to implement things. So an example is, we're in the midst of implementing body-worn cameras. In our procurement process, we are creating an avenue for all police agencies to use our contract. Why? Because a policing agency of 10 or 20 or 50 may not be able to afford the research and all the policy and the training that goes along with implementation. So we like to share that. It doesn't mean they have to use it, but at least they have the option.
Who are the members of that organization?
There's 1 to 2 representatives from each province and territory, and it's policing chiefs. It's chiefs of various police agencies representing big municipalities, small Indigenous police agencies, and medium size across from coast to coast to coast.
Is that a voluntary body focused on policymaking?
It's focused on issues such as systemic racism was one of the issues, which led into crisis intervention and de-escalation. Our first goal was to create the first ever one model across the entire country of all police agencies of crisis intervention and de-escalation, where right now we've created a task force. They're in the consultation phase with the communities most affected by our intervention. There is there's a real appetite to be speaking with the same voice more than ever, and having a strong voice in policing. We're very fortunate in Canada. There's 194 police agencies as opposed to 18,000 in the United States. So we have the ability to speak more with one voice. And I don't think years ago there was much of an appetite for that. Everybody was kind of going their own way, but they realized that there's strength in numbers of doing things together. So we have a task force on de-escalation and crisis intervention. We have one on calls to mental wellness, external facing. And the third one we just created was hate crimes.
The idea of different police forces speaking with one voice is not always well received by other chiefs of police. For example, in Nova Scotia, the perception of some municipal chiefs of police was the RCMP just wanted that one voice to be the voice of the RCMP. So how do you deal with that?
I agree with you. When I first got in the chair, I kept hearing the expression, the big red machine. And I went, honestly, that's not who we are. That's not who we want to be. And we're better together. And so I say relationships have to be built every single day, just like trust. You don't gain it and then put a check mark and say, okay, we're done. You really need to focus on that relationship and build it during good times. And then when things are not so good, it happens because you've built the relationship beforehand. I think we often take relationships for granted and think, yeah, we've built it, it's all good. But people change, ideas change, pressures change. If you're competing for the same dollars within a province, it's sometimes difficult because you say to yourself, you know what, maybe we're looking as if we're trying to take control instead of actually trying to assist. And so it's important that you build that relationship of trust and credibility before you start trying to have conversations about policing standards or having conversations about how we can work better together.
In your experience, can the culture of the RCMP be a barrier to accepting recommendations for change?
Anything can be a barrier, absolutely. But in my experience, since I've been commissioner, I've never seen such a great willingness for people to change. Our generations thrive on change. And especially when it comes to anything, training, tactical, equipment, uniform, anything that can make them respond better or more efficiently or more effectively, they're on it. Like you don't even have to manage that change. They're just begging for more and more. But when you're looking at things that aren't operational, like culture change, and looking at things when you talk about systemic racism or systemic barriers, sometimes it's harder. And that's when I refer to, talking about why it's important. What's the risk of doing it and what's the risk of not doing it, and having people buy into it. You have to make sure that people buy into it, because otherwise it's really a waste of time. And so ideas have to come from the bottom up. You can't just say to yourself, I'm the commissioner of the RCMP and my senior executive committee we're right and this is what we're going to do, because the old expression, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So how do they become part of the solution, part of the ideas? And we've seen it with Vision 150 and the buy-in and the excitement around that. And we've really been able to push the envelope and move the yardstick quite a bit in those initiatives.
Have you seen that mentality change over the years since 1986?
Sorry, change?
Have you seen the approach to change since 1986?
Oh my goodness, yes. 1986, yikes. It's interesting, when I was a commanding officer, and I would go to Ottawa and see the big table. And I remember it was very rank conscious, and it was on one side of the table was all the people from Ottawa, and on the other side of the table were all, there was only 2 female COs, and we were all on one side of the table, and the lower your rank, the further you were from the center. It was very rank conscious. And I remember, and I was not thinking of being the commissioner at this point, but I said, if I was ever commissioner, I would never have this table. I hate this table. I hate what this table represents. And so when I got there, I had the opportunity, I remember bringing up something at that table and getting shut down. And I said, that is not conducive to creativity, innovation, hearing people's points of view. So it was really important to me when I got in the chair to create a table where people could speak honestly and forthright, be respectful, challenge the commissioner, challenge the senior executive committee, challenge the commanding officers, and be able to speak freely. And we can do it in breakout sessions. We can do it together in groups. We're at round tables. People are mixed and matched. Rank, there is no rank in that table. And I'm really proud of that. And when I got to the table, first of all, when I first joined the RCMP, every single senior executive was a white male and was a police officer. Now my senior executive committee is a mix of civilians and regular members. There's males and there's more females actually. We have diversity in experience, diversity in color, we have diversity in gender. And our commanding officers, when I came in as commissioner, there was 2 commanding officers that were female. At one point, we were over 50% female. We're a little bit below 50% because of some of the changes. And I'm so proud of that because it just lends so many different lenses to everything. And we do really work on using the gender-based analysis plus on everything we do, including equipment. So when we're in the midst of evergreening our firearm, do we need a 10-pound trigger pull on a firearm? Does that eliminate small statured people? How can we be more inclusive? So everything's about being more inclusive, more diverse, and more accountable.
When thinking about change, does the possibility of litigation or the reality of litigation impact how the RCMP reviews itself and how it communicates to the public?
It's definitely a consideration of one of many because we have to think of the risks and we have to think of the benefits. So sometimes a risk of litigation, that would maybe change us to go to our legal services and say, okay, this is what we're doing. What's the risks? Because we're not the experts in that. We have people smarter than us in legal services who will do all that. And they would outline the risks. And then it's up to us as decision makers to say, can we mitigate these risks? And then make the decision. If something is not mitigatable, then maybe we have to change the course, slightly alter it. But it doesn't mean that we, again, start with no. I think it's just being more open to trying to make change, and you don't want to be holding yourself liable every time you make change because you couldn't sustain yourself as an organization if you were making change and getting sued every time you made a change. So it is definitely part of our decision making.
I'm going to turn to the mass casualty events and the various after action reports and reviews that have been discussed, but as far as we know, none completed. We did talk about this a bit in your witness interview, and again, the transcript number is at Comm 62475, and that was at pages 59 to 63, just for people's reference. You did say you weren't too familiar with all the details, so I'm not going to ask you questions at that level, but we did go through yesterday with retired Assistant Commissioner Bergerman several reports and reviews of portions of the police response that were considered with respect to the mass casualty events. So I counted up 8. So there's the concept of an after action report of the mass casualty event, which wasn't done by the division. Secondly, there was the NOISIP review, and that was the investigative file assessment, which was started at the national level but suspended due to criminal charges. Third, there was a draft request for an independent review of the critical incident response, which was put forward by Superintendent John Robbins, Superintendent Campbell, and Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, but appears to have been informally declined by Contract and Indigenous Policing. Then there was an IRT after action report, which the authors say was more or less finalized, but it's in draft in the sense that it doesn't appear to have been signed off on or approved. There's an EMERT draft report, so Emergency Medical Response Team. And then there was some sort of informal review done by email by Superintendent Demopoulos of the Issues Management Team. He sent emails for feedback with apparently very little response. So those are 6 internal ones. And then there was the ESDC, Employment and Social Development Canada investigation, because there was a workplace occupational injury or death at a federally regulated workplace. So that's ongoing. Then there's the Hoyt, Hazardous Occurrence Investigating Team investigation, which is a Canada Labor Code investigation. So those first 6 are internal to the RCMP. The last 2 are mandated by statute and are external. None of them were finished. So just looking at the first 6, on the first one, an after action report, Deputy Commissioner Brennan said in his interview that there's a policy requiring that, but we haven't seen that policy, I don't believe. Are you aware of such a policy existing?
Vaguely, not intimately.
And do you know what it requires?
Not intimately. I think it has to do with doing a review and then it translates itself into some tabletop exercises, I believe, but I'm not completely familiar with it.
Ms. Bergerman was saying this morning that she was aware of it, but that she did not order one. She agreed with Deputy Commissioner Brennan that it would be a divisional responsibility, but she was just too worried about getting enough resources to keep things going at H division. So in that scenario, would it make sense for the CO to appeal for help at the national level with an after action review?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what happened, when I look at this, because when you asked me the question at the interview, of course, I did a bit more digging in all of this because I was surprised at all the different reviews internally. When right after the incident, within days, there was already a talk about an inquiry. We already knew that there would be an ESDC report looking at the Canadian Labour Code. We knew there was going to be a Hoyt review. These are pretty standard. We normally often do a critical incident review, but sometimes when there's a bunch of different things happening, sometimes we will wait. The critical incident review, for example, or an after action can sometimes be done at any time. There's no prescribed time. And sometimes we look at the whole picture to see what is going on and do we want to re-interview people multiple times, or do we want to take everything and deconflict it at the end and find out where the gaps are. And I've, for instance, I know with the IRT and the EMERT report, both were completed actually, but they weren't, all the recommendations are not completed. So they've come to their conclusions. There's recommendations, I think it's like half a dozen or so or more for each report. Some of the recommendations have been completed in those, and they were on specific activities, obviously, the emergency response team and the emergency medical response team. And there's also been, like, for example, OCC, excuse me, the Operational Communication Center has done some reviews on interoperability between radio systems, encryption and unencrypted radio systems. They've done some things on a scrub down of their entire system to see if their standard operating procedures fit in the context of what happened. So there has been these little one-off reviews on units, but an after action or a critical incident, the decision I know specifically with the critical incident report was made to wait till many of these others reviews were done and see where the gaps are, and then decide if there were in fact gaps in our reviews and decide what to review at that point.
Do you know whose decision it was not to proceed with the critical incident review?
It was brought forward by the division, and it was brought into the contract and Indigenous policing deputy, not even at his level, it was brought to the assistant commissioner level and the critical incident program. And they looked at it, and what they do is they look at it and say, okay, what are we trying to accomplish here? Is there anything else that will accomplish this or anything else that will affect this? And they felt between the ESDC, the Hoyt, the inquiry, and some of the smaller reviews they were doing, that they would wait and hold it in abeyance. It doesn't mean that it's not going to get done, but at the end of the day, if everything has been reviewed and there's zero gaps, which I'm not sure would happen, but if there were zero gaps in the in all the different reviews, then we would have to look at what wasn't reviewed and make sure that was covered.
The draft request for the critical incident review from March of 2021 was emailed to Jamie Salem, who I gather is just retired. So would it have, but Commissioner, Ms. Bergerman thought it was Dennis Daly's decision to refuse that review. When you say they, do you know, was there a particular person whose decision it was?
Well, it would have, first of all, Jamie Salem was in charge of the critical incident program. She would have reviewed it. Her boss is Dennis Daly. He would in fact review it. And he may have even had a discussion with Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan. Because again, people don't want to just automatically say no. They want to make sure that at the end of the day, we're accomplishing what we're setting out to accomplish. And maybe it's not a no, it's just maybe a not now. And let's hold it off until we see what happens. And so ultimately, I believe it would have been Dennis Daly, but may in fact have been Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan. I don't
So it
intimately
was
know.
under their responsibility.
Yeah, it was in that business line of contract and Indigenous policing.
Likely with some consultation between them, it sounds like. And the request wasn't signed formally by the division, and so it wasn't formally declined. Is that usual that that they would be given an informal no, so kind of not bother sending in the formal request or decide not to?
I'm not sure what the usual event is or the order of affairs. I'm not familiar. And the only thing I keep thinking when people ask me in regards to this event, there was nothing usual about this event. So I don't know if bringing it forward was usual or not. I know that obviously capacity within the division was an issue, but that's not why we wouldn't review something, because it's about us providing them the capacity if they need to. And often in the case, you don't want the division reviewing themselves anyways. So maybe it was a question of, let's not re-interview a lot of people that will be interviewed during the inquiry, during the ESDC and the Hoyt. Let's wait and see. And sometimes you can actually do a document review if everything has been covered. I'm not saying whether this would be the case or not, but it is a possibility.
But it doesn't, it is certainly an unusual scale of event, but it doesn't sound like anyone sat down and said, okay, here's all the different ways we could sit down and think about what went right, what went wrong. Let's decide which one we're doing and who's doing it. Like, are we doing something at the national level? Are we doing something at the divisional level? And sort of rationalize the approach to after action reports or reviews. That didn't happen as far as you're aware, did it?
Well, I do know that certain events, like for example, when they talk about the Alert Ready, they did, fulsome reviews, looked at, they needed policy, looked at working with the province, figuring out how that translates itself on the ground operationally. And since then, I know there's been almost a dozen incidents within just the province of Nova Scotia, for example, where that's been used. So that in itself was a review. It wasn't a full after action review from A to Z. It only covered the Alert Ready. And I think what they did was they gleaned out some of the things that were high risk and saying we need to review these first because we can't wait. So instead of doing a full A to Z review, pulling out things that may have been high risk is how I understood it.
You did sign a briefing note advising the Minister of Public Safety that there was a NOISIP review underway. That was of the investigation after the moment that the critical incident ended. And I believe it's already an exhibit. Can we see Comm 0043946, just to refresh your memory?
That's exhibit 4173.
So it says, issue to provide you with an update regarding the status of ongoing investigations into multiple homicides. If you can just scroll down to the bottom so that you can see.
Okay,
So that's signed by you, dated December 4th, 2020, which is the date that criminal charges were laid in this matter.
Yeah, it's from what I understood on the noise review is, first of all, it's about the investigation. And as soon as the investigation was brought into play and the charges were laid, at the first instance, they had intended to bring people from outside the division and start doing a review. But what happened was with the COVID restrictions and with the capacity in some of the divisions, because there's specific experts in this field that do these reviews, they weren't able to get people in the ground. And then all of a sudden charges were being laid. So as soon as that happens, the noise review is held in abeyance. And so again, after our interview, I followed up on it and found out, obviously, because in July, the charges were dealt with in court, and we usually wait on the noise review to have everything dealt with in court. So now it has been dealt with in court. So I inquired as to what we were doing, and it's being reinvigorated, and a full major case management review will be done.
So it will be reactivated?
Yes.
Okay, and just to point out, could we scroll up a bit, please, Madam Registrar? So if you can stop there. I guess go up again. Down again, please. I think it's under strategic considerations.
Yeah, that was the intention. Obviously, in the first paragraph is to send people down there. And then, if any, and then following the charges in December, they're going to reevaluate certain areas that no longer,
Yeah, so at that point, you were advising the minister that the review is ongoing. We did see another situation report from January 2021 to say it had been suspended due to the criminal charges, although it doesn't seem to be mentioned in this document. So
it's kind of ironic that it would say that we were, it was ongoing when charges have been laid, because usually
Yes.
once charges are laid, we usually put that in abeyance. So it must have been just a question of fluke timing or something.
Okay. And one thing was, we saw the mandate letter for this review yesterday from August of 2020, and it was sent to the head of the MCU at H Division, not copied to then CO Bergerman, and she testified that even as of yesterday, she didn't know that there had been a NOISIP review begun. Did that surprise you?
Well, it would, unless people assume that she would know, and we know what happens when you assume. So it was, I'm surprised that they didn't brief her on it and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, because you obviously want your commanding officer to have, they might not, as per myself, you don't know things intimately, but you're aware that they exist. And if it comes to wanting to know more information, you at least know it exists, and you can request. You can also request, updates. But if you don't know it exists, it's pretty hard to do that. So I was fairly surprised.
So you would have expected her officers to brief her on that review happening, right?
I would assume, or at least, the criminal operations officer would be the one who would be overseeing that, because they see everything operational. And often there's a lot of things going on in a division, so not everything gets briefed up to the commanding officer, of every single thing that happens, but anything of importance. And I would say that this probably reaches that threshold, that they would probably want to advise her that it was in progress.
And DC Brennan indicated in his commission interview, and that transcript is Comm 63046, at around page 80, he talked about this NOISIP review potentially starting up again, and he said that national headquarters would engage H Division. So you would expect that perhaps this time they'd make sure that everyone at H Division actually knew the review is starting up again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Next, I'm going to ask you about leadership issues in H Division. We did touch on it before somewhat, and we talked about a little bit about the wellness assessment summary report, which was from September of 2021. I don't think we need to see it this moment, but it's Comm 62465. You recall that I did show it to you on screen during your interview, and that was the first time you had actually seen the document, is that right? No, you had seen it before.
The wellness review?
Yes.
No, I saw the wellness review in June, just a few days prior to coming to Nova Scotia for Constable Heidi's.
That was 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Would you have expected to have seen it sooner, given that it was completed in September of 2021?
Yeah, I was quite surprised. It didn't, I didn't think about it during that time. And it wasn't until I was going to Nova Scotia and I was having a town hall with the officers. And one of the potential questions was, can we have an update on the wellness review? And all of a sudden, I was like, oh my goodness, I hadn't even thought of the wellness review. It had fallen off my radar. And so when I went to find out, I knew that I was at that time advised that, yeah, it was still on the radar, that the report had been finished in September 2021, I believe. I had not gotten a copy of the report, so I quickly reviewed it before going to H Division. I had, I told them that we were going to give them more information going forward, and that there was some work to be done.
When you say you went to find out, who did you go to find out from?
It was with both if the activity was being sort of co-run by primarily the Chief Human Resource Officer as well as the Deputy Commissioner Brennan were co-facilitating the process, if you want to say.
Why were you going to Nova Scotia in June of 2022 or July?
Yeah, I was going for Constable Heidi Stevenson's memorial. And at the same time, usually when I travel anywhere to any of the divisions, I try to have town halls with different groups and visit different detachments if I can.
So what we talked about, the document that the commission has is a summary report. Have you ever seen the full report?
Yes,
So that does exist.
yes.
And the summary we saw summarized feedback from each division officers to the effect that dysfunctional relationships with provincial and municipal partners had been allowed to continue for years. Were you aware of that dynamic prior to reading the report?
I wasn't intimately knowing about that from before the mass casualty, but in recent months, I received a letter from the president of the Nova Scotia Association of Chiefs of Police talking about changing the status of the RCMP in that organization. And that's when obviously, when I got the letter, I dug deeper and said, what's going on here? Why is this happening? And I knew, obviously, I don't follow the media intimately, but I knew that there was some strain in some of the events at the mass casualty event between some of the police agencies. So I wasn't oblivious to the fact that there were some strains in the relationship. I didn't know to what extent, but when I received the letter and replied back, that's when I received more information.
And I should note that the commission has subpoenaed the full quintet report. Ms. Bergerman yesterday appeared to disagree that
Sorry.
relations. Oh, microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. I just thought it would be a good time to clarify that the report that was provided to the commission is the only report. There is no other version. I know it's called a summary report, but there's no longer version of that report. It is just the one report.
Ms. McPhee is giving evidence that's contradicting the evidence the witness is giving on the stand. So
I've only seen one report.
Oh, okay.
I know we did provide, when I say summary, the officers in the division were given an email that provided a summary of the themes, but those themes were gleaned out of the report. There was no short version or executive summary report. It was all just one report. Sorry for the
Can we
confusion.
see the document, please, Madam Registrar?
Yes, we'll get that clarified to make sure.
(62456). So it says on the title page, summary report, wellness assessment. And that is the document that I was talking to you about in your interview.
Yeah, and there is no other documents in regards to this wellness assessment. This is the one and only document that we got from the company.
So I'd understood you to say a moment before Ms. McPhee said this was the only document, that there was also a full report that you have seen.
No, I think when you referred to the full report, I was talking about the unredacted version. I saw it unredacted, and then obviously I saw it redacted.
Can we just scroll down a little bit, please, Madam Registrar? Keep going. And scroll down some more, please. Maybe just slowly. So here we have on page 4, the counter sections. I believe this is, if you can just scroll up a bit to see the heading on this section. This is key elements of the statement of work. So this has ellipses between paragraphs, so they're excerpts. So that appears to be not the complete statement of work. Have you seen the full statement of work?
I believe I have, but I didn't read it intimately. But there is, when we were going through it's one part of the procurement process, is a statement of work.
Okay, and the commission has also subpoenaed that document, the statement of work. So Ms. Bergerman's perspective that she said yesterday was that relations between the RCMP and municipal partners in Nova Scotia were not really that bad before the events, but that they deteriorated after the mass casualty once the RCMP started being subject to public criticism. Are you aware of any change in dynamics between H Division leadership and its provincial and municipal partners before and after the events?
Not before, only from what the media was reporting afterwards, or what was, what was coming out of the, the different reactions to the operational response.
The report that we've seen cited significant morale issues within the ranks of H Division officers. Is that something you would have liked to know about at the time the report was completed in September of 2021?
I was made privy. I got periodic briefings on what was happening in H Division and when they decided to do the wellness review. So I didn't get like full intimate things of what was going on, but Deputy Commissioner Brennan had had spoken to a few employees, was going down to H Division to do more fact finding. And then as a result, like anything, we try to get things dealt with at the lowest level. And I believe he had tasked the commanding officer and the crops officer to do some work in improving the situation. And then as a result, he did come to the senior executive committee and say, okay, the issues are still there. And the CHRO at the time, who's since retired, had dealings with doing a wellness report with that particular company and said, there is possibilities if you want to do an independent review to get to the bottom of all the issues, you could do this. And then he brought that idea forth to the senior executive committee, and he had decided that he was going to do such a report. I think we discussed it slightly, like just on the peripheral. And he and the CHRO went into a procurement process to secure the independent company to do the review. So there was the procurement process, the terms of reference, the statement of work. And then, of course, I believe they did 20 plus interviews as part of their review, 25 or 30.
You know how this particular firm was selected, Quintet?
I think they had a standing offer. So it made the procurement process easier, is what I was told, I believe.
You know that there are former RCMP people working at Quintet?
No, I had no idea.
Were you concerned when you heard that there were wellness issues in H Division leadership?
Oh, I'm always concerned. I wasn't surprised completely because I think what that division went through post this mass casualty, and hearing criticism about your people or your division or your organization within the province is not easy to take. And of course, giving people a confidential voice to allow themselves to speak freely about any of the issues. I think a lot of things come out as a result of it, and not undermining anything that was said. We just have to go through that, scrub it down, and figure out what the issues are, what the root causes are, if you want to be solution-based. So it's all about, even though somebody might have said something that they believed, I'm not saying it's not true. It's just, is it an issue that needs to be dealt with, or is there a bigger issue, or is there something completely else? And trying to deconflict what everybody is saying and come up with what are the issues and how can we come to solutions.
When it occurred to you relatively recently that you hadn't seen this report and you went and asked about it, was there an explanation given to you about why it wasn't brought to your attention in a timely way?
No, there wasn't a big explanation because the person who was the keeper of the report, the previous CHRO, had since retired, and it was only the new CHRO who had been in the position for weeks, maybe not even 6 weeks, that was in the process of dealing with it. So she had no real explanation, obviously, because that was stemmed back from September 2021. Deputy Commissioner Brennan was part of that, but from what I understood, the dealing with the company, the rolling out of the Quintet contract was done on the CHRO side. And so I'm not sure why he didn't come forward, or the then CHRO. I was completely surprised. I was surprised that that it had been out for months, like 6 to 8 months, and I wasn't aware of it.
And you're aware that it was initially suggested by CO Bergerman that there were these problems and she went to DC Brennan and that's how it came about?
That's not the understanding I had in briefings with DC Brennan. I think Deputy Commissioner Brennan has quite an extensive relationship in Nova Scotia. So he knows a lot of people that are working there. And I think a few people reached out to him to voice some concerns. Then that's when he decided to go down to the division and interview some people to see the extent of the problem. And as a result of that, that's when he brought that to the attention of the commanding officer, then Lee Bergerman, and the crops officer, Chief Superintendent Leather, and sort of gave them the opportunity. Here are the issues. Let's see it, let's get a plan, let's deal with it, and deal with it at your level. And obviously that didn't, I'm assuming, of course, it didn't work, because then they got into hiring an independent company to do a full wellness review.
Once the review is done, though, wouldn't you think it would be important for the CO of H division to know the results as soon as possible so they could start implementing any recommendations?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I know that people have told me that they have been working on some of the recommendations, but honestly, the second that report is out and you scrub it down and you decide who's going to take the lead from there and theme up, again, like I said, the recommendations and start working on an action plan. It should include the division, obviously, because the wellness review is of the division.
It didn't, though. So the report was completed September of 2021. CO Bergerman didn't retire till October 2021. It was never provided to her. It was not provided to her successor. And it appears that it was only shared with H division in July of 2022.
I think part of it is, if I recall, Assistant Commissioner Bergerman had retired in 2021, I think, at the end of...
But after the report, she was there till October of 2021.
And the report came out at the end of September, so it might have just been, well, she's, her last working days are within a month, I'm guessing. And then there was no successor right away that was in the position, so it was acting commanding officer Chris Leather, who should have been made aware of it.
Well, not only that, we've heard evidence that in an interview that Chris Leather, when he was acting CO, asked for it. He asked for it in late fall of 2021 after it was completed, and it wasn't provided to him. Do you know why that was?
No, I have no idea. I just know that the intention was, when we got the report and the way that the report was written, and I'm obviously finding this out after the fact, it was written in such a way that it didn't protect the confidentiality of the many people who came forward, and many came forward because it was going to be confidential and they could speak freely. And the way it was written in certain respects wasn't respecting the confidentiality. So I don't think anybody had an intention after they read the report to say, okay, we're just going to share this freely. It needed to be either given an executive summary with the recommendations and an action plan, or it needed to be properly vetted, because it did not protect the confidentiality of the participants that was guaranteed at the onset.
What's your view of the usefulness of the report then, if it can't be shared in the way it was intended?
I think that lessons learned, when we go down this road again, if we're ever doing a wellness review, the report needs to be written in such a way that it can be shared. If there are issues that are one-off issues or something that would not protect the confidentiality, then maybe it's a separate conversation. But you can't have things that identify what people said when they're told that it's confidential. They can't be identified, because that's against the protocol that you set up in place. If you were to say, listen, you're getting interviewed and everything is going to be disclosed, well, that's the rules, then going forward. I don't know how honest of an assessment you would get in that case. And so that's why it worries me in this particular report, because the participants were provided, were told that they were going to remain confidential. I'm worried now going forward how, as an organization, how we would ever do any more wellness reports, because if it was me, I don't think I would ever participate in one, only because if it's totally disclosed to the public and it discloses some of the participants' comments that can be identifiable to the participant. That worries me. I think for the commission's use, I truly believe that the commission should have access to it, having access, but I don't know how it should be. Maybe they can translate what is in that report into things that will protect the confidentiality of the participants and use it in a very closed type setting. That's just my feelings.
So in terms of the report having any utility for change in H division, you're saying, given the way it was written, ideally the key points would have been taken out with an action plan sent to H division. Did that ever happen to your knowledge?
No, only recently, because when I was going to H division, then of course I found out that the report had been completed. I also was told that there was some small email in December and then in January talking about the report in general and some themes, and that they were going to work through it and come to some actions. I only learned this recently. When I spoke to the officers in E division, I committed to them getting minimally a summary and getting a list of each and every recommendation, and that if an action plan was not created, that an action plan would be created and shared with the participants. So all of that has happened, but only recently.
July of 2022?
Yes, yeah.
So you don't really know why national headquarters didn't act on it sooner?
I just think someone dropped the ball or it fell through the cracks amongst 100 other things. I'm not even sure. Like it's really unfortunate because I sort of feel if participants take the time to come forward and be interviewed, then they have a right to know what's going to happen. And how are you going to fix something if you don't, follow through? And it's closing that loop. And that's why I think because I'm such a stickler about compliance and closing the loop, I wasn't happy with the fact that I know that there are some things, though, I will say, that have been worked on unofficially, like not through a tracking document, but I know that the CHRO has been working, previous CHRO is working through some of the things. But again, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, that just sort of falls against that. So we do need, that needed to be done better.
That was almost a year where the dysfunction and problems with retention were allowed to continue, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Bergerman said a number of her officers complained to her after the events about feeling burnout and wanting to start charting their course to retirement and so on. Did you ever consider whether the demands of reporting up to national headquarters and aligning public messaging with national headquarters was itself a stressor on the senior leadership at H division?
Well, in a general sense, in any of our major events, there always is sort of a spike in attrition. Some people just reevaluate their life and say, you know what, I'm at the retirement age, or I'm gonna, this is too stressful, sort of do a self-evaluation. So that's not unusual. To say that it's attributable to the headquarters and divisional relationship, I don't think for the majority of the people, they're thinking in those terms. I think they're thinking about the effect of what happened and the negative narrative that resulted, and Canadians losing trust in their local RCMP, which up to then they had a fairly good relationship with the citizens of Nova Scotia. So post-event, it's really hard to listen to that, and it's really hard to take that, because as a manager, I know when I was a district officer and I'd hear criticism, I would know that the majority of my people are out there doing a great job, connecting with the community, working hard, solving crime, stopping crime. But then things happen, and you don't want that to be a defining moment. You don't want that to be a turning point, and that's sort of what happened. And I think it was a hard pill to swallow for the managers, because they take it in internally. And I honestly wouldn't expect anything differently, because I think as commissioner, and I'm far removed directly in this situation. And when I saw the narrative in the news, and I see some of the narrative or some of the, the theories that are out there, it's hard to take. I'm not a person who watches the news, but I hear enough of it that I couldn't imagine day in and day out listening to that. If that does not have a negative effect on you, and if that doesn't want to make you want to retire, if you're at that age where you can, it's hard. And my hat's off to the people who have, worked through it and, come on the other end of that. I don't know, it's not an easy task to do. It saddens me and it hurts me to see some of the effects that it had on people. I look at the senior managers. I look at Lee Bergerman. I look at Chris Leather, and I look at Darren Campbell. They were under extreme pressure all the time and carrying the weight of the division. I know what it's like because often I carry the weight of the RCMP, and it's not an easy thing to be a leader and under that criticism. And it's not just criticism on this event. We had the events of George Floyd and criticism of systemic racism in policing, not just the RCMP, in policing. And it affects our recruiting when people don't want to join your organization. And before this, we had thousands of people wanting to join our organization. That's got to take a toll on you. I know it does, because it takes a toll on me every single day. And I think, how can we do better? And we need to do better. And how can we be more modern? And I said that when I took the job, I said I would not leave any stone unturned. And I joke and I say I didn't realize I was in a gravel pit, because there's a lot of stones that you have to, modernization doesn't stop and it doesn't start. Like all of a sudden I can say, oh, today we are now modern. It doesn't work like that. Every single thing that we look at, we have to say, okay, we need to change this, but it's good enough right now because we don't have the resources to do everything. This one, it can wait another year. This one, oh my gosh, no, we got to do this one right now. So it's prioritizing things and making change. And I equate it to dieting. I did not gain weight overnight. I'm not going to lose it overnight. The second I do a quick fix, I will regain that weight. So culture change in a big organization of 32,000 people takes time. And for it to be sustainable, it has to take time, because if it's a quick fix, it will come and go. It'll be the treat of the week, the flavor of the month. I don't want to make change like that. I want things to be very strategic, very succinct, and very sustainable. So it's all about creating processes, which we will do in Nova Scotia, so that when Lee comes and goes, and now Dennis Daly's going in the chair, when Dennis Daly comes and goes, it's not going to drop because Dennis Daly had a good idea. And as soon as he leaves, oh, it's gone. No, it has to be process and protocol, policy, procedure. People have to know what you're doing. You have to communicate it. So there's a lot of work to changing a culture.
That was one thing that Chief Superintendent Leather identified as having made his job more difficult. When he came in as crops officer, there was no meeting with his predecessor. She was already gone. When he left, his successor had not been named. There was no transition planning process. So he identified that as something he mentioned it to commissioners in the context of a possible recommendation. Is that a weakness that you plan to address?
Well, I'm not so concerned about if there's a transition, because sometimes someone will leave very quickly and you might not have the benefit of the transition.
But he gives 6 months notice.
Yes.
And he was asking and asking, could his successor be named? He wants to meet with them. When he left his old position, he actually traveled back just to meet with that person for their benefit, but nobody did that for him. So it was identified as an issue.
No, and why I say I'm not as concerned, I'm more concerned with there has to be a transition process. So when I came in as commissioner, my predecessor had left. But I had a whole team that briefed me on continually for months. Like it would start off with, here's the urgent stuff. Here's, as you go on. The same thing I do with the minister. When they changed minister from Minister Blair to Mendocino, I was rebriefing. I had already briefed Minister Blair when he came in the chair. We have a briefing binder, so to speak. We make sure that we prioritize the briefings. We combine briefings. We make sure that he gets the issues. And then obviously there's one-offs. All of a sudden something comes up and you go, oh, okay, we're going to brief you on that. So there has to be a process. There has to be a transition binder. There is processes in place for when the commanding officer, there's a corporate side of the house, strategic planning, they're called, or operational strategy branch. There are different names in different divisions. They're responsible for putting together a transition binder and making sure. So if in fact they don't have the benefit of having that time with the person who came before them, there needs to be some form of process for them to get the information they need to be most effective. If we can, in the case of having, I'll give you a recent example, my professional responsibility officer, who's responsible for all conduct matters, grievances, and public complaints in the RCMP, gave enough notice, and we were able to name her replacement. So we brought the replacement in a month in advance, and there was a great transition. When that happens, when we can do that, that should absolutely happen. I agree with you. Sometimes it can't.
Do you agree that that lack of transition management can affect relationships with outside organizations? So, for example, there was a large amount of turnover in senior leadership in H Division in the 2018-2019 period. Now, again, 4 major players are gone, and if someone could be in the chair long enough to kind of give the idea of who's who in the province and stuff, would that not help with relations with other provincial and municipal partners?
Absolutely. But I have to say that, in all the time, the 4.5 years I've been commissioner, that was very unusual what happened in H Division with all the people leaving. Obviously, some of it had to do with the effects of the mass casualty. People were leaving a little earlier than their prescribed time, which there's not a set prescribed time, but we have sort of a general guideline. And having 3 of your senior leaders leave at the same time, in all my time in the 4.5 years, we've only had, a crops officer's leaving, so we replace, but the commanding officer is still there, so your corporate knowledge isn't going out the door all at once. So it was very unusual. And then there was a lot of unusual circumstances because we actually had somebody named, ready to go, and then some unusual circumstances occurred. Then we had somebody else named, and unbelievably, some very unusual circumstances occurred. And then out of I don't know if it was pure luck, we were able to secure Dennis Daly going back when he was originally slated to go. So it worked out in the end, but it was very painful, I have to say, to watch that happen. And like someone like Chris Leather is thinking, I'm only going to be here for a month or 2 because that's what usually happens. All of a sudden, those 2 months turned into many more months, and it wasn't a usual way of succession planning that we do. It was just almost like a little bit of a perfect storm that happened there. And so there's lessons to be learned. I've had discussions with our executive officer, resource developing, saying we need to be far more future leaning, looking at doing more succession planning. I hate to say it, but our staffing is not based primarily on succession planning. Sometimes it is actual hole filling, and that's unacceptable. We need to get better at succession planning and know when this person leaves, who is the potential candidates. And if somebody in that group leaves and then all of a sudden we're left with nobody, well, then we need to replenish the potential candidates. We have to get better at succession planning, yes.
I want to ask you about a particular issue that's been cited by municipal chiefs of Nova Scotia as having affected the relationship with the RCMP in 2021 and 2022, including the way it was communicated or not. And what I'm interested in knowing from you is whether it's a Nova Scotia issue or it's happening across the country. And that is the relatively new practice of tracking RCMP expenditures on specialized services used in provincial policing or in municipal areas where it doesn't act as the municipal police force. So historically, at least in Nova Scotia, we've been told that under a legacy provision of the PPSA, this cost was absorbed by the province, where, for example, the RCMP assisted with the ERT team or the FIS team or another specialized service. When Chief Superintendent Leather came in, he started the process of tracking so the RCMP could account to the provincial government why it was starting in deficit each year. And so is that a change that's happening in all provinces where the RCMP acts as a provincial police force?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that question because in 2009, when I was a district officer in Thompson, Manitoba, we actually had a tracking document for the municipal contract that we had with the city of Thompson. And quarterly, I would report specifically on every extra resource or groups of resources that they would receive attached to file numbers and the amount that it cost. We didn't recover the money, but we showed them that this is what they were getting for nothing. There was a few years before I became commissioner, the government asked for a KPMG study to do, to look at the RCMP in regards to funding and resourcing.
What year was that?
I want to say, in 2016-ish, I can't remember. All I know is that out of that, they said to the RCMP, they said to the government, the RCMP is not funded or resourced to do everything you're asking them to do. And we estimate, I think it was in that report, over $700 million of unrecovered money or work that the RCMP has done for other agencies that they have not recovered. And this happens quite a bit. And we're looking at it because obviously in 10 years, we will have a new contract. In 2032, so we need to start talking about the contract. And we have to look at things that are not recovered. So I use the example, the easiest example I use is, for example, witness protection. We do witness protection. It is 100% federally paid for, yet 80 to 90% of the files are provincial. So this is something that the federal side of the RCMP pays for, but it's consumed by 70, 80, depending on what we're talking about, percent is consumed by other municipalities or provinces. So there's a lot of things that aren't being recovered. So it's
when you say provincial, do you mean because they're prosecuted by the province or their criminal
the person
code
is
offenses?
protected underneath a provincial file, not a federal file.
Okay.
So it's not a national security file that is under the federal policing mandate. It's a criminal code provincial generated file. Yeah. The same would go for surveillance, another example. But it's the
but are you saying
sustainability.
this is a long-standing practice? And if so, where did it originate? Was it from the commissioner of the day saying we need to start tracking, or is it something from the Contract and Indigenous Policing Office?
No, it's not being done from coast to coast to coast, to my knowledge. But in the case of Nova Scotia, when you're trying to present a case and make evidence-based decisions, you need to provide the evidence. So if you're going to go to the province and say, we provide umpteen different dollar amounts of resourcing that are not recovered, which puts us in a deficit at the beginning of the year, well, you ought to do your research. And so that's probably why it was done. We have other entities who have done that, but it's not standard across the country.
My understanding of why some of the municipal chiefs took umbrage at this was that there was some correspondence implying that this wasn't sustainable to keep doing this. And so it was perceived as a threat that the RCMP would stop providing these services. Is that a possibility?
We will never compromise the safety of Canadians. If something that we do, even though we're paying for it and we shouldn't be paying for it, if it's going to compromise the safety of Canadians, we will continue to do it. We will find a way. But if we keep doing that, we get to the point of a breaking point where we may not be able to sustain certain things. So although that activity would not be stopped because we don't want to compromise officer safety, other things might have to drop off the table. And the last thing we want to do is drop things off our own table to sustain activities for different agencies. But again, we won't ever compromise Canadian safety over dollars. We have to figure that out. Absolutely.
We've heard that the province of Nova Scotia is about to introduce new policing standards. Will the RCMP follow those standards?
It depends. We've had different divisions who have certain standards that we actually can't because they're against some federal legislation. So if something comes up that is contrary to a federal legislation that we're bound to, we have to figure out a way to reconcile it. I think a good example that comes to my mind is and I don't know the intimacies, but Clare's Law, when it came into Saskatchewan, we couldn't do it because of the Privacy Act, which is a federal statute. So we weren't allowed to do it in the form it was presented or the legislation, the way it was presented provincially. We would be breaking the Privacy Act if we had enforced it. So we've worked with the province and we worked with the feds and we found a way to be able to do it. So that's an example where it's not a lack of willingness. Sometimes it's just we would be breaking legislation if we did.
And the RCMP is participating in this process and has a say, but if, for example, the new provincial policing standards conflict with the RCMP policies, then the RCMP would follow its own policies?
Policy is adaptable. So legislation, not so much, or depending on the guidelines, if it's something that is non-negotiable, we have to figure out a way to work with the province on the standards. It's the same as when we look at body-worn cameras. It's an expensive ticket item. So the government said, we will fund this for a certain period of time to allow you the opportunity to get your funding together so that you can continue to fund it. They didn't flick a switch and say, you are now paying, they've given the notice. So that's an example of trying to work together for the greater good.
I wanted to ask about the connection. Is there a connection between policing standards and costs? So do we know whether revamping policing standards in Nova Scotia would result in increased costs for provincial policing, for example?
It's hard to say. It depends on the standard, but generally speaking, when you change a standard, there is always some type of cost to it. Some of it might be very sustainable. Some might be because you're taking away costs here so you can move money here. There's no set rule that you're automatically raising the costs, because you can up your game without it costing money. You know, it's if we put in a policy for people to do better on a certain part of an investigation, for example, it doesn't mean it's going to cost money. But if it's something that requires training, now we will have to figure out where we're going to get money to create training for that, and that might cost. We may need additional resources for that.
Are you aware of whether there are any discussions as to who would bear those costs?
I'm not intimately involved with the policing standards in Nova Scotia and exactly how they're rolling that out. I know as an organization, we look at our own standards, and there's been talk, obviously, of commissioners' standards, for lack of, that's the word they were using. So, for instance, in the McNeil report, they talk about carbines. So when something is that important and that crucial to safety of Canadians and the safety of the officers responding to the safety of Canadians, it shouldn't be that one province has them because they have money and another province doesn't have it, if it's that important, if it's that high risk. So we have to figure out how we can make it so that if we change a standard, that everybody gets to implement that standard at the same time, and it's not a have and a have not province where that there's different standards if it's that important and that high risk.
So is that a discussion that needs to be had nationally regarding all provinces for which the RCMP acts as a provincial police force?
Well, it's always important when a province is changing their standards, we always bring it into a national headquarters lens, because if a province feels that that is that important that they want to make a standard, maybe it's something that we need to do across the country. And maybe it's just a great idea coming out of this province that they say this. We have to look at it as an organization because of our decentralized nature of our police agency and the different contracts we have. An example is, and it's not a standard, but Alberta brought in a reintegration program when people are off work for an extended period of time, and how they can reintegrate and rebuild their confidence and rebuild their skills to be going back to frontline policing. It was such a great program that we said, well, why would only the members in Alberta get that program? Why don't we roll that out across the country? And how can we do that, minimizing cost? And you know, the program was fully baked in Alberta. We didn't have to reinvent the wheel. Another great example out of Nova Scotia is swearing oaths on an eagle feather. Came out of Nova Scotia. We said, my goodness, that's a great initiative. Why wouldn't we do that across the country? Very minimal cost to it, but the idea was there, the policies were there, the procedures, how to implement it. So we just stole it and copy it and use it.
Commissioners, I'm going to be moving to a different area. Would this be a convenient time to break for lunch?
Yes, it would be. We'll break for 1 hour.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break, and we'll resume in 1 hour.
Oh, there are some great questions there. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that about the wellness. Definitely could have gone into it a little bit more. Okay, so she mentioned Gail Johnson. And Gail Johnson, I believe, was who she brought in for the racist Matt comment? You guys, did anybody ever see that? The Matt test? I'm probably going to get corrected on the math test reference again. So she was asked, Brenda Lucki was asked in Parliament about give an example of racism, because systemic racism. She just kept going on about systemic racism. And, you know, it's these interesting things that the RCMP does. These, anyway, so they'll say, you know, we have systemic racism and we have systemic sexual abuse. It's rampant in our, but then at the same time, then they're like, no, we don't. And we're getting the pantsuit off of us. And, you know, she said, what did she say in there? You know, oh yeah, you know, lawsuits. Listen, I don't think that there's a time that there's not huge lawsuits pending against us. You. Other Canadians are suing you because of the shit the RCMP is doing and has been for a long time. So she brought up Gail Johnson. Gail Johnson was her go-to in Parliament, as I remember, about the example of racism. So when asked, she said, Brenda said, this test was racist. Now, the test, you have to, I think it's like a clearance jumping thing, physical. And so she said it was racist because it discriminated against people who were of shorter stature. So I believe that, you know, there was some kind of laughing a little bit. And, well, that's not really racist, they said. Could you give us an example of racism? And she sat around and she's like, and then she passed it over to Gail Johnson. Now, Gail Johnson, let's have a look at Gail Johnson. Oh. So Gail Johnson went Jenga, of course, in charge of the quintet. This sounds like quintet we can attribute. It sounds like she's laying it on Gail Johnson, right? So, okay. Here's Gail Johnson, Chief Resource Officer, Canadian Mounted Police, retired, of course, in May, or sorry, in June 2022. Because you see some interesting things are coming out then. That would be right when the, yeah, I'm going to have to go and do the timing. I'll leave that with me. Anyway, but I like this one here. Her former employer is the ESDC. ESDC, of course, is also kind of tied up with this. I was writing a tweet about it, but I can get this done here. ESDC. No, so originally it was responsible, Janice Gray, for managing issues. This is this IMT, the cover your ass, 8 strong 2 balls, straight line, dotted line, garbage. So Superintendent Diamopoulos, Inspector Diamopoulos, brought in specifically very early on to, of course, very early did they set up the IMT, Issues Management Team. Code has nothing to do with investigating Nova Scotia, has nothing to do with helping the 23, nothing to do with anything, even cars or uniforms. What it's to do is set up, you know, the SOC accounts on Facebook and the NPF garbage and do this, you know, the YMCA stuff and probably, yeah, the fake alerts and shit like that. You know, oh, we'll just fire off a couple of those. not tinfoil. I would say that's probably realistic. Anyway, Super Diopoulos involved Moncton murders. He was the lead with the ESDC Hoyt investigations for that. Okay, so Superintendent Diamopoulos handled all the investigations over in Moncton. So I have another question for you, Patricia McPhee. I have another question for you. Like it is, Rachel asked you about the appropriate given the role. Okay, this is the conflict, the internal, like literally under one roof conflict. John Robin being married to Janice Gray. Janice Gray, who is hanging on Leather's arm, listening very closely with this solid line of information going to Ottawa. That's the way she refers to it, the dotted line back in Nova Scotia. And John Robin, she's involved with all of this at the beginning, with the IMT, I believe, with the IMT at the beginning, and then comes in John Robin, right? Okay, so is it appropriate? You know, you're getting information and then you're sending it back to Ottawa, and he's supposedly the liaison on all of the investigations, the liaison for all of them. You know, do you sense the siloing again? It's kind of like Skippy. They like it. Given your view between the role of John Robin, he was in the position that he held here. No, Chief Robin supported to CNIP out of Ottawa, Brennan. And as we would call it a solid dotted line reporting, solid line CNIP to Ottawa, dotted line commanding officer here. I certainly wasn't involved in reporting structure at all. I just been married to him. I just live in the same house. No, of course, that's not a problem. And as a Halifax district commander with my special title, she's a one-off, my involvement with the events of April 18 and 19, I had very little, well, there was no crossover in our reporting duties. As a matter of reporting, I was the liaison officer for ESDC and Hoyt prior to John Robin arriving. And I separated those from my investigations at the time, and they were transferred over to his responsibility. So do you think that Gail Johnson's connections over at formerly, this is quite large, isn't it? Gail Johnson's connections over at ESDC might come in handy. I mean, it's not even that much before September 2019. She's there. Do you think? Do you think that might help? I think it might. I think it might. She definitely knows people. She got a lot of connections. Oh, over at the Canadian Border Service Agencies before, too. But this one is definitely going to help, I would say. Just call up a couple of your buddies over there. You know, you can do a dotted solid line once again. Yep. Oh, it's getting dirty. Now, she made reference to, I believe she did say that she had seen the full report. Not the summary, the full report. So I will have to go back and find that reference. But what was your guys' read? Okay. New documents up. Excellent. I can start to crash my computer right now and download them. So that's what I'm going to do. So bear with me. Because that's what you have to do. You know, you just have to keep on top of things. Maybe we'll find something to do with wellness in there. Who knows? Because you have to get them before they go poof, because they like to do that. They like to take documents in and out. And imperative to download. Now, how best to do this whilst I'm streaming. I've done it before. Full report. You heard full report? She saw the unredacted, says JJ. I think she saw the full report. Plus, if I'm remembering correctly, so she said she saw it when? Just prior to coming to see to Heidi's memorial. Of course, was very convenient that there was the witnesses that they had right around that. Didn't look so good for them, so better have Heidi right in the middle. I'm not saying that they had anything to do with that. I'm saying that maybe the MCC and RCMP scheduled some convenient witnesses around that. You know, that was all the Saanich stuff. Some weird things happened around that time. I had to quickly jump up. Yeah, well, lots of lawyers have disappeared, and I would suspect that's because they're concerned about their professional reputation on this one. Best to get out. Oh, it's a sinking ship. Still waiting for this. Nothing is a coincidence. No. She even brought up something, and she's like, oh, that was just she didn't say a coincidence. What was it? She used a different word. Yeah, there were a few things that stood out. I should have taken notes. Well, they've been asking in a way. But, you know, you got to get them pinned down into a corner with this reactive answering, right? You got to get it exactly. I mean, that's when it's so disgusting, deceptive, and dishonest people like that. You have to ask them the exact question, and then maybe they'll tell you the truth. So perhaps if you asked, have you had any contact with anybody in the Department of Justice or anybody connected to the Department of Justice in a said time frame? Perhaps the answer might come out differently. Catnip department sounds more like go between CSIS and FinTrack, U.S. Homeland. What? Where is catnip coming from? Yes. Oh, there are moves. There's moves being made. And this is kind of unearthing the seedy underbelly of what our government, to some extent, to some minor extent, how our government is run, which is not at all what we think. I think Brenda's served her purpose in the higher up people's eyes. I say that was people backstage. I'd hazard to guess that it's Bob. Perhaps other Five Eyes. They'll say something like, I can't speak to that. I don't know. What was that? Like the one... Oh, yeah. If I can get this download thing to load. Seems to be busy. I'd like to play the Lee thing where she kind of makes West and Surratt sound a little bit better than they did for themselves. Beach look for Lucki was intentional. Oh, yes, absolutely. Everything's intentional. Very intentional. And the thing is, they pay a lot of people to do this kind of stuff. Think tanking. The think tanking, just like the war room, is a very real thing. People who just sit around and they wonder, you know, how will the say in this particular thing, right? What appearance will best work on people's minds? So Brenda wearing, I don't know, whatever, shower curtains with Atlantic type colors on it, looking kind of, then they'll do their hair and, you know, it's whatever. But it's not just that. It's like the way that you speak. Everything is very carefully done. Lucki is going golfing. Well, I would suspect that may happen. Yeah, golfing. I might go. We'll get somebody else in there. Interesting. I saw that there was I put a link in there because I didn't realize that we had a petition going here in Alberta. But remove the RCMP from Alberta. Replace them with an Alberta Police Service. Interesting. When was this started? I was trying to see. Oh, it's old. Interesting. We're definitely lots of moves being made here, though. 7 days ago. Here, what's this one? Alberta promises 275 more frontline officers with provincial police strategy. And they run out the same, like, I think I tweeted that before. Oh, CNIP, cat. There was the inference that Mr. Brandon Brennan Bergerman said Brennan will be joining us, and it sounded like Robin might be. I thought I picked up on that too. Robin may be coming. Have you got any of the who has the documents? Anybody got the new documents? Huh? So this is 7 days ago. Alberta promises 275 more frontline officers with provincial police strategy. Government says proposed model would have between 65 and 85 community detachments. because we don't blow our money on stupid stuff, you know, like audit programs and spying on people and wide awake, checking out your friends list and your private conversations over on Facebook. That one should really thoroughly get people in Nova Scotia right fired up, because that's specifically geared at you. That program. They do it with all of us, of course, but you know, in the media, they were happy to tell everybody about Nova Scotia and going through private conversations on everybody's friends, Facebook friends. It's it's not a problem. So here in Alberta, we have a different policing style. We have the RCMP, who does some of our rural policing, and Red Deer and some other larger centers. We have obviously our police in Calgary and Edmonton and Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, I believe, have their own forces. And outside of that, it's RCMP, and we also have the sheriffs here, Alberta, the sheriff's department. And so we have 3 police forces, technically. And the sheriffs do a lot of stuff. They don't have, obviously, all the roles that, and they don't have any federal role. But government says proposed model would, oh yeah, this guy, Tyler. I'll leave that alone. Alberta government continues to make its case for provincial police force. I've got some great video evidence of staged stuff with Tyler. And he's like, "Oh my God, people are attacking me." And I'm like, no, there's cameras everywhere, dude. Like literally there were camera crews and running around, and like, no. One moment, please. Thank you. Oh dear. Before I forget, I wanted to say thank you to the people. There's a bunch of them who help out in the background and send emails and stuff, or just news stories or whatever they come across. So I really wanted to say a big, huge thank you to them. If you ever want to get in contact with me, I'm very terrible, so I'll forewarned about responding to emails. I'm just not an email-y person. Anybody who, there are several people in here who know that. I'm a phone person. I'm kind of old school. I believe that is how that goes. financinvestigators@gmail.com. And a big, huge thank you to those of you who contribute tips and things like that. It's always been very helpful, and made some great connections with lots of different interesting people who have much knowledge on things. So I'm going to have a look at O'Dear's list here in a moment. Anything stand out particularly to you? Alberta government continues to make its case. This is I think a week ago. Is that right? Yep, a week ago exactly. Continues to make its case for a provincial police force to replace the RCMP, saying it would add hundreds of frontline officers to small detachments. United Conservative Government, well, whatever, I don't believe in any of this nonsense, outlined its blueprint for police in rural Alberta today, which, by the way, the crime in rural Alberta has picked up significantly. I was out visiting a neighbor of mine at the ranch, and yeah, he was just thoroughly disgusted with how downhill things have gotten. And I was like, well, try moving to the city, man. It says 275 frontline police officers would be added to Alberta's 42 smallest detachments. Justice Minister Tyler Shandro said that as it stands, there is no minimum number of officers at RCMP detachments. I don't know. Are they working all the time? God knows. Maybe they have off hours and stuff like that too. He said, and short shifts, maybe 4 or 6. He said that a made in Alberta police force would provide better policing for all regions, including improved response times. I would agree. I'm just going to hazard to say it's probably going to turn out to be better. I'm often asked why government is looking at the idea of provincial police service, and the answer is simple. We have a duty as Alberta government to consider whether new or innovative approaches to policing can make our community safer. I think they're in full damage control mode from COVID. I don't know that they'll survive, but might as well throw out a few that people will probably hitch onto, which this would be one. Most people would. We can also make access to mental health, addictions, family crisis services, and other specialized police services more accessible to all communities across Alberta. Shandro said the proposed model would have 65 to 85 community detachments that would have a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 80 officers working in it. The plan also includes service hub detachments between 48 and 192 officers, as well as 3 urban detachments serve larger communities. The report outlines how an Alberta police service would extend dedicated support to self-administered First Nations police services, which the RCMP, it has a mixed bag, I would say, would probably be putting it politely. It's obviously that there's tons of good officers and stuff like that, but I don't think they get on the best. Through its service hub detachments, making it easier for them to establish and maintain their own forces. I don't know if this is 28B11 side view down at Max's garage. Not sure before it goes out. Probably. Shandro said the idea of the provincial police force isn't something new, nor should the public be concerned. The biggest point is I would believe that drive home Albertans is both Quebec, Ontario have their own provincial police services, and look, their provinces have not collapsed. Of course, BC has moved to this too, or is highly recommended by their last legislative group has recommended it. Donnelly Wilson. Donnelly Wilson. Name rings a bell. Stop being so pessimistic. Everybody tells me in my life I'm very pessimistic. I consider myself a realist, but pessimism doesn't help. Have to have positive attitude. This is where we're making progress, real progress. Lots of these happening. Lots of that happening. Lots of people in Ottawa pissing their pants all over the place. So making strides. making strides. And I think, even just the message going through people's heads that, and understanding about our government and things like this is very important. That we're paying for all this shit. Time to get rid of it. As opposed to handing out speeding tickets in rural Alberta. The RCMP would continue to focus on federal policing responsibilities as opposed to handing out speeding tickets in rural Alberta. I love in Cochrane, we have, there's Cochrane is outside of Calgary and it has a big hill. And they like to sit down at the bottom of the hill, which is quite far off, like because it's a big hill, and watch people with binoculars to see if they're talking on their phone or texting on their phone at all. And just sit there, and then they have a road stop somewhere else, and they nab people. Like, it's fucking insane. I obviously texting and stuff like that is stupid. Really dumb. Get rid of the phone, and then we don't have these problems, but till that happens, I guess. Bent to text has also been uploaded. Yay! That was a win, eh? Had some wins, had some big wins here. She took the call for Jamie. Okay, I would maybe read through that, but that sounds like something I'll, refrain from. Excellent news about Bent. I have to go through. Bent is, there's a lot of stuff with Bent unwind, and he's missing a pile of notes. Pile. And he doesn't like Dara. He doesn't like Dara at all. Well, the RCMP don't like Dara. Very obvious. And him making Tara contacted me about the cleaning. What? Where did that come from? He just trying to drive wedges between families and stuff. Like, it's crazy. Cyber terrorism, human trafficking, organized crime would be their core functions rather than concentrating on policing. Please eliminate most of this stuff because that's where we're getting the audit and spying, lots of spying stuff. You just get rid of all of it. That won't work, of course. The answer people will eventually come to, I'm hoping, when we get our brains screwed in properly, is the phones. The phones and a lot of the tech is just going to go in the toilet. It does nothing but bad things for the most part. It really does. When you watch any program, there's families just falling apart. They're fighting. Kids are sending pictures. I watched some program yesterday. What was it? I don't know. Based on some books. And I mean, the kids were shipping around porn pictures of themselves and everybody was watching them, and kids were destroyed and suiciding themselves. And I'm like, yeah, you don't have the phone. You don't have the problem. You really don't have the problem. You don't have people with the depression and shit like that from, I didn't get enough likes. And it does have an effect in all of the psychological programming that it does. Nasty. Price increases on depends. I want to put my bookcase in here and put like props in it. So I'll put a model. I can put some depends. I can put the Jenga. I can put a few things. Maybe a car. I can put like an RCMP car. I could do the deckling. I'm sure that'll turn out real well. Not laser perfect, right? Not like Campbell and Leather were saying. It just looks like it's right outside of headquarters here. Could be in the parking lot. It's perfect. Still don't own a cell phone? And agree. Good for you. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. I do use it. I do use a cell phone. I'll be totally candid. Actually, I've got a couple. My girlfriend's always like, you got to get rid of it. If you're preaching to get rid of this shit, you've got to do it yourself. And I'm like, but if I get rid of some of this stuff, the phone, though, I can get rid of. I want to get rid of all of my tech. There's a nice quiet fire out at the ranch. That sounds good to me. The RCMP, they're kind of like the FBI, but they wear other hats as well. But that would be a good analogy. Is that Chandro saying that? Chandro needs to be schooled on exactly what the RCMP is. Sure, you guys are intimately familiar now with some of the powers that the RCMP have. Who knows? Who knows the full extent? But like Bob Paulson said, FBI, CIA, NSA, state troopers, municipal police force, highway police force, they got it all. It's international, it's local, it's gravel road cops, it's cyber stuff, it's spying, it's everything. Everything. Five Eyes, it's all of it. No other police force, no other. And I don't speak in hyperbole. I never do. It's not like any other police force in the world. It is one of a kind. World's biggest gang. That's what the shirt said. That's what they mean. And it's true. For a tiny little country like ours, the government, population-wise, the government is deciding next steps to release a third-party analysis. Oh, God. Last fall proposal of Alberta run police force instead of using RCMP rural areas and smaller cities plan would cost $735 million a year. Price Waters Coopers, blah, 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 500. Okay. Ottawa chips in another 170. The report says decides to go, costs about 735 on top of its 366 million startup. That's like one of their biggest selling points. And they've got this fucking shit out there. It's unbelievable. I've tweeted about it before. They have all these sock accounts. See if I can find the Alberta one. All these stupid names like say or we love they've got one for the RCMP. I've shown a few videos for here we go. Here's the one for Alberta. See, this is what money is being spent on. Keep Alberta RCMP. Keep Alberta RCMP. This is where they spend money. Authorized by the National Police Federation. Thanks. And of course, then you can go to the website that they're spending money on, which there we go. And we've got the nice little logo up here. 550 million reasons to keep Alberta RCMP. Tell everybody, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's funny. You have to propagandize trying to jam shit, like literal shit, down people's throats. You love it. Come on, man. You love it. Study. RCMP. Like this stuff makes news. Of course, global. Yum. Police, provincial police force Concerns, prompts, keep Alberta RCMP campaign. No. That has nothing to do with people. That has to do with literal members of the RCMP trying to sell themselves. You love us. You know you do. I'm sure there may be some people in there who are like, yeah, I think it's fantastic. But the statistics that they give on the studies are exactly the same as Nova Scotia. Exact same company that does it. Very interesting. I have some lady trying to tell me that this is what we need. Fuck off. 4,000 RCMP members in Alberta, below the rank of inspector. Okay, so there's 4,000 members in Alberta. Okay, so they have 25,000 members, and there's 16,000 people that like this page. You do the math. Nonprofit organization. Oh, well, it's taking your money, taking my money to tell me this is what I need. Frankly, I don't need to be told what I need. I have a great brain. I can decide for myself. If it's like Brenda sitting up there. Oh, our trust. We work real hard on trust. If you destroy the trust, then you've got to fucking do something about that. It's not telling everybody, yeah, will you trust us? No, you admit it. What's the one in Nova Scotia? They just have these videos and shit. It's just horrific. And only 9% of Albertans support police transition. Really? If it was only 9% of Albertans, you'd never hear about it. I'll tell you, the party in power, whatever garbage we have now, UCP, I don't know, whatever it is, they're going down because of COVID and Kenny's nonsense and all of that. So they're just trying to throw out things that people, might latch onto, right? They're not going to throw out something that 91% of people disagree with. That doesn't help them in an election, does it? If you believe in elections. Right. Yeah, okay. What else has this got on here? More goo. $188 million gone. I mean, it's just, and these, yay, everybody loves us. Name a horse. Remember? That was what they were doing when Nova Scotia was going on. Name a horse. Kept pumping that one all over in sock accounts on Twitter and Facebook. They've got so many fake accounts. It's not even funny. You can peel through them. It's crazy, the bot accounts they have. Alberta Primetime. Albertans want to keep RCMP. I bet you can find the same goddamn one over on the other page. It'll just say Nova Scotians want to keep the Nova Scotia RCMP. They just, copy, paste, change a little bit. Let's actually have a look and see. I know some of them are the same. They're lazy, Probably don't have the budget for it. What's the RCMP one in Nova Scotia? Our Nova. Here we go. Here's this one. They've got these nice titles. Our Nova Scotia RCMP. That's this one. No, oh yeah. See, National Police Federation. That's great. And then here's another website. Thanks. I'm glad we're paying for all this. See, here's the videos and stuff that they make. That you read like some of these comments and they clean them out. Thank you for your service. Of course, you can go through and find out who many of these people are. Often have connections. Pray for them. Regarding the inquiry, there's no way the officers involved should be pressured into testifying. Unless the killer's spouse is similarly pressured. Pressured. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, totally. This is MPF bullshit. No, they've been doing a good job cleaning out the comments. These are all love yous. Awesomes, thank yous. Proud of you. How many people like this one? 8,000. Okay. I don't hate the RCMP. I just know how corrupt it is. You can't fix it. It's gone. It's so huge. It's such a problem. They let it get away from them. So, and it's really mentally, it's not something that's good for the people that are in it, by and large. It does very terrible things to them and brainwashes them. See, you can find they're going to be, they're similarly made. You know? What, do you think you show me a chuck wagon and a fucking, I'll tell you, like I said, I have rural shit. I have property. There's, I'll tell you, it's not good out there. The policing we got. Too busy doing other things. Wasting so much money on propaganda. Yeah. Why do you need to? Do you need to, like, pay yourself to tell yourself when you have a problem with something that's good? Use the logic. It's very flawed. Very flawed. Of course, we had some back before the appearance of was it Fahey? Was it Fahey? Oh, he did a little video. That video was not well done. See? Oh, that's the Alberta one. Sorry, I'm looking through the wrong one. And then they're going to show you like, oh, yay, there's Peggy's Cove. Okay, I can go over to Alberta and they're going to show me a chuck wagon. Like, okay. Does that have anything to do with policing? No, sorry. Nothing. I'd see that in my community. That's what I'm going to see. Proposed transition. Important questions that have been left unanswered. Oh, I could use this and make a meme. Ho, ho, ho! I think I might. Could just change this a little bit. Proposed. I can just take that out. Important documents. DOJ not releasing. You know, where was that? Okay, so I'll get off that. Okay, here we go. Now I can download. Now my computer's going to go. I don't think this thing works 100%. I'm not convinced on it. So who all downloads documents and then scans them and does those kinds of things? Is there a few of you who do that? Or am I and Bill Deere and a few other people the only nutty ones out here? Because there's some interesting stuff, you know, like some of the documents they do some really good stuff with. They don't flatten the documents. You only look at if, oh, okay, well, that sounds like something's underutilized, JJ. May have to call on you. They do some interesting things with the documents. So of course you can't scan them, like you can't highlight stuff and keyword search them. They always mess with the documents. They do. It's really fucked up. When you start doing like going in on a technical side on a lot of this stuff, it's really screwy. So they will leave layers on documents. So first of all, it doesn't come so that you can search it, any of the documents. Same with the transcripts. Can't search the transcripts. They don't have timestamps on the transcripts, so you can't use the timestamp to line up with the video, which tends to, I mean, they still have ones back from June, I think, that aren't even out. Maybe July. So then if you're trying to say I want to scan a certain document, sometimes I can scan them, no problem. Certain documents, not a problem. I can scan them. It's going to take a long time. Why should I have to? Because they've made it so that you can't keyword search anything. Okay. That's not okay at all. It's actually really bad. And anybody who's involved with that is going to hopefully be fired, because that's a conscious decision that they made. Now, but other documents, what they'll do is they'll stick it so that it's in layers, and they haven't flattened the layers on a technical end. This is on a technical end. So they haven't flattened the layers, so you can't run OCR on it to pick up the detection. So you have to then go and try and get the document flattened, which sometimes can work good and sometimes it or well, and sometimes it doesn't. You know, this is the fucking crazy bullshit. Or like the photos, they put them on the wrong way and they're fuzzy, and you can go and you can compare, say, a still shot that they'll give you from video to the actual video, and they'll be totally different quality. How about the RCMP, world's biggest clown show? World's best clown show, sorry. Black Sharpies and shredders. And, though, you can't forget the O drives and the S drives, because they have absolutely everything. Everything. They're trying to say that now where was that? Let's see. Does she talk about it? I don't think Gray talks about it very much. The wellness report. Hold on a moment there. Oh, I think it's in leathers. Leather really did a number on them. I'm still trying to figure out the players, who's doing what, why. I have a very good feeling about Leather, though. He leaves me with a positive feeling. And I think he's trying, but he knows how difficult the system is. And you can tell I would say that's not a diet he's on. I think things are really beginning to take their toll. Oh, I can see a few new documents popping up because they don't have like numbers, like 28 copies of it, 29 copies, 37. See, I have a lot of fucking copies of everything, because then they go back and they change. But if you have the originals, plus what was it? I used that the other day. What was that? And that was good. I was able to trace the release date of a document that they went back and then redacted afterward. Yes. Okay. This is an interesting find I had. I don't know if I talked about that. I don't know if I know the dates offhand, though. The notes of Forest. Is it Forest? No, Give me a moment. I don't think Forrest has anything. Skippy's notes. There we go. Skippy's notes on Cobequid. Very interesting. Cobequid is a huge problem, and people should focus a little on that one. There is something very big to Cobequid. Now, they released the initial notes of his notes. I think it was in April. Is that right? End of April. Anyway, and so in respect to Cobequid, everything was there. And then the day of his testimony, they redacted where the bodies were located in the houses 41 and 46. Months later, why would you need to do that? Gray cells. And you saw Bryson, and he was talking about moving bodies. Cobequid stinks. And that's why they never wanted anybody to go down there. And reading through, whose notes was that? For some reason, it would never work for me, but it did the other day, which I found very interesting. One moment. Here. Not sure whose notes these are. It's eluding me whose notes these are. Rodney McDonald, maybe? So if you go through, he's changed the time, which I found very interesting, from 4:05 to 3:20. Okay. Checked blank. Went to 246 Cobequid Bay first. Male deceased inside door, female deceased on living room floor. 241, of course, both these addresses are wrong, yet appear correct in the radio logs from this member. Okay. Cobequid Bay Court, male inside door. This is Jarrett McDonald. That's who it is. 2 times female inside room, plastic door. Oh, so he knew initially the number was right to begin with, because then he goes on further. This is what generates a huge problem. Change that to something that stands out. Files created by OCC, because when he called in, they started a file. Oh, and that was disaster. It was not supposed to happen. Trust me, it wasn't supposed to happen. Unknown if all other residents checked. Corporal Brad Wood and myself check others. OCC advised. Skipper Bent, Brad Wood, and myself. Well, there's 2 people missing from here. Forrest is missing from here, and Buggy is missing from here. And Buggy is right off the radar. In fact, they black out whatever's going on with him, DOJ. So they don't want anything coming out about Buggy. I don't know if they've got anything coming in now, but they said there was some reason and they would not reveal why. And I'm assuming that's some mental thing that they've said. But interesting how these notes don't line up with the facts. Checked other residents on Orchard Beach Road, which I don't think that aligns either. Portapique Crescent, I believe they just checked Bayview and Portapique. Cobequid. One times resident in hospital with worker. I don't quite understand that. Personal information. Cobequid Court. So now the name is correct. Reconfirmed. And cleared 4146. Okay, so this entry was the first one. And it says 2 times female. And yet they try to say, oh, we couldn't find it. We didn't find Emily. No, Emily. There was no Emily. That's what it says in the radio logs too. And is it Skipper Bent? I don't know. His radio number doesn't match up. Interesting. Barry Forrest, I don't know his first name. Nathan Forrest is his first name. Very interesting. Cobequid. And Mr. Bryson knows. And he talks about there. I was re-listening to his questions of Skipper Bent. And he talks about a document that we don't have yet. And he alludes to, or he states that from the line of sight could be from the bonds, you could see to Aaron's door. That's not in any document that we have. So it's very interesting. And he talks about is their bodies being moved? He talks about the photographer and things kind of, there's something he knows. Did Emily try to escape and travel to? I don't know. I brought up 45. I brought up the body count. That's not right. I brought up Ulmer, Inspector Ulmer, numbers in there. Again, I'm not being tinfoil. Those are Janice Gray's notes, and they read that way. And that is head of MCU at the time, Sergeant Vickers. So that would be Angela and Jerry's boss over at MCU and Skippy's boss was Paul Vickers. And he put in his notes 45, 41, 46, and 45. 45 is a second entry he's got in there. 3 bodies, possibly 3 bodies. Janice Gray's notes 2 hours later, 6:40, 45, 3 bodies. And then underneath it, she has the regimental numbers. And she's got Chad Morrison, she's got Heidi Stevenson, and she has Inspector Danielle Ulmer, formerly Bernard. I don't know. Screen door. Yeah. The screen door. TV's on at both places. There's stinky stuff. And I really think it would be good. I would like to get a couple of us together and just really dig through. I mean, I've tried and I kind of, but I'm only one mind, right? So I can only see certain things and other people's perspective. Plus I need correction. Not seeing anything new popping up here. 36 of that one. Okay. I have a lot of copies of shit. Oh, that one only has 2. Okay. That's newer. The DV dump was a waste of time. Gray's notes seem clean and concise. Gray's notes, clean and concise. Missing redactions, heavy with redactions from DOJ. Is there screwy stuff going on with her pages? I can't quite remember. Concise, I mean to read. Info raises a lot of questions. From somebody who doesn't really know anything, right? But she does, because she was hanging on Leather's arm with that solid line to Ottawa. Piping info straight in. Dirty, dirty, dirty. April 28th, I've got to rename that video. I don't know how that got changed. April 28th, April 28th, 2021, very bad day. Extremely bad day. And I got some phone calls in respect to that. Very bad. It caused a shitstorm. And I was like, well, you know, it's got to get told. Thanks to those who helped in the background on that too. Interesting new article dropped in Frank magazine. Okay. Let's have a boo with that quickly.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent.
Okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh, rockers. Okay. Well, there's the business card. A week later. Well, I will definitely read through that. This extends far more than what that is. Coffee meetings. What was it? Coffee meetings? Tuesdays. Is it Tuesdays? At lunchtime. In the mornings. Tuesdays mornings at national headquarters. 4th floor. I believe it was 4th floor. Certain members of certain organizations used to like to go and have coffee. It's quite a bit. So it's not just the 20-year-old story. Way bigger. Way bigger. Okay. What's that there? You've dumped. Oh, I better get this set up because my computer is not fully optimal at this point in time. I don't want to miss anything. Miss Brenda and the shower curtain and the quintet privy council stuff. That would be unfortunate. Okay, it's not that one. This one. There we go. Share. Okay, you can.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. We'll ask the witness to come forward.
Stalled here.
Hello again, Commissioner Lucki. We will have Ms. Young continue her questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Lucki. Next, I'm going to ask you about the role of communications in the RCMP post-events. We've heard a lot about the RCMP's communication strategies. You said in your interview at page 36 that you have a full team of communications experts at national headquarters and that they assist or even take over communications for a division during a major event, right?
Depending on the circumstances, yes.
And for the first several months after the events, you had some press conferences and each division also had press conferences, right?
In the days, maybe not in the months following, but definitely within the first 10 to 12 days.
And as well, part of the media communication strategy for each division involved something called the issues management team, which we talked about in your interview.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd just like to understand a bit more about the purpose of that team. So I gather an issues management team was stood up in H Division in part to enable briefing up from H Division to national headquarters, right?
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar with the issues management team when you mentioned it in the interview. I know that it was something, I did learn a bit about it, but I didn't correspond with them at all.
Okay.
And I didn't know it existed at the time of when it was created.
Well, there were two superintendents moved in from out of province. You knew about that?
Yes.
Superintendent Demopoulos and Superintendent Santos Suoso. So is this a regular thing? Does the RCMP set up these issues management teams after a major event, or was this a one-off for this situation?
That's the first I was familiar with something like that. There might have been some form of that in other divisions following events. They obviously didn't call it an issues management team because post Mayor Thorpe or post Spiritwood, there was a lot of things that needed to be done. And so they created, a working group, so to speak. And I don't know if it was specifically issues management, they called it.
It does appear that you had some direct contact with members of the team. Can we see Comm 62686, please? This is the notes of Superintendent Demopoulos at page 54 of the counter. And so you see there on the left, I realize these aren't your notes, but we've got the date there, September 1st, 2020. And at the time, 1400, it says briefing with Commissioner, Darren Campbell, Chris Leather, Brian Brennan, Dennis Daly, Allison Whelan, and Rob O'Reilly. So I think we know who most of those people are. Rob O'Reilly was your chief of staff at the time?
Yes.
And who's Allison Whelan?
Allison Whelan, right now, she's my strategic policy and external relations officer, and she would have probably been in that position at that time. She wasn't in the position at the time of the mass casualty.
And so what was her position at the time of the mass casualty?
She was in federal policing, I believe.
Okay. But she's a civilian?
Yes.
So that was at 2 o'clock, and then at 16:05, so just over 2 hours later, it says, presentation over, not completed, Commissioner had to go. Presentation not completed, issues not discussed, and superficial comment made about style of presentation by Commissioner regarding the use of a second monitor. Allison Whelan, can we make it a bit bigger, please, Madam Registrar? Questioned objectives, explanation provided by Darren Campbell. Very frustrating presentation, no engagement, no understanding of gravity of what's coming. Do you recall this presentation?
No, I don't. Actually, the first thing I thought it might be, which then it wouldn't be that, is when I got a full briefing on the sequence of events, and that was several months after the event, but I don't think this was that.
Given who is present, it's safe to infer, it doesn't actually say this, but that it was a briefing about the H-Strong investigation, right?
Yeah. Whose notes are
This
these?
is Superintendent Demopoulos, Costa Demopoulos, who is a member of the issues management team.
Unfortunately, I do not recall this.
So you don't recall why he would have been there with these other people?
It was some form of briefing from the H-Strong or, the mass casualty event, but what it was specifically in regards to when it says issues not discussed, I'm not sure what the presentation was about. And the fact that we were there for 2 hours, I have no recollection. It's,
So you don't recall why you had to leave before they were done presenting?
sorry?
You don't recall it said that you had to leave and that they weren't finished? Presentation not
Yeah,
completed?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Another member of the issues management team, Chief Superintendent John Robin, was out in the community speaking to civilian witnesses during a pending CERT investigation with a business card saying Mass Casualty Commission on it. If we could see Comm 0060021, please. This is already an exhibit P004021. Now, I appreciate the French side on the right does say réponse to the commission, but on the left it just says
Mass casualty.
Nova Scotia Mass Casualty Commission at the bottom. So you're aware of that, right?
I was made aware of it through a letter from the commissioners of the Mass Casualty Commission. I didn't actually see the card. But
Okay. And so that letter is at COM 0061748. Can we see that, please? There's also, we don't need to bring it up, but there's an associated email chain that's been made in exhibit P004022, which explains how the commission got the business card. So this is the letter that the commissioners wrote to you May 11th, 2021, expressing their concern about this business card business. And then you replied, sorry, can that be made an exhibit, please?
That's 4225.
You replied at COM 61749.
That's exhibit 4226.
Can we see that letter, please? You recall this letter, Commissioner?
yes, I do.
So that was, you replied May 19th, and thanked the commissioners for sharing their concerns. Assured the commissioners that you respect the mandate, and then if we can scroll down. And it's been clarified he's not an employee of the Mass Casualty Commission. And can you scroll down again? And you extended your sincerest apologies. So did you look into that to find out what John Robin was doing?
Not me personally, but when it was brought to my attention, of course, I tasked it out. I have a commissioner's tasking unit. They would have tasked it back to the division to find out what went wrong so that, and in order to prepare my response, they would have done, looked into it. And that's when we discovered that obviously, from what I understood, there wasn't an intention to misrepresent, but I could obviously see the connection to the commissioner's concerns and was grateful that it was brought to our attention, because if we had compromised the independence of the Mass Casualty Commission, especially at that point, it could be detrimental for them. We didn't want to be affecting the independence, so it was good that we fixed that. We got Chief Superintendent Robbins to stop using the cards. And as well, I think we did some media to explain, to make sure we detached ourselves from that.
But I mean, what was he doing? He's not a member of the investigation itself, right? Was April 29th, so the day after you met with H division officers to say you weren't happy with the briefing up, to say that in light of the fact that there was unhappiness from Ottawa about the briefing up, they were going to stand up this issues management team. So there was that role. There was apparently a role in gathering disclosure, but as far as I know, there's no direct operational or investigative role. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, and like I'm not sure, because I had very little direct involvement with the issues management team per se, other than obviously I had a meeting with them, but I don't recall a lot of interaction. For me, it was more briefings in general, and I wasn't attaching it to an entity. I was thinking more that I'm getting briefed on the events themselves and some of the issues resulting in the reviews that were being done, for example, but I didn't attach it to an issues management team.
This is the same Chief Superintendent John Robin, who is the husband of Chief Superintendent Janice Gray of H Division, right?
Yes.
And you're also aware that Mike Butcher, who is on the issues management team, is the husband of Lee Bergerman?
Yes.
Can we see COM 00397111, please, Madam Registrar? I believe this is already an exhibit. This is the RCMP conflict of interest policy. If we could go down to section 9, please. So that 9.2 is about employees. 9.2.1 says, do not give preferential treatment or advantage to family, friends, or any other person or entity. 9.2.2, avoid hiring or directly supervising members of your family or any person with whom you have or have had a personal relationship in order to avoid a conflict of interest. So you would expect senior H division officers to be aware of this policy, right?
Yes.
And to follow it?
Yes.
And can we also see COM 00545503, please? This is the RCMP Code of Conduct. That's already an exhibit, I believe, Madam Registrar.
It's Exhibit 4213.
Can we go down to number 6, please? So number 6 is conflict of interest, and it says members avoid actual, apparent, or potential conflicts between their professional responsibilities and private interests. So you'd expect your senior officers to follow that, right?
Yes.
So in your view, did the appointment of Mike Butcher and John Robin to the issues management team run afoul of these RCMP policies?
Yeah, I believe so. And we actually did a review of that when it came to light. And it was, in fact, I think at the onset was fairly obvious that the conflict existed, but we just wanted to make sure that we did the proper investigation to afford fair process.
And they were both let go from those positions after that, right?
Yes.
The men were. And were there any consequences for them, any discipline consequences or anything, or for the wives?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know who made the decision to hire the two spouses?
I am not sure. I think I read somewhere it was in between Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, but I'm not sure. No, I didn't know.
Would that have been a part of the review, looking into that? Who made the decision?
Yeah, that was part of the review of who made the decision to hire.
We talked about your April 28th, 2020 meeting with H Division officers after their press conference in your interview. But since that interview on August 4th, a couple of things have surfaced that I wanted to ask you about. So last Friday at 6:58 p.m. Atlantic, the Commission received an email from the Attorney General of Canada, which was new disclosure. And perhaps we can see that it's COM 00635051. And can that be made an exhibit, please?
It's Exhibit 4227.
If we can just scroll down first. So this is the email from you that we have already seen a different variation on this chain. So this is from you to Zita Stravis, who's the Minister's Chief of Staff, with the firearms details. And then scroll. So one of the people copied on that, if we can stop there, we've got Rob O'Reilly copied, so he was your chief of staff. And then Rob Stewart was the deputy minister of public safety.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go up one little part of the chain, stop there, please. We have Mr. Stewart forwarding this email and asking, are any of these on the to be banned list? That's April 23rd, 2020. So did you ask him to forward that email and make that inquiry?
No, I did not.
Or was that tasked out?
No, I didn't. It wouldn't surprise me, though. I know for myself personally, when I get certain emails and I have no knowledge or I don't have the expertise, I often will go to my experts. In that case, the person that he sent it to was the sort of the subject matter expert in public safety to do with the firearms.
That's Randall Coops?
Yes.
And so obviously if you CC someone, then you lose control of it to the extent that anyone you copy can then forward that email, right?
Yes.
And were you aware that H Division, that certainly in the mind of, I believe, Chris Leather, that wasn't going to be shared beyond the RCMP, the firearms information?
When I sent that information on the 23rd, the request was that the minister and the government of Canada was looking for that information when I made the initial request. Then I got the information. There was no caveat to that information. I sent it forward and it was almost at the same time or even before, but I didn't see the email till after, was an email about sharing it only internally, which for myself, I found that a little bit redundant because we share things internally at certain levels. Like I have no hesitation, anything that I know, I have no hesitation in sharing it with people in my senior executive committee. So to say, usually when I get information, if there's caveats, would say, please do not share outside the RCMP, please do not share with Government of Canada or share up to the minister. When I get information, I get a lot of information, for example, from the Federal Policing National Security side, and there are certain caveats. There's always caveats on that. The information that I got in the initial instance had no caveats, and it was shared up.
By to be banned list, Mr. Stewart meant, was it on the list of guns in the forthcoming firearms legislation to be announced May 1st, 2020, right? That's what he meant by to be banned?
Yes, because we had been working for the past few years under then Minister Goodale and then Minister Blair on gun legislation. The legislation was created or drafted and created in January of that year of 2020. And it didn't change. What you saw, I want to say advertised, not advertised, but presented in May 2020 was the exact same. Nothing had changed. So it didn't matter which guns were used in the incident because that legislation was already drafted in its final form and it was presented in May of 2020.
Well, if it didn't matter, why was he asking?
Probably because they have an interest in guns, and given the list of guns, he doesn't know the legislation well enough. He's the deputy minister, and so he would have gone to his subject matter expert, Randall Coops, curious as to whether this was part and parcel of the lists that they had put together, because they couldn't change legislation by then.
But if it was part of the list, then what? What use was going to be made of that?
Excuse me?
Well, so if the answer is yes, some of these guns are on the to be banned list, then what? What's the purpose of knowing that? What, was there going to be some use?
I'm not sure. Maybe it would be part of when they eventually release the legislation, maybe that's part of what they may use as part of their argument. I'm not even sure. It could be, but it wasn't used, like none of it was used for media or, and none of it was, they were asked not to share that like any further in that email, contrary to what happened actually.
And were you aware that Darren Campbell didn't want the firearms details shared because it was
not directly from
investigation?
Darren Campbell, no. There were, like I said, when I got the information on the firearms, there was no caveats of what could and couldn't be shared. The only caveat that I had at that point was these are the firearms seized, not the firearms used, because those were still under forensic examination. And that was the only sort of descriptor I got of that list.
Can we please see Comm 0049334, please? So since the commission interviewed you on August 4th, the commission interviewed DC Brennan on August 10th, 2022, and he discussed some of the emails and conversations around April 28th, 2020, before and after the press conference. And the email that we're bringing up is between Leah Scanlon and DC Brennan earlier before the press conference on April 28th, 2020.
Could I have the Comm number again, please? Sorry.
Comm 0049334. Oh, that's the transcript. Right, well, we can work with that. I think if we scroll down to page 44 to 46, it probably has the document number of the email as well. You can keep scrolling down, please. Was that, so it's not page 44 to 46 of the counter? No? Okay. All right, we'll find the email, but there's an email chain between, Leah Scanlon and DC Brennan. In his interview, which the transcript is there, he said she told him before the press conference the afternoon of the 28th that Darren Campbell was not comfortable discussing the details of the firearms. Now we have the email on screen. So if we scroll down to the bottom, can we make it bigger, please? And then scroll down to the bottom. And so this is at 12:44 p.m. on April 28th. Superintendent Campbell, this is from Ms. Scanlon, intends to confirm semi-automatic handguns and what can be considered as assault weapon. He and the investigative team believe people may have information about the guns, no other guns seized other than what was in the vehicle. This is what he is comfortable saying. And then if you scroll up, DC Brennan's saying, he's asking, just to be clear, Darren's not comfortable noting the make and model of the weapons seized. And then if you look at the top, it says, thanks, Brian, see below. So she's given her answers to the right of the questions. She says, correct, investigative team, including Campbell. And so DC Brennan told the commission that was made clear before the press conference in terms of the expectations of what H Division was going to say. And he said that you were working down the hall from each other. He would have walked down the hall and told you this. It made sense that he probably did that. He did not have a note of it or said he had an explicit recollection, but he said he would have let you know that because you were aware of the upcoming press conference. So do you recall him telling you before the press conference, H Division is not comfortable releasing the firearms details?
No, and I think on that day, on the 28th, I was working from home. Like, we were very seldom in the office during the COVID period. There was hardly anybody in the office. It was very early on in COVID. I don't recall that conversation at all. I do recall, like I said, being asked about if the weapons were going to be part of the media release. I also recall my comms people really on not just weapons, but on the number of deceased, the location of the deceased, the types of the vehicles, the background of the perpetrator, anything to do with the event. They were really pushing the comms people on the ground, like in Nova Scotia. My comms people look at things strategically, so they watch what's going on in the communications with media. They look at what the criticisms are, what the gaps are in the communication. There was a lot of criticism about there was a lot of questions about the weapons. So they were really, from what I understood from my comms people, they were really trying to push them to be more transparent in their approach to communications instead of not being transparent because of an investigation. This was a little different than in the fact that the perpetrator was deceased. So there wasn't going to be a big court proceeding to determine the guilt or innocence of a perpetrator because the perpetrator was deceased. So they were really pushing the envelope with the communications people to be as forthright and be more proactive than reactive, because the narrative, as we spoke about before, was changing negatively towards the event and towards the RCMP. And my strategic communications was looking at that and trying to figure out how we could best address that and counter that.
So your communications people include Sharon Tessier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you saying that you thought it would help counteract negative media coverage to release firearms details?
No, I wasn't really involved in that portion of it on that day. I only got a question from the minister's office asking if the details about the weapons were going to be part of the media event on the 28th. I had no idea. I reached into my comms people and asked them if that information would be part of the media event on the 28th. They came back and said, yes, in fact, it would. All of this back and forth, I wasn't aware of. And in fact, there was so many versions of the speaking notes. I got a version early on in the day. I didn't get I think there was other versions that kept coming, but it was such a moving target. They were working fast and furious to get ready for the afternoon. The speaking notes changed several times. I didn't follow the changes. And normally what I would do is I would take that final version of the speaking notes and I would fire it up to my usual people that I brief up to, which includes the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, the Minister through his Chief of Staff, and the National Security Advisor. But I didn't do that because the final version, I think, almost came out the same time as the media event itself, so I didn't even bother forwarding it.
DC Brennan was liaising with H Division, so right?
Yeah, I was.
So you would expect him to keep you briefed, wouldn't you?
Normally, like I said, we were in normal circumstances, we probably would have had my boardroom set up and we would have been working out of the boardroom and being able to communicate face to face. There was days where I was the only one in the office. I was not even there with my Chief of Staff in the majority of the time. DC Brennan was working from home often, as was Sharon Tessier. We did not, very seldom were we in a room together or even on the same floor. I know for the most part, many of those days I was working from my house.
And the reason I'm asking is,
Yeah.
by all accounts, you expressed a strong view that you had expected those details to be released at the press conference. DC Brennan is saying he told you before the press conference that that H Division did not want to release those details. So you're saying he didn't tell you
Well,
that?
if he had told me that, the first thing I would have done is just briefed up and said it won't be part of the press conference. And that's why I don't believe I was told, because the weapons itself did not matter to me. It was the fact that I was given erroneous information that bothered me, because I pride myself on giving the right information. So when I was told that I was asked a question, were they going to be included? I was told yes. I took the time to return the answer to the question and say, yes, they would be part of the media release. If I had been told that they weren't part of the media release, I would have got on the phone and said, no, they're not going to be part of it. So then I would have had the information corrected. The fact that I was given the wrong information was the part that frustrated me, because it was just yet another example of the miscommunication over the past 8 to 10 days.
Were you having Ms. Tessier pressure Ms. Scanlon to have those details released?
No, it was a question, are they going to be released? Not any direction to release the documentation or to release the information. But I know in general, my comms people were extremely frustrated because they wanted the communications in H Division to be more transparent, more forthright, try to provide more information. It was frustrating when even in one of the media releases, we were talking about the number of deceased, and my number was different than the media's number, that was different than the H Division number, which we got the information from H Division. So it was very confusing why different informations were being given when I don't make up the information. I just get the information through my comms people. I repeat the information in a media event. So there was a lot of frustration. Normally in an event like this, there would be 2 to 3 briefing notes or situational reports per day. I think I received maybe 3 in 8 to 10 days. So the flow of communication wasn't at the normal pace that is usual for an event such as this or for any major event. So there was some frustration being experienced. Me giving the wrong information to the Minister's Chief of Staff, the Deputy Minister, and the National Security Advisor was yet another example of that.
Madam Registrar, you brought that email on screen between Ms. Scanlon and DC Brennan, but I don't know if we got the Comm number, and has that been made an exhibit?
It's Comm number 0049334, and it's been marked as exhibit 4228.
Could I just add something in regards to communications? Because I don't think it's the fault of any one individual or even the people on the ground. The communications unit in Nova Scotia is set up for day-to-day communications, but they're not set up for big events, such as what happened in this mass casualty. They didn't have the capacity. And so it was very difficult for them to keep the flow and the speed of the information coming forward. It was hard for them to be proactive in their communications because they didn't have time to look at things strategically. And so that's where our communications and national communications would lend a hand. In normal circumstances, we would have sent those people down there immediately. But given the restrictions, we only brought down operational personnel in the first instance because we were afraid that we might bring COVID to Nova Scotia with the restrictions. And part of their rules and restrictions were operational members. I look at it now and I go, you know what, if I was to do this differently, I think the importance of communications, it's different than the operational response, but the communications is as important because it's one thing for something to happen, but if you can't communicate it, the families deserve no less. The people in Nova Scotia deserve no less. Canadians want to know what was happening. This was and I hate using the word, unprecedented event. And so we needed to be better at our communications. They just didn't have the capacity and we didn't provide them. They can't set up a communications unit for a what if. But what we have to do is make sure we have a contingency plan. So if something big like this happens, they may not have the capacity, but we need to assist them and provide them with the capacity. And we didn't do that. We did it at about day 8 or 9, and that was when literally their comms unit was working 24/7 for 8 or 9 days. They couldn't sustain it. Then there was a sense of urgency. But hindsight, if I could do that over again, that Tiger team or comms team that we would have put together should have been there like that first or second day to assist.
Would you normally expect communications to take up a large percentage of a senior officer's time?
Generally, no, but they didn't have comms people. Like a lot of times it won't be the actual person. In the first instances though, it's beneficial for the person who is leading or like the commanding officer or the criminal operations officer. It's important that people see them and provide the comm that they need in those instances. As things start to progress, then you should transition. Sometimes you will transition to your actual communications person, and it depends. So the event on the 28th, I know they spent a lot of time preparing for that. That was a huge event. It was over 2 hours long, and you can't just fly by the seat of your pants on a 2-hour media event with questions and answers.
We
Yeah.
heard one estimate that they spent 7 days getting ready for that press conference on April 28th.
Well, for myself, I didn't realize it was 7 days, but you know what? That's a lot of time to prepare. But there was a massive amount of information that they were trying to share. But it goes back to, if they were continually providing information day to day to day, as and when they had it, they may not have needed to have a one big huge conference. So
Do you mean to the media or to Ottawa?
to the media?
Okay.
To the media.
So just to give you an idea, Chief Superintendent Leather estimated in his commission interview, which is Comm 0059832, Exhibit 3892 at page 15, that it was higher right after the events, but over the 6 months following the events, he spent about 20% of his time on what he called, quote, corporate communications, end quote. So this is not public messaging during emergencies, but public messaging, some of which appears to have been after the fact to justify the RCMP's actions. Do you think that is an appropriate amount of time for a crops officer to spend?
I don't think personally, it's unfortunate that the crops officer himself spent that much time, but there should have been people to assist him in doing that. As much as we don't think things are important, like communications, they're absolutely important. And so when we need to respond to requests for information on this event or anything else, we need to be able to respond. We need to be able to communicate. And so we, both internally and externally. And so if it's requests for information, if we're talking, some of that could have been spent on Alert Ready, some of it could have been spent on various aspects. Well, we can't ignore that. It's part of his responsibilities as the crops officer to be able to provide that information. Does it mean that he personally should be doing that? I don't think so. I think he needs to have people working with him to be able to do that, because I think there's other things that he could use his time on.
Because to the extent the issues management team, all the messaging, media messaging was being run through them at a certain point, at least 2 superintendents were brought from out of province for that. We've heard about how scarce policing resources are. Do you think that's the best use of the time for senior officers to be preoccupied with this?
Well, some of it is a necessary evil. Some of it they have to, some of it they may be the keepers of the information and nobody else has that information. So of course they have to. But if it's something that is within the divisional documentation, or let's say they need information from the operational communications center, or they need information from X detachment, he shouldn't personally be the person trying to track that down. We should have people there to assist him. I know I have an entire tasking team for when I get requests, or requests from bottom up or requests from top down. I don't personally go and start flipping through documents or files, because it's not a very good use of my time, nor would it be a good use of Chief Superintendent Leather's time.
Are there any suggestions you would like to make to the commissioners as they consider possible recommendations?
Oh my goodness. I think about this, and the first thing that comes to my mind is anything that will keep Canadians safe, anything that will keep Nova Scotians safe. That's got to be our priority. If we can make things better, more efficient, more safe, absolutely. There's some big ticket items here. There's some big ideas, like big concepts, like resourcing. That's huge. That you don't solve overnight. If there was an easy solution, I would have hoped that we would have found that already. But anything that will make us a better organization, an organization that can be trusted by Canadians, that can respond to things that are, events that happen like this, where we're better positioned, whether it's through equipment, technology, resources, training. Of course, that's always going to be helpful. And as long as they're, implementable, you have my commitment that we're going to be doing everything we can to be a better RCMP from these recommendations.
Madam Registrar, I'd like to exhibit the rest of the documents on the list for this witness that was circulated to participants, please.
So exhibited.
Thank you, Commissioners. Those are my questions for the moment.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The process we've been following, we will continue with that process this afternoon, is that our council will meet with the various lawyers for the participants and discuss the order of questioning so that it's done in an orderly fashion. So that'll probably take about a half an hour, and we'll take a half an hour now. If you need more time, Ms. Young, simply let us know. And we have you for the rest of today and for tomorrow, but we'll see how we call it a caucus, but it's essentially a meeting for that purpose, and we'll see how the meeting goes and report back to you in a half an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 30 minutes.
Oh, man. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. Thank you very much for all of your muting comments. Yes, you do. You have to learn how to read lips if you're watching over here. Sorry about that. Sorry about the full screen. I don't know what happened there. I got the toilet bowl flushy there a few times, cut out a couple of times, and then wouldn't full screen the screen anymore. Anyway, you got half a screen of Brenda's head as she was not doing well. I was hopeful. I was hopeful that maybe they might say, you know, they might give a shout out to the channel about the card, but no dice. Maybe that's in some other document. Task. That'll be a task number. Oh, well. They love answering A-tips. Yes, 85 years, project anecdote. Good one. Yes. You never know. This one is under permanent seal. So that'll be interesting. What was that? That video I made a long time ago. I don't know why that. Where is it? It was way before this stuff even started. Oh, there we. No. Oh, what the fuck? It's always just videos missing and missing.
Perpetual clauses. A perpetual clause, as its name suggests, binds parties in perpetuity. Unless something occurs to terminate the clause, or make the obligations impossible to meet, the effects and corresponding rights will continue forever.
Forever. And that's you know, I can't say certain things, but I try. This one's so big, it's huge. Yeah, Sharon too. Yeah, Sharon, you know, like it was awesome. It was just a great phone call once again. Well, somebody popped by. I'm like, oh yeah, who's that? I don't know. You have a business card? Oh yeah. I was like, oh, boom. Gonna be a problem. No, it's not just me. There's help. We have help, but pieces of it, yeah. You know, and God just makes those things available at times, bits and pieces, and we'll see. You know, I still have a few more out there that we'll see if they get disproven. Wait. What a journey. You know, and I mean, it's an institution that I think, well, I can only speak for myself, but I was very proud of Mounties. I don't know why. I think it's just conditioned into us, right? And, you know, it's the uniform and for sure at Stampede, we always had the musical ride. That was always a big piece. And you respect police officers. That's very much ingrained, for sure, in my family. But they've lost that respect. They've lost it. And that's all on them. And they refuse to even look at it. She's saying things like event in a room constantly. Event. The people whose lives have forever been ripped apart day after day, who are going through unbelievable amounts of garbage. She's sitting there, you know, it's just an event. It's an event. And then she's talking how the communications is an event. You know, we plan that out and it's an event. You're really living fast and furious, as she said, with definitions. Guns. Out of the States. And I don't think they maybe even knew. That's where I'm sitting with now. I don't think they knew. They would have to know on certain levels and certain people, but you know, they're asking about watching at 1.5 speed. Wow. Okay. Hopefully that works for you, Todd. Todd Flanders. It's only a brand. It is. It's a. They often talk about that, the merchandising and the trademarking, and it's a business. And they talk about that. That's the way they refer to their world's biggest gang too, is a business. It's a corporation. It's a this. It's that. Yeah. But when I was a boy, I'll tell you, it was a different story. And the thing is, again, there are really good people that go into this system. There are unbelievably good people for the best of intentions. Like, I want to take care of my community. This is, you know, they're not bad people, and the system just eats them up and spits them out. This is what we pay for. undercover ops. There's no coincidences. No. No coincidences. Never any coincidences. Everything years ago, they were so respected. I believe that, yeah, that's true. Everybody around the world knows the Mounties. I've been around. You can say, and they or other people will say, "Oh, you're from Canada, Mounties." Yeah, they know. You know, you'll be on some far-flung country where they don't speak English. Maybe it's communist. They still know. They all know. Yeah. Doesn't see. So if you're that blind, you know, the blindness, the deafness is palpable. It's just so unbelievable that there are people walking around that are like that. But then, you know, that's just what the system does. Indoctrinates. Lying is okay. So, you know, we're doing the whatever greater good Five Eyes is telling them to do. I'm sad she didn't get into, maybe she's building it up. I don't know. The wellness report more. The wellness report needs some serious exploration, because that's when it's going to start to peel in the government and the Privy Council. She's touching on it for sure. She's very good lawyer. Not Leaf affiliated from what I can tell. Very interesting. She's one of the only ones. Pyramid scheme. Upside down pyramid. It's all top heavy bureaucracy nonsense. They don't even know what their own acronyms stand for. They don't even read. Like that was one of the most horrific things I think I heard this morning from Bergerman, is the admission that she just didn't read, you know, reports. Nobody's reading any of this stuff. And then they're like, but you know what would solve it is if you wrote some more stuff. If we developed some more programs and we hired some more people to write some stuff we're never going to read, so it doesn't matter anyway. And that's what they're doing to you. Not to be crude. They're doing this to all of us. And it's our money. Our money. I liked how somebody used wants the shower curtain back. Yeah. Good. Start talking like that. It's your money. You're paying that woman. You're paying for all of it. You're paying to inflict trauma on the families. It wasn't very long for that thought to dawn on me, and I was like, oh my God, this is so bad. Started with the police force, obviously, because I'm like, I know exactly what they're doing, but I know who pays them. Who pays Lori Ward there, whose lies, who wants to obfuscate. And I don't like to throw around, I should be careful. I don't like to throw around. I think I may have evidence of something that she's told that is untrue, but I'll have to prove that. I'm very big on proof. because it's not a good thing to throw that words around like that. But I don't, you know, but it's very clear that they're all trying to hide from us who pays for the whole system. What the fuck are we doing? Ironic, the RCMP previously created to control Native communities, but recently has recruiting drives on reserves hiring Indigenous members. Wonder what the next fisheries dispute. The fisheries. The connections on all this stuff are really deep. No coincidences. No coincidences. And we can't allow whatever they're going to, you know, if this ship does go down, which I suspect it will, we cannot allow, we just absolutely cannot allow a 2.0 version of this again, because they'll try. They will try to build something much worse to replace it. We have to stand up and say, no. Simple. Keep it simple. Listen to the way they speak. They can't even talk English. It's gibberish. They don't even understand English any longer. English was a beautiful language once upon a time, until it got rewritten daily. Only if we allow it. Only if we allow it. It's our money, our government. Good police officers are walking away from this one. The huge holes that she talks about. I mean, I was reading through these fucking interviews and seeing how many of them are gone. Not obviously, some of them are total trash, but then there are some real good ones in there. And I'm like, okay, you have like nothing but holes. Legally, they were breaking their contract all over the place to begin with. That's why they black out all the stuff to do with shift times and stuff. And then they tell you, well, it's for security purposes. It has nothing to do with that. What it has to do with is that somebody could legally challenge that. Legally challenge it and say, you're not fulfilling your end of the contract. Therefore, it's void. Somebody could, you could. There are articles in the law that allow for any citizen to go and challenge anything if they want to. You got the proof. And they've given you all kinds in this one. They've said that they're understaffed. They've said, etc. So that means the contract's void. Right there. You go to in front of a judge, they'll say, no, you haven't fulfilled your end of the agreement. So therefore, it's like a, rental agreement, right? You agree to pay rent for a place, and the landlord provides the place, and there's certain stipulations that everybody has to live up to. And if you don't live up to your end, then it's void. And the RCMP have thoroughly violated their contracts. Who was that officer that came out in the beginning? They have two tabs? Who was that former Mountie who came out at the beginning? Colchester, sits on the police review board up there. And he spoke out and he said, you know, you guys have all the stuff. You have all the toys. What's going on? You can't police. But then you need more. And the things that you're asking for, funnily enough, are extremely invasive, violate, I believe, law, definitely the Charter of Rights, our constitutional rights, for whatever our Constitution is worth, because so many people don't know that they don't even own their own land. We don't, none of us do. None of us do. Oh, but I have a title. No. Look in the Constitution and see. Does it have a provision in there that you are the right to own land? It doesn't. Trudeau Sr. intentionally built that in. Intentionally. And I know that firsthand. Actually, I shouldn't say firsthand. My apologies. My apologies. I should correct myself. Secondhand. And I have no cigarettes. When I do these streams, I go through a lot of cigarettes. Go through computers, go through cigarettes, eyes, sleep, summers. Oh, I can't even shoot that. Okay. Going to be all kinds of sound bites to sample out over the last, all over the place. Media, all their connections are going to come out too. It's a deep, deep hole. Are you buying cigarettes off the reserve? That's not legal. We need to reclaim natural common law. Yeah. I'm not going to touch that one because that's just a whole other place. We need to have, for sure though, let's start with, we need to have a police force and a government that is not corrupt, and that one is a huge ask. Yeah. But you have to start somewhere. So you can start with, we need a police force that isn't politically influenced, because that's all the RCMP ever has been for as long as I can remember. very, very influenced by politics. I think nowadays it's not the politics that influences the RCMP, but the RCMP that influences the politics. An organization's bigger than the RCMP. It's Five Eyes. It's because that's all they do. They accumulate data. The silence down there speaks volumes. Made me so sad. 8:39 video. Heidi, seeing Heidi asking for media release and just ignored. Yeah. I mean, the line's in there and then nobody responds. Nobody responds. I think the what is her name? I believe it's Angela. From Hoyt. That was the same day. I don't mind. Can you guys hear that? It's quite loud. Are you okay out there? Are you okay? No, I'm not doing anything to you. Kyla. Is it Kyla? Kyla Lonsbury. She said, with Hoyt, I transcribed the Colchester logs, and they're different. Yes, it's a bird. And they're different from what you're giving me. Oh, just go with the Ottawa ones. Okay. Problem. Right there. Kyla. Yeah, Kyla Lonsbury. And that, what's her partner's name? They banned that video. They didn't like that. He's tied up into some stuff out in BC. Imagine if Lower Stewiacke tag like Tanton. All the details, the attachments, only active on paper purely for RCMP financial gain. I think a lot of these detachments and things like that, they siphon money. I have a very, very strong feeling that they're siphoning money from one place to another to use for other things that they shouldn't be using it for. That's how they do it. $5 on the reserve. Well, I'll keep paying. I'm a fool, but I should just need to stop smoking at some point. But I will. God will tell me when it's okay. Told me when it's drinking, got to get out of that one. Then it's not a problem. Didn't really have a problem, quit drinking. Ottawa reminded we the people that we have no right to claim ownership to anything 2 months ago. A corporation of Canada, Queen owns everything, even our bodies. Yes, this is an odd concept, but we are just property, so to speak. working cogs in the machine. Not that I call for a revolution or anything like that, because I'm not like that, but it's true. But even the concept of just understanding that you don't own anything, like you don't have the right to property. What? What are you fucking talking about, man? People work all their lives. Now they sweat. The government can come and just take it anytime they want. Didn't think it was Nova, and unless she's possessed. Oh, no. Nova's, I think she's sleeping in the other room. Ran Contra, all kinds of goo. Well, they certainly are now. They are definitely afterward. Like Dion Sutton clearly worked his ass off between he and his partner, who I'm not sure exactly who that was, handled the entire province for dog services. That's a lot for an entire year, but he's like, I can't leave people short, so I'll just do it until you get this whole field, and then see you later. I'm out. Have a good one. Where is he? Where are these people? Where's Bernard? Why don't you put them up? Why don't you let them talk? Why don't you just let them talk? Stop trying to guide them into Never land. Whose statement? Oh, was it I can't remember whose statement that was, and they steered it into, like, just absolutely, totally out of the blue. Brought it right into, didn't want to talk about the violence in Bible Hill. Person brought up the violence in Bible Hill, how violent Bible Hill was. No offense on Bible Hill or people that live there. That's just what they said. And they said, it's a violent detachment. A lot of violence. And right away, Burrell moves away from that, starts talking about a different detachment. So once he's talking about some other small detachment, that there was no violence, that he already knew that there was no violence, which didn't pertain to anything. Burrell brings in domestic violence, asks about it. He's like, oh, so the domestic violence thing over there. Not that was an issue to the officer. Obviously, Bootland, which that's why MCC is so heavy on domestic violence. This is cover for Bootland. Todd got that. I was like, sure, I get, but sometimes it's just like that little click. I know the information and stuff like that, but I just didn't see that they were utilizing the MCC to cover for the Bootland thing that's coming. And I was like, oh, yeah. That's why Bootland's up there. I noticed that they have Desmond stuff up there now, too. Interesting. Desmond's a fucking pile of mess, too. Do we have anything going in the media? There's lots of try to destroy Truro, McNeil. Interesting. I'll be interested to see what why is that eluding me? Thursday is going to be like. Halifax is a lot more involved in all this too than we know. Ducks? This is ducks. Ducks. They is a quacking. All right, so let's check to see. Let me check. I'll utilize the stupid fern. when I was having issues the other day with my internet. This opened for me on my phone. I have everything disabled on my phone. Somebody was trying to access the voice recorder on my phone. I was like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. This world is bad. Anyway, sorry, I got off track because I was trying to look for something here. Let's see what they've got. No? All right. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Let's just see what they're saying in the media right now. We've got, oops. Retired top Mountie outlines failures, quote, in mass shooting response. 20 hours ago, mass shooting, senior Mountie testifies. Okay, here we go. 1 hour ago, we got head of RCMP says mass shooting a turning point between Mounties and Nova Scotians. How do you feel about that? CBC is telling you that. Haley Ryan and CBC. Commissioner Brenda Lucki says, testifying Tuesday, Halifax. I understand that she's quoting her, but maybe the gist of the article? Following criticism, da 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 da. Well, why do you think the criticism exists, ma'am? They set up the IMT right away because they knew that it was going to go downhill. Facing questions. Where's Robin? I wanted to check that. One moment. Is he only mentioned in handcuff shit? Okay, we've got, I don't know if this is new. Let's have a look. Darren. Interesting email stuff going on there with Darren. To John Robin. All right, so just one original message from John to Darren. Darren, I have drafted a narrower mandate of the review. Okay, so here's where they're fiddling with the review. Literally. Trying to get it so that they don't have to answer any questions, which will hopefully provide more clarity and scope to distinguish it further from the MCC. Okay, this is another kind of review. Let me know what you think we should add, if anything. Okay. Just looking at what they're going to even review. containment, deployment of ERT, deployment of general duty, they're cutting out 911, I believe. Okay, interesting. What else did we have here? I don't think I've seen this one. So, Solomé. Chris de Solomé. Solomé is out, aren't they? I believe. Chief Superintendent Solomé. As you are aware from H Division has requested independent review with respect to critical incident response, the events of Nova Scotia 1819. These events occurred through multiple RCMP jurisdictional areas, which included but were not limited to Portapique, Wentworth, Glenholm, DeBert, Shubenacadie, Enfield. For the purpose of this review, it will be named H Strong Critical Incidents Response Review, the CIRR. The CIRR is intended to assist RCMP H Division Criminal Operations Support and H Strong 2 Information Management Team. Okay, so there's John Robin, with outlining a variety of factors which would either support proper application of critical incident command or identify organizational risks or corrective recommendations, critical incident response, H Division, if applicable. This includes detailed examination of critical incidents response, 1819, 2020. I'm just going to stop there for a second. I'm just going to, because I'm not a policeman, so I don't know, but I'm really having a tough time seeing that it's this complicated. Policing is really not that hard. All this language, all these GU units, sandwich unit. Literally, what was it in Carol's notes the other day? I think it was Carol. He's doing food and beverage runs. It's like, so true. But I mean, is it this complicated? I don't think so. I don't think policing is complicated. Or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Dan Kinsella, yeah. I don't know what's gonna happen there. Didn't want to do the red. Very interesting. Heidi was embedded with Halifax, and he was the one police officer. The one department that said no. Yeah, titles for everything. They invent them. But it's like the language and stuff. Like I certainly, I can understand probably about 90% of what they write, 95% of what they write. I would say their use of the language is improper because they don't understand the definition of the words. So they're not even structuring English properly, but try to make it sound more complicated and lose people and lose themselves, funnily enough. But like, it just doesn't strike me as that hard. Like, you need to obviously have uniforms, you need to have guns, you need to have some training on how to do that, proper arrest procedures, some basic law. It's not tabletops and, doing gymnasium exercises, online shit, diversity training. It's really not about that. It's about, can you do the job? Can you go out and arrest the bad guy? Can you solve a crime? Can you use the critical thinking? Aside from that, you don't got to worry about, I don't think, very much more. Supply, supply of gear. I don't think it has to be very complicated, but maybe it's just me. It just seems like they talk about a foreign planet, a different even universe. I'm like, and I talk to other, like, obviously I talk to people who there's no need for that. Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't matter. You don't have to support anything political, any kind of agendas on anything. You just police. That's what your job is. You just police. And if it starts getting into other stuff, you're into areas you don't belong. If you're into religion, because they're not really into that, right? But I suppose, I guess a while back, many years ago, they did do something. But aside from that, like, you know, it's not about that. It's not about white, black. It's not about women, men. It's not about gay, straight. It's not about what religion you're in. It's not about what color you are. It's about, can you do the job? Are you physically capable? Are you mentally capable? Are you physically capable? You don't need, I've seen that, and it's no offense on women. I think all the women in here know I'm very respect women a great deal. You do not need to have, like here in Calgary, I have seen that a bunch of times where they will partner two women together. It's very interesting how they've hired usually very attractive women. I find that interesting too, but maybe it's the image, I'm not sure. And they do definitely seem to, I would say, do themselves up. So that's the right way to say it. So, you know, the hair and the makeup is everything's done, which is good. You shouldn't look like a slob, but they'll take like two women and they'll partner them together in a car. Now that's two paychecks, because the one probably is not physically, no offense, not physically capable of doing, you know, something with a 300 or 300-pound guys. So they stick two of them together, which, you know, you could have one, not muscle head, but some guy who's, you know, he could handle himself. One. So that means you could probably free up a little bit more resources. They talk about freeing up resources. Okay. And that's not to say that there's not women that are highly capable. There are. But in those kinds of cases, that's just a bad hire. It's just not good. I think probably more appropriate somewhere else. Just as probably, I don't know, Musclehead is not that great at doing, I don't know, nursing. Probably not the most appropriate thing, right? He's more about brute strength and stuff like that. Not probably, yeah, I guess you could do porter duties or something like that. Anyway, based on your unit's national level authorities, responsibilities, oversight, connectivity, and expected impartiality, it is requested that CNIP operational response and readiness critical incident program lead and management this independent CIIR. The independent aspect of this review is crucial. This is writing John Robin. Is crucial to ensuring objective of assessment, a multitude of factors, including decision-making and response by H Division RCMP over 1819, can be made. As such, H Division respectfully requests, if possible, the Critical Incidents Response Review Team, CIRT, be comprised of diverse group of critical incident practitioners from a variety of Canadian police agencies. This should include critical incident commanders from provincial, rural, municipal police agencies, as well as RCMP, critical incident commanders who have experience commanding critical incident commands in small to medium divisional settings. Individuals who have successfully completed and or facilitated on Canadian Police College Critical Incident Command course, any individuals who possess any current ACCIC accreditation, individuals who have a proven track record of success in managing commanding critical incident responses. Probably might be good to have some citizens in there too. They don't know what the hell's going on, but you know, you can certainly bring people up to speed a little bit, and it's their community. And you know,
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
You know that they're going to pick people that are, you know, there's a lot of people that transition those stripes. What is it? Blue stripe straight for yellow stripe. Ouch. That one, I'm like, no depot. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Remember 3 years ago, Calgary cop got her ass beat for making attempted arrest. Woke a whole bunch and woke the woke bunch freaked out that 6 male officers had to rescue her. And, you know, and again, it's not to say I've seen some pretty wicked takedowns by some female officers. It's just who can do the job. Who can do the job? Do you have the brain? Do you have the fortitude, the physical capability? Do you work well with others? You know, that's kind of all that's really required. You don't need any of this other junk. And if it comes in, it's probably going to do a lot of bad things because it's going to mess up. Just make sure I got this set up here. What was that? That's not the one. This one. There we go, I think. This one. Okay, I just want to make sure I got that other one closed. 22, 23. Okay. I have yesterday's episode open too. Size intimidates most people. Everyone for sure need a little bit of a brain as well. Oh, you need a lot of brain to be a good cop. To be a good cop, you gotta have some pretty wicked skills. You gotta be able to read people well, put the pieces together pretty fast. Psych evaluations would be a good start. Addictions, there's another one. You got addictions issues or those kinds of things? No, that doesn't belong.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. We'll ask the witness to come back. Hello again, Commissioner Lucki. The council have had a chance to meet and discuss the order of questioning, and we'll begin with Mr. Michael Scott. We'll make a start today and continue tomorrow, of course. And each council will tell you who they represent as they come forward, so you'll have that context. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioner Lucki. My name is Mike Scott. I'm counsel to a number of those who are the families of victims of April 2020 and a number of those who were directly impacted. Just wanted to follow up on a question that Commission Counsel asked you. You understand that we've been at this now for a number of months and we've heard from dozens of witnesses and combed through thousands of documents. And I expect that you appreciate the complexity of the issues that the commission has been tasked with reviewing and producing a report on. Yes?
Oh, yes.
And you understand that at the end of this process, obviously the intention is the commission will produce a report that I think is probably safe to say will be in excess of 1,000 pages, given the broad mandate that we've been dealing with. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. And when Ms. Young asked you whether, having presumably turned your mind to this as the commissioner of the RCMP, whether you had any ideas for recommendations that the commission could make, did I hear you correctly that the best you could offer was anything that makes Canadians safe? Did I hear you right?
Yes, and I said that because there was so many different tentacles to this situation, and I'm not in the position that I want to be influential. I think that for all of you, unfortunately, who have had to sit through and listen to the various testimonies, you're going to take the information. I don't have a lot of the on the ground information. I'm in charge of 32,000 people in over 750 locations. I don't intimately or get down into the weeds on a lot of things. And so I think that there's people, subject matter experts that I rely on, and I consider that, the commission is going to be one of those subject matter experts.
Have you been following these proceedings and looking into the issues as the commissioner? You have not.
No, there's people that do that.
Who are those people?
Various people. There's people on the ground with H Strong, Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley, who represents H Strong 2 in conjunction with his team. There's people depending on what the issue is, when we talk about, for example, Alert Ready and working through that, the Deputy Commissioner of Contract and Indigenous Policing is working through that. When it came to if it's HR issues, then our Chief Human Resource Officer might work on things like that. So far, we haven't had a team set up yet to tackle everything from A to Z.
Right. And when you refer to the H Strong 2 team, my understanding is that effectively all H Strong 2 does is help facilitate document disclosure for the commission. Is that correct?
Well, and also I believe that Chief Superintendent Mike O'Malley is here. He's listening. There's, flagging things for people if there's things that we need to pay attention to. I haven't been able to watch the proceedings, but, there's conversations about issues that are raised. And of course, if there's something that we can do to make things better immediately, or if it's, like I said earlier, if it's high risk, then we should be looking at that.
But you're content to wait for the report of this commission before taking any concrete steps to address the issues that may have contributed to the mass casualty and prevent a similar incident from happening in the future?
Depending on the issues, of course. Like I said, if there's anything high risk or something that we can change, that even if we did make changes, we wouldn't have to take it away and change it completely. We're very cognizant of the fact that we want to be respectful of the recommendations. And in fact, if we go 90% down a road and that's not the road that's discovered, then we're making changes for the wrong reason.
Okay. Earlier today, I think I heard you make reference to media coverage after the mass casualty, and I think you said that it was that there was this narrative that was changing negatively after the event, and we've heard that from a number of senior RCMP people, the reference to this negative narrative. Do I understand correctly that that your view as the commissioner is that the RCMP was treated unfairly by the media?
No, I don't know. I don't categorize it as fairly or unfairly. I know what some of the actions of the members on the ground. I know what some of them did. I also know that there were things that we look at that, there's always room for improvement. I try not to, I'm a glass half full kind of person, and I try not to have a jaded point of view about the media. I do find that they report, and when we don't provide the information, then they find the information elsewhere, and sometimes it might not be the most accurate source. So that's why it's important that we spend time or we invest in our communications.
Right, because the easiest solution to that issue would be to provide the information directly, correct?
Yes.
Right. So if the media asks a valid question and the RCMP simply doesn't respond, or responds in a way that's practically not responsive, you know, there can be little complaint if they seek information from other sources. That's right?
Absolutely, and we're doing a lot of work in that regard. In my strategic communication people are providing sort of, you know, trying to push the envelope with commanding officers and their teams to be more forthright, instead of saying that it's under investigation or that a serious incident response team is taking care of the event, you know, providing some commentaries of some of the more obvious things without compromising.
In your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, and we don't need to pull it up, but for my friends, I'm at page 98. You did, again, talking about negativity in the media. You said, I think the negativity in the media and all the negative narrative that they feel that they've been, you know, wrongly, I don't want to use the word accused, but wrongly labeled. And there's been a lot of that negative narrative. And it did feel disgusting, as they said, knowing that it's not like that all the time. Do I understand you as saying that that negative media stories in the aftermath of the mass casualty, you thought had a significant impact on the RCMP and the morale in terms of how they were being portrayed in the media?
Absolutely. If it's negative media about the RCMP, people take that personally, because like I said, I'm a firm believer that people go to work each and every day wanting to do the best they can. And when sometimes that might not happen, but to be, you know, critical of the actions, some people want to make sure that they do better. And it's sometimes hard to take criticism like that.
And did I hear you say that that part of the strategy for addressing that sort of negativity is to put in place a more robust strategic communications team?
Yes, and also in the last year or so, we've invested in training our upper management in each division with media and sort of committee presentation type training, so that, because for the most part, including myself, I'm not super comfortable doing live media interviews. I find it very nerve-wracking. I like to prepare for them, but they're difficult. And so you don't run to things that you feel uncomfortable doing. So we need to make our commanding officers feel more comfortable doing it. So we've actually challenged them in the last year or so to come out with every month, to come out with one sort of media type event. And it's not something that they like to do. And I don't think we've been super successful with that idea of mine.
And we're definitely going to come back to media training, but just before we leave the negative media issue, it'd be fair to say that a lot of the negative media that the RCMP was attracting in the early days, directly after the mass casualty, wasn't because the RCMP didn't have media training or communications issue, but because of actual things that happened in the course of the mass casualty. Would you agree with me on that?
Not completely, because I think it was also a capacity issue. They weren't thinking strategically. So like I said in earlier testimony, we have communications people who follow what the media is saying, follow what is trending negatively. How can we counteract that with some information? Is it trending negatively because we haven't provided the information and people are making assumptions or surmising? What are the reasons, and how can we turn it to a more positive? So it's not completely because of actions.
You put a more positive view on the issue.
Yes.
Yes. When the media reports that two RCMP officers have opened fire on a volunteer fire department and shot at a volunteer or at an EMO official, that's not a negative narrative is that that's just reporting the news.
No, if they have the information and that's factual, then
Right.
yes.
That's what happened. You know that.
Yes.
Right. So there's no amount of putting a shine on it that's going to make that a positive thing, is there?
Well, I sort of disagree in the sense that that is a fact, but then there was other, there's the whole what was going through the mind of the person that when that happened. How did that happen? Why did it happen? There's a ton of questions that are still unanswered. So I'm not saying it's going to change it in the end for some people, but it's providing context and understanding that sometimes may change that narrative.
And I appreciate that there is a number of questions that went unanswered, and it's one of the reasons that we're here is to get some of those answers that to some extent weren't provided by the RCMP. But I want to be clear, in fairness, you're not suggesting that that through communications or media training that there's a way to make that a positive story.
It's not about making it positive. It's about providing as much information as you can and let Canadians come to their own opinion. So if it's only, and I'm not saying in this case, but if something is only providing one side of the facts, sometimes there's another side, sometimes there's three sides to every story, but allowing those facts to present themselves and allowing educated and aware Canadians to come to their own conclusions.
You can appreciate that a lot of the negativity surrounds specific issues like when the media reports a story on the fact that Nova Scotians weren't warned that there was an armed gunman wandering the province killing people because the RCMP didn't use the ready alert system. That's not the media being unfair or picking on the RCMP. That's just reporting a fact, is it not?
Yes, and like I said before, there's always as we know with anything, there's always context. I'm not saying it's going to change people's opinion, but there is context to some of those things that they report. And providing that context allows people to have an informed view of what happened.
We heard yesterday that it took 19 hours for the RCMP to locate the Oliver Tuck and Bond scenes. And I think Lee Bergerman has suggested that was a failure on the part of the RCMP. Is there any context that makes that acceptable?
Well, first of all, I can't imagine what those families went through, not knowing what's happening with their loved ones. I know that at the time, if I was to provide some context, at the time, one of the priorities was to ensure that the perpetrator was stopped and the threat ended. So that was definitely a priority. Once that was completed, then it was a question of, again, using your incident command, using your gold, silver, bronze, organizing a proper scene, going through each scene. I can't speak to the 19 hours. I can only speak to some of the context at the beginning. And my heart goes out to the families because I keep thinking if that was my family member, I don't know how I would feel.
You were talking a few minutes ago about a push, and I think you discussed in your Mass Casualty Commission interview as well, a push to get senior management more strategic communications training, media training to help facilitate their participation in things like media events, or you had testified at the SECU Parliamentary Committee recently, or perhaps even for a setting like this for an inquiry. Is that something that's mandatory for senior executives, or simply being encouraged at this point?
We provided the training. We didn't call it mandatory, but every commanding officer was told to go have the training and was offered the training. I know myself, when I first got in the position, I had several days of it because of the types of duties I do. I don't think it makes it any easier, but it's always good to have something to rely on when you're going into these and trying to, make sure that you can fully express yourself.
Right. In situations like what we're doing right now, you're giving
Exactly.
testimony and I'm asking you questions. So my question is, how many courses do you have to take to be able to sit in the chair that you're sitting in now and tell the truth?
You don't need any courses to tell the truth.
If I ask you a simple question and the answer to that question is yes, then presumably you'll say yes, right?
Depending, yes, on the question, obviously.
And if I asked you a question and you didn't know the answer, presumably you would simply say, I don't know the answer, right?
Not always. I might say that I don't know about that, but what I can say is something like this to provide some value added.
Right. But you agree with me that there's, and you've spoken about it before, there's a genuine need, and never more so than in the aftermath of the mass casualty, for things like transparency and candor and truthfulness and being forthcoming and providing accurate information to the people that the RCMP is expected to serve. You'd agree with me on that?
Yeah, it's important.
Right.
Yes.
Because if there is any concern that the people of Nova Scotia or farther have lost trust in the RCMP, you appreciate as the commissioner that a huge component of that is a feeling that that the information being provided in Nova Scotians is not accurate. You understand the importance of that in a trust relationship.
Yeah, that's one part of trust, most definitely, is communication.
Pretty important part of a relationship, isn't it?
Well, so is, relationship building. So is, treating people with respect. There's a lot of things that go with trust.
And I think you actually said in your mass casualty commission interview, said that's how we're going to strengthen trust, being more transparent, being more open, providing timely and accurate information, and not hiding behind a culture of less is more. And I presume by less is more, you mean less information is better. So you fully support the idea that we need to communicate more frankly, more clearly.
Yeah, as much as possible and when we can, absolutely.
And part of the strategy for that is providing things like media and strategic communications training for upper management.
That's helpful, yes.
Right. And have you received that sort of training?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, I suppose perhaps I'm being overly simplistic, but wouldn't you agree with me that things like strategic planning and reference to messaging and talking points and narratives are the absolute antithesis of transparency?
No, not at all. No. Because a lot of that would provide, like I referred to, context. Taking what's out there, and if there is a negative narrative due to misinformation or disinformation, for example, it's important that we correct that. So even though the narrative might be negative, it might be erroneous, and it might be something that we can correct if we provide the information in a timely manner.
You say that, but if I put that back to you another way, aren't you saying that if somebody is saying something that's untrue, then we will correct it with truth? If someone is putting out a false narrative, something that's not true, if I'm reading between the lines, what you're suggesting is then we can address that false narrative by putting forward things that are true.
Sometimes we can, and sometimes it's not the biggest benefit for us to continue having the narrative out there. So maybe it's just leaving it be and letting it run its course. Sometimes we can get out in front of it. Sometimes if we're more proactive, then that won't happen in the first place. So there's many different strategies.
And that's, to your mind, when you talk about building a trust relationship and building on transparency, that's what you're talking about?
Well, it's about building that trust. It's about giving as much information as you can when you can. It's about being timely and making sure that, if there are things that you can do to increase the trust through communication, you should do that. I use the example, there's a ton of great work that members do each and every day, but we don't always put that in the media. Often in the media, you know, I say you don't talk about the plane that lands. It's always often about the things that don't work that are in the media. So there's so much great work that each and every day that our employees do, and sometimes we share that with the media and it's of zero interest, and it's unfortunate because that's also a way to increase trust.
Well, let's use a specific example. So we heard testimony a couple of weeks ago from Chief Superintendent Leather, and one of the issues that we got on is one that I think that you're already well aware of, was at an early press conference after the mass casualty, a journalist had asked Chief Superintendent, how many people have been murdered, which in the circumstances is probably a very reasonable question to ask. And the response that was given was in excess of 10, when the commission has information that the best information the RCMP had at the time was 15 and probably more. And that was the information that was actually provided to you as the commissioner. So my question is, what course does Chief Superintendent Leather have to take to not create an issue like that? Is that not simply an issue of, if you're asked a simple question and the honest answer is, we're pretty sure that 15 people have been killed and there's probably more, then just say that. Yeah,
You know, I agree with you in certain respects, absolutely. But I think sometimes people part of policing culture is perfect, get to perfect. And perfect is a second in time, because a second later, it's not perfect. People do not want to provide inaccurate information, and they get so worried about it. It's all consuming sometimes. So when you say, I was like using the in excess of 10, there's other ways that could have been said, which maybe would have provided more comfort to people, like there's 12 and there's 13 people unaccounted for, as an example. I'm just making it up, because that's the type of information you might have. But they're worried that they're going to provide, you know, grieving families wrong information, and especially when it comes to deceased. And when we have this sort of culture, unless you have given a complete next of kin, which includes extended family, we're not going to release information. Well, you know what, maybe we have to revisit that, because it's often we get caught up in the details, and sometimes we just have to, you know, look at the risk. And that's where I'm not expecting someone like Chief Superintendent Leather to be an expert in that. That's why he has a communications unit who looks at things strategically and advises him accordingly, just as I do.
Yeah, in fairness, Commissioner, it's certainly not controversial that if we're talking about a person and we're going to release a name and it's unclear whether that person is living or not, we don't want to recklessly suggest that they were. We're not talking about that, though, are we? We're talking about numbers, and the best information that the RCMP had at that time, for the example that we're using, the information that was actually communicated, I believe, to you, was that we think that there's 15 casualties and probably more. Why can't we just say that when asked? How is trying to find a way of comforting the public less important than simply giving the best information that we have, the most truthful information that we have?
No, that's an absolute great point. I struggled with it myself during those days. I know that things are very dynamic, and I'm trying not to sound like I'm making excuses. I can understand how it can happen. I'm not saying I completely agree with it either, but I can totally understand how it can happen, because people are just nervous about providing wrong information. Police officers always, you know, they testify in court very often, and they always pride themselves on giving the most accurate information. It's part of our culture. I'm not sure it's always the best approach, but I always try to seek some understanding as to why that would happen. I don't think saying in excess of 10 is, I've never heard that until that day. And even myself, I scratched my head and said, what does that mean? And so I was struggling with that. And so that's why I say that, you know what, if we had brought our comms team on the ground and said, you know what, just let's talk about what happened here. What can we release? Let's look at that and be more succinct, more clear, more transparent to Canadians.
Right. In excess of 10, you'll agree with me, is misleading. We're talking about the concern for giving accurate information in everything but the most technical sense.
I don't think it's misleading, though. Actually, I just
You
think
don't?
because when I think of the word misleading, I think of intention, and I don't think their intention was to mislead. I think their intention was to not, to try to manage expectations, whether it's right or wrong, or whether you or I agree with it. I think they were really trying to manage expectations and not go too far down something that they may have to go back on because things were happening so fast. Again, I'm not saying I'm completely in agreement. I'm just trying to understand how it happened and how we can, when I try to understand how things happen, then I try to figure out how we can make it not happen for the next time.
Because it's not very transparent, is it?
No, for people, for the families with loved ones, I can't imagine what that meant to them. I couldn't imagine. They're trying to make sense of something, and I don't think that's helping.
Well, surely you can appreciate what it's like when you're looking for information and the person that's giving information to you is not being candid or is couching things in a way to maintain a certain predetermined messaging or narrative. And that doesn't instill a great deal of trust between you and that person, does it?
Yeah, and I don't think it was about a predetermined, there was nothing nefarious about it. It was just they were doing the best they could with the resources they had in the capacity that they had, which was very, very little in the comms department. And that's where we should have stepped in and assisted on the ground. We tried to do it from a distance. It didn't work so well.
Yeah, and I noted that you were saying that earlier in your testimony. We've heard that the H Division, a person with the title Director of Strategic Communications, was directly involved in those press conferences. I mean, there's an actual office. I appreciate that it's not quite as robust as yours in Ottawa, but people like Chris Leather and Darren Kimball are surrounded by communications people, are they not?
I wouldn't use the word surrounded. It makes it sound like there's a lot of people, but I heard at one point that in one testimony that like Ms. Scanlon had almost two phones on each, a phone on each ear, trying to manage the requests from the media and then trying to make sure that the communications were as accurate as possible. For somebody to do that 24/7 for more than 24 hours, that's not, you're creating an environment where you're not going to make maybe the most strategic decisions because you're reacting to everything. And so you're trying to catch up and you'll never be strategic.
Yeah, I guess my question then is why do we have to be strategic? Why do we have to, I think your answer to the issue was that National Headquarters should have sent in a team of strategic communications people to bolster H Division in their response. Why is it so hard to do a press conference and if asked reasonable questions to answer them reasonably? And if we don't know, then we say we don't know. And if it can't be released right now, either due to legislation or because of an ongoing investigation, why not say that? Why does Chris Leather need a host of communications people around him to answer questions frankly?
And well, I shouldn't have used the word strategic. Maybe I could have used being more proactive than reactive. So when I heard today that they spent 7 days preparing for that media event, the first thing I was thinking in my mind was, if we had the ability to do comms every day on a regular basis and provide information as we had it, there would be no need to prepare for 7 days for a 2-hour media event. We could have provided it in small portions as we knew as it was happening. And that's why I mean being more proactive than waiting and putting all your eggs in a 2-hour media event. A lot of that stuff may have been able to be shared far before that day.
Sure, and I think we can agree that it would be objectively absurd to spend 7 days preparing for a press conference and might lead someone to ask, what were you doing in those 7 days? I assume that you didn't prepare for 7 days to come here and answer questions.
I did not 7 days straight. No, I did a lot of preparation.
Did
Come
you?
here, yeah. Because like as commissioner, I don't have I'm not like into the weeds. And so when I get asked certain questions, I like to be informed. And so of course, there's a lot of issues that have been raised that prior to between my 7-hour statement and today, there was things that I couldn't answer. And so I pride myself on knowing that information or getting the information. I'm not the keeper of most information. I get it from a business line or a person, then I transmit it. I'm not the keeper of much information.
No, but there's a significant difference between becoming familiar with the subject material, the way I might review documents before I come here today, and being prepped by professionals on how you're going to respond to things or the messaging you're going to put forward, or ensuring that a certain narrative is protective. Those are strategic communications issues, correct?
Yes, exactly. But in this case, when there's information, for example, on the ground coming from all different sources, there was several crime scenes and there was all different information. So to expect that Chris Leather at any given time could just start talking about all of that without any preparation,
right.
He would need to, he wants to be a good source of information. So he wants to make sure he has the accurate information. And these are coming in bits and pieces. And this was something that they didn't have a way of putting it all together very quickly. So they had to, work through that.
You're talking about being more proactive and less reactive, and I assume that includes engaging with the media, maybe in different ways, going to them with information rather than simply reacting when a negative story comes forward. So you'd agree with me that using the media to ensure that the public is well informed is a good thing. It's a good thing for the relationship between the RCMP and the community, and it's a way for the RCMP to get information to the community.
Yes, and building the relationships with media, because you shouldn't be building a relationship during the event.
We can agree that there were definitely shortcomings in H Division's communications with the media in the days immediately after the mass casualty.
There was criticism, right. Yes.
And in fact, we're going to get to it later, but one of the reasons that you called the meeting on April 28th was to address concerns you had about information flow from H Division, and you weren't happy with it.
Yes.
Yes. We know that in September of 2020, H Division was planning to participate in an interview and do background for a CBC documentary, I believe called 13 Hours. And they had decided, I believe Darren Campbell was going to participate. And do I understand correctly that right before that was to happen, your office overrode that decision and canceled it? Is that correct?
It wasn't just my office. It was in consultation with the Contract and Indigenous Policing Officer, Deputy Commissioner Brenda,
right.
And with communications or strategic communications.
Right. But it was, H Division was overridden by
yes.
Your office, the Deputy Commissioner's office, and your respective communications people.
Yes.
Right. And you got an email back from one of the producers who was not a woman named Jillian Findley, who was not very happy about having been called off after Darren Campbell had agreed to participate. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, not the exact words, but now that you're saying it, yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that in your reply to Ms. Findley, you said a number of things, but one of them was in order that the RCMP would not be participating in that interview, in order to protect the integrity of the public inquiry, unfortunately, we will not be participating in this interview. And I wanted to take you to that wording where you said, so as not to protect the integrity of the public inquiry. Now, can you help me understand in what possible scenario could Darren Campbell participating in an interview with the CBC negatively impact the integrity of the work that the Mass Casualty Commission is doing?
First, I should say that is but one of the reasons. There were several other reasons why we had chosen not to participate in that interview. But given the fact that many of the information or the facts, people having the facts, and many of that would be fleshed out through the inquiry, and we preferred that avenue versus fleshing it out in the media.
Why?
Yeah. Some of the other reasons were the emotions were still
No,
very...
but sorry, Commissioner, my question is why?
Oh,
why
I thought
would you
you
prefer?
said one, sorry.
No, sorry.
Why? Why? I think that, when this was an unprecedented event
Yes.
that was going to have a huge inquiry behind it, and the government was taking great lengths to make sure that they got the right people, the right, the terms of reference, everything. And so we felt that they needed to do their job first, and that if you wanted to put everything in front of the media, then maybe you wouldn't even need an inquiry. And so we felt because the inquiry had been called that they should have the information.
Right. Why?
Because we felt it was important that they were the first ones to deal with that information, and that it wasn't out, it didn't need to be put out in the public. There was all kinds of, that was just but one reason.
We'll get to the other reasons in a minute, but I want to deal with this issue of you've identified that you knew at that point that a public inquiry was going to be called, right?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that this commission actually hadn't been struck until October of that year, and we're in September. But presumably you had been hearing things that a public inquiry was coming. And in fact, you were involved in the striking of this commission, were you not?
We were consulted, yes.
You were consulted on the terms of reference and the scope, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So you were perfectly aware that a public inquiry was coming.
Yes.
Right. And do I hear you saying that the concern was that if Darren Campbell did an interview with CBC, that might simply obviate the need for a public inquiry?
No. I was exaggerating for the sake of emphasis. Really, it was about, sitting back, letting things take its course. There was a lot of information out there. He had gone through the sequence of events on previous interviews. We weighed out the options, we weighed out the risks, we weighed out the benefits. And subject matter experts, I am one of which I am not, when it comes to communications, presented the pros, the cons, the risks, the benefits, and the decision was made not to proceed.
And we're fully aware that the decision was made not to proceed, but what we're trying to get down to is to the extent that you suggest that it was done in order to protect the integrity of the public inquiry, aside from the fact that maybe by giving information to the CBC and having to do it again in the public inquiry, it might be redundant. Can you not agree with me that there is no possible way that doing that media could have in any way negatively impacted, obstructed, or interfered with the workings of this commission?
No, but there might have been differences of information over time. This was still very new. So presenting that information in the media and then representing it differently, for example, because things had changed, could impact.
Well, if information changed or better information came along, that's just the process of acquiring information, isn't it?
It could be, yes.
Right. And even if it turns out that there's actually 23 people that have died, if the best information you have at the time is that it's 15 and probably more, then there's nothing wrong with giving the best information that you have, right?
I guess it boils down to us probably agreeing to disagree, because when I was presented, or it was actually through Deputy Commissioner Brendan, when we went through all of that, for many reasons, the decision was made not to do that. And I think it was a good decision.
What were the other, you said there's many reasons. What were the other reasons?
Some of it was, first of all, emotions were very high on the ground in Nova Scotia. And the narrative was not good against the RCMP in Nova Scotia.
Correct.
And Superintendent Campbell felt that this was going to be the game changer, and that by providing all that information that everybody would now feel positive about the RCMP. we know that's not how it works. And we know that the media isn't always about, what we have to say and how that would be presented. So we felt the risk of a more negative narrative or just having information out there that would be spun into something else, there was a risk to that. So we felt that there was going to be a full inquiry. The facts would roll out as they would in testimonies, just like mine or other members, and the media would have an opportunity to look at all the different facts of the case through the inquiry.
Right. And you appreciate that obviously that was 2 years ago, right? So for a long period while we've been working through this process, it certainly hasn't done much to ensure that the people of Nova Scotia are informed, has it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So,
and when we talk about your concern that the media will spin things into a negative narrative, or that it might not, people might still have a negative narrative, how do I reconcile that with your earlier comments that the real strategy for building trust with the community is that we communicate transparently, candidly?
Yeah, it's a tough one to reconcile. I'm not gonna deny that. It wasn't an easy decision, and it's, we're trying to balance and give the most information we can, and then we have all these other mitigating and aggravating factors, and sometimes it flies in the face of what we're trying to accomplish, but sometimes there's a greater good. Sometimes it's about, there's going to be people who will testify to the facts, that we will, that they will be presented in a manner that the media can take what they wish from those testimonies. It's not always, there's always a fear that there's a risk to the organization. And so you balance it and you try to make a decision. Some people may not agree with the decision, that's all right, but this decision was made.
The decision was made. And I guess the most important question is, are you one of those people that thinks that in certain circumstances to protect the organization, that we should withdraw from communicating or sharing information that might make the institution look bad?
Well, reputational risk is always one of the risks we look at. It's not the only risk we look at, but it's one of the risks, absolutely, as an organization.
And that's fair. But can I suggest to you that was the overriding concern?
No.
Your testimony is that really that it was out of an effort to protect the Mass Casualty Commission and the integrity of that process.
Well, I think the timing was just not the right timing, because we were right in the midst of announcing imminently a Mass Casualty Commission.
Right.
And to run out in front of the media just prior to announcing a Mass Casualty Commission may look it may look like self-serving almost. And so there's risk to doing something and there's risk to not doing something. And it's, you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't sometimes. And sometimes people are going to criticize you no matter what decision you make. So I think there would have been more criticism if we ran out in front of the media and did a fulsome interview on all of the facts associated with this mass casualty just prior to a commission being announced.
So your view is that depending on the timing or what's happening, it's not always a good idea to be honest, forthcoming, and transparent with the media and by extension, the community. There are strategic considerations.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not about being honest or dishonest. It doesn't boil down to that. There's just a lot of factors that people have to look at, mitigating and aggravating circumstances, and those change from one decision to another. And there's several different factors that one needs to look at. And I rely on my strategic communications people who have the expertise in that, and they provide advice. And I can take the advice or I can't take the advice. And in this case, I took their advice. Or we took their advice, because it was both the deputy and myself at that point.
And if you had to go back and do it again, you'd do the same thing?
I believe so.
In 2018, you testified before the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe you testified in June of that year, which would have been shortly after you were appointed commissioner.
Yes.
And I was struck it was raised in your Mass Casualty Commission interview that you spoke about the family liaison role and its importance within the RCMP. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I expect you're aware that that there have certainly been issues in this matter with respect to the family liaison. You're aware of that?
I don't know all of the specific details, but I'm aware that there were some issues.
You aware that that one family liaison from the RCMP was assigned to all of the civilian victims' families?
Yes.
Right. And we heard testimony from that family liaison a few months ago now, and it came out in evidence that he had no training of any kind, no specific to the role of family liaison. And I suspect one of the issues that the commission will be looking at is whether recommendations need to be made in regards to family liaisons.
Yeah, that would be beneficial.
And when you addressed the issue of the family liaison role back in 2018, for that inquiry, what you said was everything, all the issues I hear, it's always about communication, lack of communication, not timely, poor communication, disrespectful communication, but it's always communication. So we really need to get better at it and make sure that our members are equipped to have that. And if they aren't, then they need training. And if they aren't, then maybe we need to find somebody who can. And do I understand your messaging there to be that how the RCMP communicates with those families is critically important, and we need to have people that are trained to do it. And if we have people that aren't suited to it, then we need to find somebody else who's better suited to that role.
Yeah, we need to create, I don't even believe we have training for that role. It's not something that we use a lot of, because often I've been in other provinces where their victim services, their provincially run victim services is exactly that, the family liaison. They're well trained. That's their job each and every day. And in some provinces, it's so effective that we would never have, there would be a liaison for the victim services unit to the RCMP, but the actual RCMP wouldn't be the direct liaison with the family, because they have very effective victim services units.
Do I understand you to be saying that nationally the RCMP has no training program for the family liaison role?
I don't believe so. I would have to check that out, but I don't believe so.
Well, presumably, if there was, you would know about it, would you not?
Not necessarily. We do hundreds and hundreds of training courses per year.
But to the best of your understanding, there is no training program.
Like I said, I don't believe there is, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. And you were discussing the importance of the family liaison role back in 2018 before that inquiry. So that would have been 2 years before the mass casualty, and I guess 4 years from now. Do I understand correctly that since you made this point, since you addressed this issue and identified it, that the RCMP and you as its commissioner have done absolutely nothing to address it?
The family liaison in the MMIWG was slightly a different type of liaison. This was a mass casualty. I know I've actually had presentations in the last couple of years about mass casualties and dealing with victims of mass casualties and families of victims of mass casualties. And I think there's a lot of work that can be done. I don't know if you've ever spoken to, I believe it's Sue Sullivan, who used to be the commissioner of the OPP. She's very passionate about this, and she's spoken to me, and we've looked at some of that. It's a huge project that I don't think we've sort of unraveled it completely, but it's definitely something that we should look at, because unfortunately, I think, I hate to even say that we would need to have that, because that would mean we'd have more big events, but I think we need to look at it for sure. I think there's a lot to be said.
There is, and I appreciate that, but my question was, since 2018, nothing has happened wait for me to ask a question. Nothing has happened in terms of training for family liaison.
I can't say for sure. I'm not the chief learning officer. I don't know. There could be possibly online courses. I have no idea. Sorry.
None, fair to say, none that you know of?
None that I know of.
No. None that you've undertaken?
I wouldn't take the course. I imagine I wouldn't be in the position to be a family liaison.
No, I meant in terms of pushing forward a mandate for establishing training.
Well, if in fact we are able to create such a course, I'd be fully supportive, yes.
Right, but that was my question was, have you done anything yourself in terms of?
Myself, no.
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 Commissioner, sorry, are you, I couldn't tell if you were trying to get my attention or?
No?
Okay. We've been hearing, Commissioner Lucki, about a meeting that you had with some of the senior officers at H Division on April 28th, 2020. You know the meeting I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you've already testified about those matters before the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security?
Yes.
And obviously it was, it's been addressed by Chris Leather and Darren Campbell and Leah Scanlon. And given the information that's come forward on that, it appears that there's two very different accounts of what transpired in that meeting. Would that be fair?
They're not similar, but I wouldn't say in many respects that they're completely different either.
So it's your
but
view
they're not, there are definitely some discrepancies, yes.
There are definitely some discrepancies. In fact, there are a number of things that some of the people in Nova Scotia report as having been said that you've been quite clear just weren't said.
Yes.
And you've also been very clear that the purpose for that meeting was because your expectations were not being met in regards to communications and the flow of communications between the division and national headquarters.
Yes.
Your intention was to make the CEO and Chris Leather and Darren Campbell all aware of your provided to national headquarters that you were then passing on to the government.
No, not necessarily, because I was doing a lot of media as well. So there was the flow of information, the accuracy, the timing of the information.
There was a lot of issues.
So the rhythm, yes. And I know my communications folks had come to me with some concerns about just trying to really push the envelope again for them to be a bit more proactive and not so reactive, because it was difficult, and to be more prepared and getting them more prepared for media events.
Right. So your communications people were complaining about the job that H Division was doing in terms of communications.
They were expressing some frustrations. They knew that they didn't have the capacity. They were trying to help from a distance, but it wasn't working out so well.
But the general impression from your office and from your communications people was that there were serious problems going on with H Division and their communications. Right. Including their handling of things like press conferences and media, things like that. Yes?
Yes.
Right. Madam Clerk, could we pull up Comm 0020441? Should be an email from Commissioner Lucki to Darren Campbell dated April 24th. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And that'll be marked as 4229.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner, can you see that email?
If it could be made a bit
Sure.
bigger.
I think we can make it a little bit bigger for you if that helps.
Sorry.
It appears to be an email sent from you to Darren Campbell on the 26th of April, 2020.
Yes.
And if you see in that email, if we could go down, Madam Clerk. Yeah, sorry, if we go just a little bit farther, the one I want is the April 24th. Do you see that? April 24, 2020, 3:11 p.m. Again, from you to Darren Campbell, I believe. Great job on the press conference today. You represented the RCMP extremely well and provided the information that people need to answer, their many questions. And then you go on to talk about how the Minister of Public Safety, Bill Blair, passes on his gratitude for a job well done, that the minister was impressed by the outstanding job that Darren Campbell did of explaining a very complex and tragic situation with calm and composure, the fact that you very succinctly answered every question you received. So do I read this correctly that certainly on the 24th of April, you didn't have any concerns about the job that people like Darren Campbell were doing?
Not on that particular press event, no.
So the significant concerns about H. Divin's communications and dealings with the press, that would have been outside of what
This
you're
is
referring
one
to here.
particular event that I was commenting on, yes.
So by the time you get to the 28th, a few days later, that's when you feel it's necessary. I think you described it as the straw that broke the camel's back, because there's been all these issues ensuing between the 19th and the 28th.
And it wasn't in particular to Darren Campbell or Leah Scanlon or Lee Bergerman or Chris Leather. It was about their lack of capacity. It was about the fact that things were not flowing the way they ought to have. And it wasn't meeting my expectations, so I wanted to have that conversation.
And you weren't angry or upset?
Pardon?
You were not angry or upset?
No, I don't. I'm not a person who gets angry. I get frustrated. Sometimes I get disappointed. But to be angry, I'm not that type of person.
Right. I think you said before, that's just not in your DNA.
Yeah.
You're a calm person. Yeah. And you said that it was just a conversation that had to happen.
Yeah, I think I would be remiss if people aren't meeting my expectations. If I was to ignore it, how am I expecting anything to change if I don't bring it forward?
Well, it's your role, is it not?
Part of my role,
Right.
yes.
It's your role. If the people around you are not meeting your expectations and you have reasonable expectations to communicate to them, then that would be entirely within the scope of your role, would it not?
Yes.
Yes. Am I correct, though, that that particular meeting seemed to have a particular focus on one issue?
Well, it was the example that I used because that was the example that was sort of, like I said, the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't like to give misinformation or disinformation. It really bothers me when I do that. And if it's something that I can change, I need to change it. And so I felt that it could have been about widgets or this glass of water. It wasn't about the topic. It was about the fact that I asked a question, I got the wrong answer, I transmitted the wrong answer. And that is not something that I like to do. When I brief, I like to be as accurate as I can.
Right. It wasn't about the subject matter, the details of these firearms. It was about the accuracy of that information.
Yeah.
Right?
Part of it, yes.
Yeah. You weren't angry that that information hadn't been revealed. You were frustrated because the information that you had relayed was inaccurate. You had no vested interest in whether the information about the firearms was released publicly.
No, there was a ton of information that we were requesting at any given time. And by that point in time, there was only a few outstanding issues left that needed to be brought out in the public. And weapons was one, the chronology of events, and there was a few things about the perpetrator themselves that were still outstanding. So there was a few things that needed to be addressed in media because we were getting a ton of questions.
It strikes me as particularly reasonable that if you were getting inaccurate information from your subordinates, that would be something that you would raise in a meeting to see if we can address that and ensure that that's going forward. But in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, you said, and I'm quoting, and for the benefit of my friends, I'm at page 84, "We talk about that meeting. It sickens me. When I think about it before I go to bed, I can't sleep. I don't even like talking about it." And what I wonder is, if we're simply talking about having a calm conversation with subordinates to address a fairly mundane issue about the fact that, we've had some communications mix up, why would that prevent you from sleeping? Why would it sicken you to think about that meeting?
It sickens me because the letter I got a year later, that's what sickens me. If I had known that I had that negative effect on Ms. Scanlon, if I had caused her sadness or grief or anxiety or any one of those negative emotions, I would have wanted to have that conversation right away, the next day. Make the right wrong. That's who I am. I'm not afraid to admit if I could have been more sensitive. I look at it from a leadership point of view. I forget, first of all, the power of the commissioner's office. Sometimes I even forget I'm the commissioner, honestly, because I know I like to connect with people. I could have been more sensitive. I could have tempered my comments with more positiveness. There's a few things, but I was truly frustrated. I was hurt that the negative narrative on my people, watching it happen when I knew they did the best they could with the circumstances they faced, and watching that happen before my eyes and feeling completely powerless, it was difficult. It was difficult as a leader. And I ought to have maybe just waited 24 hours. Maybe I should have only talked to the commanding officer. But I felt that, it was so difficult in those days. We weren't face to face. I had no indication of body language. It was difficult. And it was difficult because when I found out a year later the effect it had on Ms. Scanlon, I don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to do that to any person. I don't want to hurt anybody. So that's why when I replay that meeting and I think of the things that I could have done better as a leader, I know that I still needed to outline the problems and I still needed to outline my expectations, but I could have done it differently. And that's the thing that keeps me up at night.
Madam Registrar, if we could go to Comm 0058827, that'd be the letter from Leah Scanlon. You're referring to the letter that you got from Leah Scanlon about a year later, April of 2021. And I understand that up to that point, you had no awareness that there had been any issue with that phone call.
None.
And I think you'd also testified that part of the issue may have been that because it was by teleconference and there was no Teams or Zoom, that you couldn't gauge body language.
Well, also all the people in Ottawa, we were all at our own locations, our homes, most of us. And the group in Nova Scotia was all together. And it was post that big media event. So of course, it was very emotional for them. They just came off of a very successful media event. And here I came in and burst their bubble by outlining my expectations. It wasn't an easy conversation to have. Like I said in other testimony, I was always framing things about the issues and how it made me feel. I was very calm about it. So when I saw some of the comments that she said in her letter, I was shocked because that's not how it happened. That's not how I saw it happen. And I verified with people that were at the meeting to see if I missed something, if I had zero self-awareness. And people said I didn't say certain things or I didn't do certain things. I knew I hadn't, but of course you want to validate that. But even to this day, I don't even want to read the letter. I don't even want to see the letter.
Well, I can read it for you. In the letter from Ms. Scanlon, she suggests that your conduct in that meeting was appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, extremely belittling. And I assume that your position is that that bears no resemblance to the meeting that you were a part of.
I respect your opinion. I completely disagree with it.
See, that's my understanding from listening to your SECU evidence is that your position is that they remember the meeting one way and I remember it a different way. And maybe it's because we're all in different places and on the phone, I couldn't see body language and there was some misunderstanding, but wires got crossed. Is that generally how you would resolve the issue?
No, I know what I said. I know how I said it.
And you know that it's not the things that Ms. Scanlon is suggesting that you said?
According to her letter, no.
Right. So you can see why there are some that, given the disparity between these two reports, have concerns that perhaps somebody isn't being entirely candid or transparent about what was said at that meeting. You can understand that because
Well,
of
I
the issue of
do.
reconciling those two accounts?
Yeah, I do. And you know, obviously everybody has a different opinion. And like I said, I respect it. I know that I was made privy to some of her notes that she made during that meeting, and it wasn't reflective of any of this. So it sort of surprised me. And I, like I said, I find it extremely hurtful. And that's not the person I am. And I would never say that. And I never said that.
No,
And
which
so-
raises the question, why is Ms. Scanlon
I don't know.
saying that? Yeah. I mean, Ms. Scanlon suggests at 3 points in that letter that while berating the H division team, that you told them that they had let the boys down, which she interpreted as being reference to the Blair and McCulley children. And you categorically didn't say those words.
If she had just put "let the boys down," I would have no idea what that meant. And it's only in that letter that I know what it meant. I had no idea. And that's why I say how hurtful it is, because I'm not a hurtful person. And for her to say that and knowing I didn't say that, but you know what? I cannot walk an inch in Miss Scanlon's shoes. I can't walk a mile. I can't walk anything. She was on the ground. She knew the people. She went through a lot of things that obviously I didn't. I can't imagine what she's going through, what she went through. And so when I read the letter, I really just thought maybe it's just a way for her to deal with a bunch of different things. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. But it was around the 1 year anniversary. I just can't imagine what the things that she went through, what she saw, what she had to report on. That's got to take its toll on people.
Oh, I have no doubt, you know, and certainly we can never walk in the shoes of anyone else, but that's not what we're talking about. By your evidence, Ms. Scanlon is reporting things that didn't happen. You can walk a mile in her shoes to the extent that you were in the meeting. We weren't there.
Yeah.
And you would know better than anybody whether those things were said or not. And to the best of your understanding, it sounds like Ms. Scanlon was making things up.
Well, there are things like when Ms. Scanlon, for instance, talks about when we make reference to things like political interference, she was never in any of the conversations that I was in. So for her to have that view, I don't know where she would get that view.
Right.
So everybody's entitled to their perspective and their opinion. And like I said, I respect it. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah,
That is not how it happened.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but surely we don't have different sets of facts. Something was either said or it wasn't said, right? There's no my truth and your truth. There's just the truth.
Well, you know, in policing, we often say there's 3 sides to a story, but I just say that, you know what, it's perception is what was going through your mind during that day can affect your perception of words. I'm not saying that, I would never want to call anybody a liar. I just don't think that way. I just, like I said, I know what I said and I know what I didn't say.
Yeah. And I think you also suggested that there were other people on that call that you went to and they sort of agreed with your recollection.
Yes.
And can I assume that those people were all in Ottawa?
Yes.
So those were all people that work on your team?
They're in Ottawa, yes.
Yeah.
Brian Brennan and Sharon Tessier. And
Dan Bryan?
yes.
Right. And you're aware that we've heard from Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Leah Scanlon.
Mm-hmm.
And each of them have reported a version of the conversation that's quite consistent. You know that?
I know that they've talked about it, yeah, in from their perception and their point of view, yes.
And that there's some understanding that their recollection, everybody in Nova Scotia seems to have heard a very different conversation than the one that you and your staff participated in. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
There are certain things in Ms. Scanlon's letter that other people in Nova Scotia have not spoken about, so I'm not sure. So that's why I struggle with everything. I struggle with what those words are. They're, like I said, I find it extremely hurtful.
I think you said that if you had known the impact that your words had back at the time, you would have fixed it the next day. You would have made it right. Yeah,
I was told that people left in, or a person left in tears, I think it was.
Ms. Scanlon, yeah.
Yeah, I would never, today, I don't want anybody here leaving in tears. I don't want anybody leaving in tears, no matter how bad a situation is. So to hear that she left in tears saddens me, because then I would love to have a conversation with her, and I have reached out to her.
But presumably when you got that letter in April 2021, the first thing you did was pick up the phone and call Ms. Scanlon.
No. I read it, I absorbed it, I wondered where it was coming from. I looked at the calendar, it was almost to the 1-year anniversary. Ms. Scanlon wasn't working at the time. I tried to write a letter back. I wrote one several times, rewrote it several times. And I thought to myself, there wasn't anything that I could say in that letter that I felt that would change things for her or make her think differently or make her take her hurt away. I didn't think I could do that for her. And so I thought the best thing I could do was speak to her in person. And I thought about it, and the only reason I didn't was, first of all, she wasn't at work, and I didn't want to affect her wellness plan. The second reason was that, again, the integrity of the Mass Casualty Commission. I didn't want to in any way have people feel that their testimony was being influenced by the Commissioner of the RCMP. So I felt it was best just to wait till people's testimony was done. And that's what I did in the case of Leah. As soon as her testimony was done, again, I'm very conscious of trauma and hurt and not wanting to be that person. So I got somebody who knew her to reach out to her so that she wouldn't receive an email from the Commissioner of the RCMP and feel anxiety of any sort. I had the person reach out to her to see if she would like to meet with me or give her the option of meeting with me when I went down to Nova Scotia, and she chose not to.
That was in June.
Yes.
Right. But she sent you that letter back.
Yes.
In April of 2021.
Yeah, she hadn't testified yet. She had given statements, but hadn't testified until in this last 6 months, I believe.
Right around the time that Darren Campbell's notes became public as part of this public inquiry. Is that when you reached out to Ms. Scanlon?
No, I reached out just before I was going to Nova Scotia, actually, and when she was finished her testimony, she had finished. There was question that she might go back for a second testimony, so I was waiting till it was done. And I knew that I was going to Nova Scotia in June, so that's when I had planned to meet.
So you received the letter in April of 2021, and for various reasons, you didn't make any attempt to make it right.
No, I wrote the letter, but I didn't send it.
You have that letter?
Not with me, no.
And do you have a draft of it?
I believe so. I still kept it, I think.
Would you be willing to produce that letter?
Yeah.
I'll ask you to undertake to produce the draft letter or any drafts you have that you were.
I think you should direct that to council, Mr. Scott.
We'll take that under advisement for now. We'll deal with it at the end of the proceedings today.
Thank you.
So my question is, if a civilian employee of yours writes you a letter that is not simply expressing, you've said some things that have hurt me, but is rather plainly accusing you of having acted in a way that was appalling, inappropriate, unprofessional, belittling, and then is attributing things to you that you know firsthand are factually false. She's suggesting that you said things that you just didn't say. How does that not warrant immediately picking up the phone and saying, what is this letter? What are you talking about? I don't know what room you were in, but I was part of that conversation and I didn't say any of those things.
Why would I want to do that at that point in time? when Ms. Scanlon was dealing with her own wellness issues. Why would I want to do that at that time? That's the questions I asked myself, and I didn't feel it was appropriate. I did not want to cause her any more hurt. I wanted her to get well. I wanted her to come back to work. I wanted a lot of things. And so for me to pick up the phone, as you suggest, I would never do that.
Your concern was that any of these things that Ms. Scanlon or others may have imagined were a result of perhaps some sort of illness or trauma? Or
No, my concern was for Miss Leah Scanlon, for her to get better. For me to try to explain things or try to have that conversation would be only self-serving, and it wouldn't do anything for Miss Scanlon the way you suggested.
Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Leah Scanlon all seem to be under the impression in that meeting you were very clear that you were upset about this information, details about the firearms not being released because it was tied to pending gun legislation from the Liberal government.
It was a part of a mandate letter and legislation, yes, but that wasn't, it wasn't about, like I said, it was just about the erroneous information that I was given.
Yeah, so you recall mentioning why it was that the government had wanted that information released?
When I talked about the fact that I was told that the information would be part and parcel of the media, and the fact that the government asked me if it was going to be part of it, I explained that obviously it's important to them because they're in the midst of, or they actually had legislation already completed, but it was an interest to them, just like any other unfortunate event around the world. They reach in during the Christchurch crisis. They've reached in at other active shooters in and around North America. Whenever those things have happened, they've requested the same type of information, wanting to know more.
What you said in your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission was, I was explaining why it was important to the government. Don't be surprised that they are asking for this information because the mandate letter for the minister is gun legislation and gun banning. He's interested in that stuff.
Yeah.
Does that sum it up?
Yeah, that's why I asked for the information on the 23rd.
Right. So my question is, if the only reason we're having this meeting and there's an issue and you're feeling frustrated and trying to express your expectations is because of the accuracy of the information that's being provided. And as you've said, you have no vested interest in whether that information is disclosed or not. You just want to make sure that you're giving accurate information to the government. Then why in that meeting would you be stressing the reason why it was so important that information be released publicly, that the government wanted it released because it was tied to their pending gun legislation?
No, not at all. It was about all of the issues that we were having about communication. That was but one of many examples. Many of the things were brought to light through our comms to their comms, but there was many issues with communications. Like I stated earlier in some of my testimony, in normal circumstances, I would get 2 to 3 situational reports a day. I wasn't getting that. We weren't getting the information that we needed. I was doing a lot of media and it was very difficult. And I've never usually in the position where I actually have to ask for the information. It usually just comes free flowing through a process and through a rhythm. And that rhythm wasn't there. I wanted, again, them to be more proactive and not reactive. We've talked about that. They weren't meeting the expectations that I would expect in a calm situation.
We don't need to pull it up, but in an email to H Division on April 23rd, I think you've seen it, where you're expressing GOC and minister are anxiously awaiting, talking about we need this information about the gun details. You sent that that email to Commissioner Bergerman? Or
Commanding Officer.
Commanding
Bergerman,
Officer.
yeah. We were asking, there was that, and there was, I think at another time, I had also asked about the chronology. There was a bunch of different little outstanding ones, but one of them was the weapons
Right.
in that particular email, yes.
And then right around the same time, you called Chris Leather directly to inquire about when are we going to get the information about the
I don't
firearms.
recall that phone call
No.
either.
You aware that when Chief Superintendent Leather was here, he testified that he got a call from you?
Yeah, that's when I heard
Right.
about it. I didn't.
You
have
don't
any-
dispute that?
I have no recollection of that phone call.
No. And he also said that he'd never received a phone call from you prior to that. Normally, communication would have gone obviously to the commanding officer.
It's not unusual for me to reach out to CROPS officers, criminal operations officers. Sorry.
Did you ever call Chris Leather before that day?
No, I don't. I didn't realize I called him that day.
Were you aware that Deputy Commissioner Brennan, who reports directly to you, had contacted Leah Scanlon?
No, I
to-
wasn't made aware of that.
Let me ask a question, to ask for details about the firearms.
No, I wasn't made aware of that, only through this process.
Sharon Tessier is your strategic communications, or at the time was your strategic
The director.
communications director, or
Yeah, Director of Strategic Communications.
were you aware that during the press conference on April 28th, the one where Darren Campbell didn't mention the guns, were you aware that Sharon Tessier was emailing Leah Scanlon in real time?
No.
Yeah. I know we were having some trouble with the documents earlier, but for the record, I'm referring to Comm 00237788, which appears to be an email from Sharon Tessier to Leah Scanlon at 16:36 hours, which would be 4:36 p.m. And it says, "Please tell me Darren is going to mention the guns. My phone is lighting up." Were you aware of her sending that message, or why she would be sending that message?
No, the only reason I could think of is that she told me that the weapons were going to be part of the media release, and maybe because she told that to me and it wasn't happening, maybe she felt an obligation. I'm not sure. Like I said, it was a question. It wasn't, are the guns going to be mentioned in the media release? It wasn't bigger than what everybody is making it out to. It's becoming very politicized, this whole event, as far as I'm concerned, because it was not nearly as big as you're making it sound. It was very, are they going to mention it? Because there was so many other things. We talked about the replica vehicle. We talked about the replica uniforms. We talked about the background of the perpetrator. We talked about the event at the fire hall. We talked about the sequence of events, the number of deceased. There was a ton of information that was going back and forth, and there was some outstanding information that was left. And so I had told at some point that they were having a big press event in Nova Scotia that was going to cover all of the outstanding issues. That was what I was led to believe, that this was going to be the big one. And so when, like I said, there was different speaking notes. I think I read the first one. I never read anything after that. I assumed that everything was going to be. I didn't see issues with certain details on the guns myself, but it didn't matter to me. It was just getting the information out. I look back and I think to myself, I know that in the first media I did with Minister Blair, I think half of it was directed to him about weapons. I know that I had another media with another outlet, and they were asking about that as well. It was obviously a topic that was interest to everybody, as was many other topics, but most of it got released as the week had gone by. So when the minister asked, or not even the minister's chief of staff asked if the details for the weapons were going to be released, I had no idea. I wasn't in the details of that media event at all. I asked the question, I got the answer, I transmitted the answer. If I had known that they weren't going to be released, I would have said, sorry, they're not going to be released. That was the end of it. At the end of all of this, when they said, when I realized it wasn't released and it was brought out through, I think, a Q&A, I said, yeah, not the execution we're expecting. It's not, I think later on I said, it's not going to be released. That was the end of that conversation. There was never mention about it again. So I I'm trying to explain myself 7 different ways from Sunday here. I find myself a little bit frustrated because honestly, I know the conversations I had with the minister. I know the conversations I had with the minister's staff, with the deputy minister, the national security advisor. There was never any direction provided, no interference, no political pressure. Was there pressure? Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, most of it coming from the media itself. But as far as what people think happened, it didn't. And Minister Blair, of all people, is very cognizant of interference because he himself was the chief of police of Toronto. Very often we have meetings, and when we have ministers outside of the RCMP or outside of the portfolio, there's always reminders about that. So I'm trying to answer the questions to the best of my ability, but I don't think I'm communicating properly because it seems to still be an issue. And I'm sorry if I'm trying to clarify myself, but.
Do you remember what the question was?
No. Sorry.
You weren't aware that Sharon Tessier sent an email to Leah Scanlon at 4:36 p.m. saying, please tell me Darren is going to mention the guns.
No.
My phone is lighting up.
No, I wasn't aware.
That's the answer, isn't it? Is no.
No.
Right. And do you know, if it wasn't a big deal and it wasn't that important and it's being blown out of proportion, why is Sharon Tessier's phone lighting up?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask Sharon Tessier.
Was it you calling her?
I doubt it. I didn't even watch the full media event. I started to watch it and I think there was a lot of other things going on in the RCMP at that point in time, unfortunately, with COVID and still a bunch of other events. So.
Sure. Were you aware that a few minutes later, 4:49, Ms. Tessier sent another email to Ms. Scanlon saying, is there any way to relay to Jennifer/Darren the need to talk about the guns?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
I note that she's saying the need to talk to the guns, and we can presume that by Jennifer, she's referring to Jennifer Clark and Campbell being Darren Campbell. Those messages weren't sent at your direction?
No.
No. It does seem, however, though, given the communication, that there appears to be a great deal of concern at that point that this information isn't going to be released publicly.
Like I said, the only reason I can think that Sharon is sending those messages is because she already told me that the weapons were going to be part of the media event and that I transmitted that information up. And so maybe because she was misinformed or she misinformed me that she was trying to correct that, I'm not sure.
And based on your previous testimony and when you spoke at SECU, is it fair to say that your position has always been that, number one, you can confirm that Minister Blair never directed you to release any information?
He has never directed
No, he's
me.
never ordered you to do anything, and you recognize that would be incredibly inappropriate, and it would be your responsibility at that point to say no.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. And I think in your preamble to your SECU testimony, you said specifically, I was not directed to publicly release information about weapons used by the perpetrator to help advance pending gun control legislation. But you do agree that through the government, the minister, chief of staff, the prime minister's office, it was a request. Can this information be released publicly at
No.
the press conference? No.
No, it wasn't that. They were asking if it was going to be part of the media event, the big media event that day.
So the distinction you're drawing is between the direction or an order, which is improper, and somebody simply asking.
When somebody says, can you do that? That's to me direction. And it wasn't that at all. It was just an if. It was, is that information going to be part of that media event?
Commissioner
So
Lucki,
that's why I'm having a difficult time with your questions.
you understood that.
There was no benefit for the
Let
government.
me ask the question. You understood that the question was, even if it was framed as, is that information going to be released? the message was, we'd really like to have that information released.
I didn't see it like that.
No? You
No.
thought it was just out of sheer curiosity?
No, because it was one of the outstanding items that still
Right.
wasn't out in the public. And we had made it very clear to the government that you could not talk about anything until the RCMP released the information. Each division on the ground had a very specific protocol of the release of the information. They wanted a no surprise environment, as did I. So until they released it, none of the government officials could speak about it or release it in their media events.
Right, but I guess my question is then, if you're suggesting that you had no idea why they were asking for it, it was just a question, is this going to be included or not? Then why on the 28th, when you're meeting with H Division, are you telling them this is tied to pending gun legislation?
Well, because it was about the weapons. So it was really, like I said, it wasn't, the specific meeting was the fact that I gave the wrong information is what frustrated me the most. And it was yet another example of issues with communication. So when I am asked a question and I give the wrong answer, I don't like to do that. I don't want to give misinformation. There's enough misinformation out there. I don't want to be the perpetrator of that. So when I gave the misinformation, that's the part that frustrated me. And it was, again, part of many other issues. And so it was watching things happen that we could be better at. We could be better at those communications. And the weapons was but one example. And because that was the most recent example, that's the one I spoke about.
My question, Commissioner, was if your understanding was that you were being asked, you didn't know why you were being asked for this information or what the purpose was, then why in that meeting are you expressly telling Darren Campbell, wait for me to ask a question, Darren Campbell and Chris Leather and Leah Skane, you're telling them you don't understand how important this is, it's tied to pending gun legislation?
Because the question that was asked to me was about the weapons. That's why I said, that's why they asked if the weapons would be included. I'm guessing because it's part of their mandate and it's part of legislation. So I was tying it to the reason why they asked if the information of the weapons would be included in the release.
You understood what the interest was in that information.
And I was just expressing what I felt was their interest in that information being part of it. And they're asking if it's part of it. I'm advised yes. I tell them yes. And like I said, that was the end of those conversations. The fact of the matter was that it was not an issue after that. As soon as that was done, there was no question the day after or the day after that of the government saying, hey, are you having another press release? Are you going to release the guns? There was nothing like that. It was over. And I said, yeah, they're not talking about that. And it was actually at that meeting on the 28th when Darren Campbell told me that it was part of another investigation. So that's when that was the end of it. Up to that point, I didn't connect it because I knew the perpetrator was deceased. I didn't connect it to that at all.
Be fair, you were more intimately involved with that pending gun legislation than simply being aware that it was part of the minister's mandate, weren't you?
No, there was a lot of briefings, but I usually wasn't the ones doing it. We have 2 or 3 experts that do it. The odd time I was briefing, but I'm not a gun expert by any means.
Yeah, under the Firearms Act, the RCMP commissioner also serves as the chief executive of the Canadian Firearms Program. Isn't that right?
I'm the commissioner of the Firearms Program,
right.
Yes.
Making you the most senior administrator with respect to the Firearms Act in Canada.
Yes, but not the most senior subject matter expert on those, all things guns.
Right, and you would say that you had been working with the Liberal government for 2 to 3 years on gun legislation, providing them with information on different guns.
Many, like the RCMP, not me personally, this has been going on for 2-3 years at least. There are briefings that are given, but we have 2 or 3, like I said, subject matter experts. I very rarely brief on anything to do with the guns.
You recall doing an interview with my colleague, Ms. Young, back on Thursday, August 4th, 2022.
With who?
With Ms. Young.
Oh, yes.
I believe you were interviewed by Rachel Young.
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that at page 26 of your transcript, you said, it says, Commissioner Brenda Lucki, yeah, of course, they were curious about the guns. That's part of their mandate. But the gun legislation had already been presented. We've been working with them for 2 or 3 years on gun legislation. So we've been providing them with information on different guns, what happened in Christchurch, what happened in this situation, right? So you were consulted and participated in the guns legislation that was announced on May 1st, 2020.
Like I said, I wasn't directly involved. There was times early on where I was part of the briefings, but for the most part, like I said before, there was 2 or 3 subject matter experts that were the leaders of those briefing sessions that have the expertise in firearms and firearms, everything firearms. I am so not that person. I'm just not an expert in firearms.
You understood enough to know that the centerpiece of that legislation was effectively banning certain makes and models of firearms.
It was a banning of firearms.
Right.
Yes.
So certain firearms that Canadians would have otherwise legally been able to possess if they had the requisite licensing would now be on a list of prohibited firearms. I'm
not even that, I'm ashamed to say, I'm not even that intimately involved with firearms, even at that level. Like I said, there's so many aspects to firearms and lists and the categories and the classifications. I don't know that stuff.
Madam Registrar, if we could go to Comm 00599637. That should be an email from you, Commissioner Lucki, to on April 23rd, forwarding the firearms information on to, I believe, the Minister's Chief of Staff. And you had cut and paste that from information that was received from H Division, if I understood.
Yes.
If we could go down. Right there. So we see April 23rd, 2020 at 3:58 p.m. from Brenda Lucki. Zeta, that's the Minister's Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Right. And you're providing her with the information that you had received from H Division?
Yes.
Right. And you've listed out the various firearms that were seized from the perpetrator when he was killed?
Yes.
Well, also, I just want to direct your attention down towards the bottom. It says preliminary trace results are as follows. Colt carbine, sourced at a gun shop in California, and then 2 Ruger Mini 14, and there's reference to the Ruger P89. So do I understand correctly that at that time, what is this, the 23rd, when you're sending this information about the firearms that were involved, the RCMP was fully aware that the perpetrator did not have any sort of firearms license or certification, and for the most part had acquired these firearms illegally and out of country?
I believe at that point that we did know that he didn't have a license. It wasn't, without the license, I would say he's obtaining them illegally.
The working theory that I know the investigation hasn't been closed, but the working theory at the time was that he had smuggled illegal firearms in. He had acquired firearms illegally in the United States and Maine, had smuggled them across the border, and was in about 5 different ways illegally in possession of firearms.
Yeah, I didn't know the details that you're specifically. I don't believe I was given.
Well, they're right there in the email that you sent.
No, but it was this could have, or this would thus be unlawfully smuggled into Canada, those things.
I'll direct you down to the bottom where it says Glock 23, sourced to a gun shop in Maine. This would have been unlawfully smuggled into Canada. That's reasonably clear, isn't it? Right.
Like I said, that was information I received, yes.
And as the head of the firearms program in Canada, presumably you understand that without a PAL, either restricted or non-restricted, in any way that perpetrator is in possession of firearms, it's a criminal offense.
Yes.
And to the extent that he acquires ammunition is a criminal offense.
Yes.
And to the extent that any license holder knowingly assists him in acquiring the materials used as part of his.
I don't, I have to say, I don't know those laws intimately. I know that there are obviously illegalities when you don't have the proper licensing. I know that. Whether the restricted, the prohibited, what people can and cannot do with a license, I don't intimately know those, but what you're saying, I'm trusting that it's true.
The reason I'm
I don't
asking,
want to say that, yes, in fact, because
all right. The reason I'm asking is that, you know, while it seems in these communications, particularly in the meeting you had on the 28th with H Division, the suggestion that it's obvious that, you know, why the government is looking for this information is tied to pending gun legislation. What I was hoping that you could help me with was, what is the connection? What is the connection between that legislation and what happened here in Nova Scotia, beyond the fact that firearms are involved?
I wouldn't do it justice to make that connection for you.
Because to the best of your understanding, that legislation wasn't in any way aimed at closing any loopholes or doing anything that would have in any way helped prevent the perpetrator from committing his crimes here, right?
I can't answer, like I said, I can't answer those questions.
You're not aware if any efforts were taken to beef up things like border security and address issues of smuggling firearms illegally over the border?
Sorry, what was the question?
You're not aware of anything in that proposed legislation at the time that would have addressed issues like illegal smuggling of firearms, things that would have prevented the perpetrator from bringing a Colt carbine across the border?
I just know in general that the government has, obviously they're looking at smuggling, they're looking at guns and gangs, and they're looking at banning certain firearms in a general sense in legislation.
You can't point to anything that would suggest that there's a logical connection between what happened here in Nova Scotia and those issues being addressed by that legislation, the legislation that was announced on May 1st, 2020.
No, I wouldn't, sorry.
And you can appreciate that there are those that'd be concerned that the optics of that, or that the collective grief and pain of my clients and others was being exploited for the to affect the crass political objectives of legislatures. You could see why that would be a very serious issue and one that we would be very interested in.
I could see that as being an issue, but it's not something that is at all, when you talk about that, I could see the optics of that. Absolutely, but I couldn't see it. I can't make that connection for you.
Sorry, Mr. Scott, it's 5:30. I'm presuming you're wrapping up. Or maybe you can tell us where you are in the.
I'm happy to keep going.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to keep going if the commissioners will hear me.
Sure. How much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Registrar, can we go to Comm 00596637? I believe is that the email that we were just looking at, the April 23rd email. We go down, please. There, and if we could zoom in. Now, Commissioner Lucki, do you see about 3 lines down in bold, you write, please do not disseminate further, do not share this information past Prime Minister and the PM as is directly related to this active investigation. And that's on the 23rd of April, correct?
Yes.
Right. You understood that this was information tied to an active investigation, and while you obviously report up and keep those in government and the public safety minister apprised, you didn't want to compromise the integrity of the investigation by having that disseminated more widely, right?
That was why it was put there, yes.
Right. And I think with respect to the April 28th press conference and subsequent meeting you had with H Division, when you were interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission, the suggestion was as soon as Darren Campbell said to you, this is part of an active investigation, that's why I don't want to disclose it. Your response was, that's it, I don't need it. I asked for it because the government wanted to know if it was coming up, but if you're telling me that this is for an active investigation, that's it. I'll report that back and we'll never ask for it again, right?
Yeah, I didn't connect it was kind of odd because I was thinking more about the deceased and the connection with the firearms to the deceased and the use of those firearms. I wasn't connecting it to auxiliary sort of investigations. And so that's the investigation that I was thinking of. I wasn't thinking of the smuggling. I was thinking more about connecting the guns to the perpetrator.
Right. In your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, what you said, and I'm at page 38, as soon as he said that, that was it. You know what? Don't need it. Don't need any information on the guns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a moot point then because, but I still think that now the benefit of hindsight, I think things like the classification of guns there's certain information that may have been able to be shared that may not compromise. I'm saying that now. I wasn't thinking that then, but I was thinking, how do we push the envelope a bit more so that, and most recently, of course, seeing some of the active shooters in the States and how they release information. So I've been thinking a lot about it, wondering how we can be more transparent in that regard.
But no matter how you think about it, if the information is, tied to an active investigation that either you believe or somebody who's on the ground believes will impact the integrity of the investigation, obviously that supersedes other considerations, and that's the end of the conversation, right?
Yeah, but sometimes sometimes we automatically assume we can't release any information because something's under investigation. But I think sometimes we have to flush through it and think about, is it an absolute, or is there things that may or may not be able to be released that wouldn't compromise it to provide that information to the public? So that's what I meant by how I think of it and trying to push the envelope a little bit.
Sure. On April 23rd, when you're sending information to the Minister of Public Safety, you're not saying, well, maybe we can flush this through and find out what information that we can. What you're saying is don't release this as part of an active investigation.
No, I'm saying that I think that now, and I think that's why we try to provide that sort of training to the commanding officers. We provide templates for them to be able to say more than just the fact that something's under investigation, because we've seen it done in other police agencies across Canada where something goes on and they seem to be able to talk more about things. And for some reason in the RCMP, we're very guarded about our communications under the umbrella of an investigation. So trying to figure out how we can push the envelope a little bit more.
Right. Presumably, if you're telling the minister on the 23rd that don't release it's part of an active investigation, it wasn't your impression by the time you got to the 28th of April that somehow that investigation had been wrapped up?
No, my comms people were talking about how we could provide as much information as possible, even under an umbrella of an investigation. That was part of the conversations. I wasn't privy to a lot of it, but I know that they were trying to get more information instead of waiting for just the one, like I said, the one event.
Who was part of those conversations?
Well, the person I spoke with was Sharon Tessier, mostly with just I know that that was when she was expressing some of the frustration about trying to get more comms out and being more in front of the camera and being more, providing more information.
And that wasn't those efforts to see maybe if we can find something. And even though a couple of days ago, we knew it was part of an active investigation, that was just out of nothing other than a desire to ensure that the RCMP was being as transparent and providing as much information to the Canadian public as was possible. It had nothing to do with a particular interest that the government had in getting the make, model, and caliber of those firearms out into the public discourse.
Sorry, what's your question?
My question is that, are you suggesting that the only reason those conversations were being had about, is there anything we can do here to get that information out? It's not because there was any particular interest in.
No, it wasn't just about the guns. It was about all kinds of information. Like you spoke about earlier, you know, the number of deceased and a chronology, just getting the more information out as and when it happened. There was often I recall in one media event where I had said, I believe that there was 13 deceased, and in the same media event, the last line from the reporter was that there was 16. So there was all kinds of, you know, it seemed like inaccuracies or things that maybe it was just happening too fast. I'm not sure, but obviously they were having trouble being accurate with the information.
Should we be at all concerned that we've heard from both Darren Campbell and Chris Leather the suggestion that that they're concerned that there was political interference, and I should add retired Assistant Commissioner Berger to that list as well, of people who were on that call and viewed it as being either improper interference in their investigation or at least attempted. Should we be concerned about that?
You should be concerned if they were in the meetings. They weren't in any meetings that would suggest that. They have no direct knowledge of any of that. The fact is, I had many conversations with the minister or the minister's staff, and there was no such interference, there was no such direction, and there was no such political pressure.
They were in the meeting with you.
But they were never in any of the meetings that I had with, so I'm really the only person that can tell you if I was getting direction or if I was getting interference from the minister's office. I'm the only one who can tell you that. They weren't in any of those meetings with any of the government officials. So for them to connect the dots in the way that they connected them, that obviously that's their opinion, but it's not based on fact.
Right. You understand that it would be equally concerning if whether you were directed or ordered or not, if you in your role as the commissioner of the RCMP were using that position to try to affect certain outcomes for the government, that would be interference as well. You appreciate that, don't you?
I appreciate that, and that wasn't done.
Because all that was happening was when we were asking about whether that information, we weren't directing, and that's the distinction you draw. It's fair ball to simply ask, is that information going to be released? It's a very different thing to order it, right?
There was no direction provided.
I know, but my question is, that's the distinction you're drawing. It's between asking about it and directing that it be done.
That's a big distinction, yes.
Right. But you'll agree with me that sometimes when people are in positions of power, when they ask a question, it's not really a request.
I didn't ask the question, though. It was the communications person who asked the question. I didn't ask the question to the group. I asked my communications person, are the weapons going to be part of the media event? My comms person went to somewhere in Nova Scotia. I'm imagining they went to their comms people and asked the question. She came back and said, yes, it will. I transmitted that information.
The question was asked, and the question was, will no one rid me of this troublesome priest?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Because it was a question, you view that as being perfectly fine. You were simply irritated that you got the wrong information from Sharon Tessier at the end of the day.
That was the question I asked Sharon Tessier, yes.
And did you ever apologize to anybody at H Division for the fact that, as it turns out, they never said that they were going to release that information at the 28th? In fact, it was just a miscommunication that Ms. Tessier had.
And that was pointed out in the meeting on the 28th that at that point, I think it was Ms. Tessier who pointed out that she gave me the wrong information.
Then why didn't you take the time to say, listen, guys, I had it all wrong here. I thought you would agree that you were going to put this out. You had given me incorrect information, but I now realize that I'll take this up with Ms. Tessier later. That would have been a pretty reasonable response given the circumstances. And obviously, Darren Campbell didn't do anything wrong. He was very clear about why he didn't release that information.
Yeah.
But you didn't do that, did you?
I could have, yes, I could.
You could have, but that's
And
a
I
far
didn't.
away from you didn't.
No, and I didn't. No, you're absolutely right.
I appreciate your time, Commissioner, and those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And thank you, Commissioner. We will continue tomorrow. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a long day for you, and we greatly appreciate it. And we will adjourn then until 9:30 tomorrow morning. And we won't bother to reaffirm you tomorrow. You can remain under oath, of course, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until August 24th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
No, I don't believe that's the way it works, actually. But I don't think you can just kind of say, hey, you're under oath till tomorrow. That's an interesting way to do that. Why not just reaffirm? Looking back, actually, and I saw, can't remember who it was, and they swore, but all they did was nod, which is nothing. They're just like, so there's nothing on the record. That's not indicative of a. There's a certain procedure to do all that, and he's a judge. He knows that. That was bad. You know, and everybody's going after her hard, but I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else, but I do believe that if you come clean 100% about everything that you know, many people in life will forgive you. It's interesting how that works. It's strange. People will forgive huge things if you just tell the truth. That's all you got to do, but the whole truth. And then just let it all go. But you want to hold on to it, then you're going to have real problems. And all those Bell mental illness days and all of that is not going to help you. Won't help you at all. That was pretty bad. I do suspect, yeah, there'll be a drastic aesthetic change tomorrow in the clothing and the demeanor. There'll be a talking to tonight about how that all is supposed to go. Didn't fly. America, fast and free. It's going to come. I'm sure of it. If people dig enough, they'll find it. It's there. And there are notes of that 28th. Debbie. You might get subpoenaed. Discovered. You never know. Quick exit. Bring up an hour and 57 minutes. Under oath the rest of the day, I guess. So what was your guys' read? Yeah, you got 12 minutes. They'll probably do killer bees or something, right? Maybe they'll talk about her fashion and her calm demeanor and how well she handled herself, or how much she was traumatized. So therefore, she shouldn't. Maybe the Avalon Center or something will come to her rescue and say that, well, she shouldn't testify. Grants pending. Yeah, those Zoom meetings are going to be something else. I'm still trying to figure out the pieces because they're not totally aligning for me yet. Because Leah should be, I don't believe that it's Leah that instigates it. Darren had his notes in his back pocket in case something went awry. Leather, I do believe, is, out of all of them so far I can see, seems to be the one who's really coming clean as much as he can. And I have hope, and I do suspect he's gonna spill a lot more in the future if there were cases and things like that were gonna go. So, but I can't quite understand how Leah stays. Something happens. Leah fires off her letter with the blessings of the powers that be, and that's what kind of gets it going. But there's something that happens before that they know the shit is going to hit the fan. So that's why it's got to start. Always look at the beginning parts of things. He did. And see, he kept interrupting her and saying, no. And that's an intentional tactic, but she is the commissioner. So again, I'm saying, I think there's a lot of pieces moving, and the bus is going beep, 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 beep. Gotta go under, higher. She's just getting hung out there to dry. $32,000 members. Now I stand corrected on that one. 7,000 more people than I thought. Soft serve. Okay, soft serve by the media. Maybe my ride's coming. Yeah, just so that's perfectly clear for everybody. There are dead man switches set up all over the place for Tara and myself. So I have faith that this will continue. You have to build your defense. Bug in my house. She is civilian member, so she does fall under a different union. So, but still, no, I can't see why they're letting her remain above water unless she's supposed to. Because you don't just fire off. I mean, firing off a letter from even Leah's position. Leah, who has lots of experience with Moncton, right? We reviewed that and her stuff over in Moncton. So obviously she knew how to do it properly, but didn't. And the staggered tweets that were all coming about. Civilian member, yeah. So she falls underneath different union. I forget the union that she's underneath. But that's still, I mean, it's way bigger than that, right? When the lawyers speak the names of who they represent may make more attention. That's very possible. Yeah, no, it's good because, and this issue has, and rightfully so, from day one, it was always a Canadian issue, right? The issue is 23, and first and foremost, but it always, Canada and Canadians and our public safety, because this is across the country, involves everybody. And the politics behind this one is wretched. You can't have, irrespective, I don't care, liberal, progressive, conservative, goo, whatever, New Democrats, Greens, I don't know, Marxists, whatever. You can't have interference with the police. That's just not the way you do things, especially with the spying that they're doing and accumulating data, which is really scary. I think they're trying to own politicians. I think they do. So sorry for the long. Makes everyone stop and realize that we lost the people. People realize we lost in this province. Yeah, terrible. Your province has absolutely been pummeled, and you don't need a bumper sticker to tell you that you're strong, because you already are. Enduring this shit. Again, it doesn't quite line up for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. One moment. I'm gonna check. What? I don't know what you're popping up with things for. Okay. All right. All right, let's go back a little bit ways in the article. Zeta got touched on, eh? Didn't get into it though. Didn't get touched on too much other than mentioned. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more. Bye, JJ. Forward to seeing you tomorrow, hopefully. Be careful listening to the mainstream media. Yeah, well, you can all see, oops, that's not what I want. All right. What was the outburst? I'm going to have to get an update. I'll see if I can let you guys know. Yeah, the wonders of living in the city. Okay, hold on 1 second. Helps if I can spell. Spelling. It's mostly my typing. Okay, I wanted to go through this article. 6 thoughts on Commissioner Lucki and her new but old strategy. February 18th, This is from Behind the Yellow Tape. Pete Cross has some good articles. Been through a few in the past. February 18th, 2021. This falls into a number of categories, starting with the quote, one need not to be a veterinary surgeon to recognize horses' manure, in quote, enhancing the opt-in, opt-out format, recognizing Canada's one flag and pull over, I have to puke. I remember when the second in charge, Langley, drafted a mission statement on a piece of parchment. One second. Just trying to see if I can get an update. Second in charge mission statement on a piece of parchment that had to survive the March West and written on with a goose feather quill pen. It rambled on to the extent that it failed to meet most members' understanding of a mission statement. While I was on the board of directors for a provincial handicapped developmental disabilities society, every annual general meeting had a workshop devoted to mission statements. It's not a melting pot where everyone has to throw an idea into the mix. In simplistic terms, it is a simple-minded statement that can be read in passing in the morning and put forth the thought, I can do that. And when going off shift, you can say, I did that. In simplistic terms, it has all the earmarks of, quote, designated to fail mission that would have as much chance of success as the pay raise being fulfilled on April 1st. Yeah, right, Mel. So 2 comments here. Lip service, smoke and mirrors. And between my bouts of vomiting, all I could visualize was the upper echelons slapping one another on the backside. They serve only to insult my intelligence and that of Canadians. It's become so political and top-heavy that the intent of its service has long been dismissed. It's become such a social, politically correct entity that we no longer have policing, we no longer have justice. It's all fallen to disrepute. My theory is, if these hiring practices are in true, need to be void of discrimination, bias, and racist processing, then applicants are never seen, names are never printed, gender is never stated, no tombstone data, and they are identified only as a number. Then perhaps the panel to approve the applicants is blind to all the discriminatory, systemic racist thoughts, and employees are truly hired on their merit, education, and experience. I've been in the workforce for 40 years, 25 as in the criminal sector. I am a female. To say I never encountered the quote old boys club and discrimination would be an understatement, but I simply ignored that bias, carried on to prove my worthiness to my fellow counterparts. I wasn't lazy, didn't expect to be treated any different than they were, and I became part of their comrades as well as others who made that same effort. The problem with all this diversity, inclusiveness factors is that we are accepting hiring all applicants in those categories who are ill-fitted for duty and possess no merit, education, experience. Therefore, for the sake of, quote, appearance, the incompetent will be hired. They've hired a bunch of lazy, incompetent employees who simply have the job based on their ethnic or diverse background, and their expectation of employment and tolerance to their incompetence has defaulted to an entitlement. And based on their own discriminatory biased view, the creation of a systemic racism has been tenfold. And that's true. Ian Parsons says, what astounds me is the boys and girls on Nanaimo, Richmond, Courtenay, and Vernon detachments still show up for their shift, do the work, go home, diversify, almost like they have always done. Most of them are not aware of the confusing array of bafflegab that surrounds. That's a great word, bafflegab. Not often used. Bafflegab that swirls around headquarters Ottawa and to a lesser extent, mistype, E Division headquarters. As always, the quote boots on the ground are too busy trying to keep up with the diary dates and responding to complaints to worry too much about the macro organization how the macro organization is being run. It's a bit of a tragedy, a little bit like an anthill that is about to be bulldozed. The ants are not aware, really not aware, and are trying to keep the hill operating. Well, folks, the emperor really does not have any clothes on. Arshpak says, and now we know why the province of Alberta is looking at a provincial police force. The problem is not with the members working in our many detachments. Most of these are RCMP members, right? But the lack of leadership coming from Ottawa. There is nothing that the union who oppose this can say or do that will change this. Kassing Ing says, what the heck is Ottawa cognoscenti? Okay. Cognoscenti? I'm stuck on that one, sorry. Is it like some secret or make-believe elite trying to fashion themselves after the Illuminati? There's a response to that. Kassing, you are likely not to see this, but I did a quick Google search to find you. I was just telling a colleague about a time that I got a follow-up from you when you were working as a reader in Surrey. I had written a death in an SY as an elderly person who had come home with an expected death letter on her doctor. Your follow-up began, we never conclude the report on life of a human being in a synopsis. It was such a detailed follow-up with suggestions and prompts, and I have never forgotten it. I saved it as an example of what to do in the future. I hope you are enjoying your retirement, and I wanted you to know your influence is appreciated. Hold on one moment here. My apologies. So this is the contents of that article. We'll start over. I don't know why it opened funny for me. Commissioner Lucki and her new but old strategy. This headline announcement came on January 26, 2021, relayed to all members of the RCMP in the form of commissioners' broadcast. One would have thought on first glimpse that finally there was finally some addressing of the multiple concerns now facing the organization. Had the chief executive of your national police force finally awoken from her semi-slumber to finally deal with some of the many issues plaguing the boys and girls in red? Well, you would be both right and wrong. You would be right in assuming that there is in fact, a new announced strategy. Okay, so this is to do with that plan that she was talking about there at the beginning somewhat. You would be wrong in thinking that this was a strategy that was in terms of goals or objectives or objectives. You could also be right if you paid it little heed and put in the category of the never-ending pablum that continues to spill forth from Ottawa. There will be very select few within this vast organization who will be nodding their heads in affirmation of this new, quote, strategy. But we would be equally safe in saying that those who applaud this new development are not the same people that are working the night shifts in Coquitlam or Burnaby tonight. So what is it? It is a strategy to deal with recent gun violence. Is it a strategy to deal with recent gun violence? No. Is it a strategy to deal with the lack of ability to recruit new members? No. Is it a strategy to deal with the current salary structure of the RCMP? No. Rather, quote, today is an important day for the RCMP, end quote, because on this day, the RCMP has launched with the fanfare of the Elon Musk SpaceX rocket, the, quote, equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy. If this was not enough excitement, she has also announced, Brenda Lucki, Commissioner Brenda Lucki, has also announced that this strategy will be part of the Vision 150 agenda. All right, she was talking about that. All these fucking plans they have. Most of you will have to admit that you have no idea what Vision 150 is, but apparently this is a good thing, so nod your head approvingly. Not only is this, quote, new strategy, but it is a live strategy. Someone will have to explain to me how a strategy takes on the qualities of a human being, but remember that this is coming out of Ottawa, the generator of all acronyms and inanities. We should also note that neither the RCMP in general or Ms. Lucki in particular came up with this strategy on her own, on their or her own. This is not an original thought. No, they admit this strategy came from consultation, in quotes, with the National Council for Diversity and Inclusion, other federal employee, quote, networks, and, quote, policy centers with direct impacts on EDI, quote. One could cynically translate this to mean that the policy was being pushed down to the Mounties, causing them to now, on bended knee, defunct before their very busy gods of correctness. According to the announcement, quote, this robust and comprehensive strategy includes fundamental changes to the RCMP systems that will allow us to promote an inclusive organization that values diversity and serves employees and communities with dignity and respect. Quote, it also focuses on identifying and reducing workplace and service delivery barriers for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Believe it or not, this is an acronym. Even this has an acronym, BIPOC, women, persons with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQ2+ communities, end quote. It goes on, quote, the EDI strategy identifies clear, concrete, and transparent actions under 4 pillars, in quotation marks, pillars and planks, and all these planks, planks. I like these kinds of things. That will embed equity, diversity, and inclusion into the way that we think about and perform all aspects of our mandate, end quote. What are the 4 pillars, you ask? Provide leadership and governance. Be clear, accountable, and transparent. Enhance awareness and education. Change culture and transform. You will be given it. You will be forgiven if none of these general life statements mean anything to you. It is the language of LinkedIn resumes, supervisor assessments, or senior RCMP executive speeches. Does anyone remember mission statements? This is a similar exercise. It says a lot, but its beauty in its crafting is that it says nothing. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? A lot of nothing. They're going to, quote, review workplace policies and practices through an, quote, EDI, GBA plus and anti-Black racism lens to combat systemic racism, end quote. Remember when Ms. Lucki didn't think that there was systemic racism and then within 48 hours recanted. She clearly has now been fully indoctrinated into the cult of goddess. The cult of goodness. Yeah. Moving along. Even more specifically, there will be, quote, more quote, representation on selection boards, end quote, and they will be establishing, quote, talent development plans for occupational groups with low diversity, end quote. They will be, quote, linking EDI goals to performance promotion and compensation, end quote. Equitable diversity inclusion. Goals. Performance, promotion, and compensation is just linked to those qualities. Okay. As said before, this all will be aligned with Vision 150, a description which you can find on the government website. That is, if you have endless, mindless hours and a propensity to like watching paint dry. If you care to dive down on this government website or government site website, you will find a Vision 150 quote tracker, end quote, which is divided into the 4 quote pillars, end quote. Once again, deeper still, you will find a quote tracker, end quote, for each program that is being initiated. It is here where you will see most of the proposed programs, such as the increase in body cams, further training in cultural understanding and diversity, a number of programs which involve consultation with Indigenous and Indigenous women, promotions to advisory boards of various minority representative groups, and oversight programs in the major crime areas. There is even a program designed to hire civilian investigators in the area of financial crimes. There is an uncomfortable dystopian feel to all this. A new type of Republic of Gilead. RCMP has even created the ominous sounding position of, quote, special designated officer for diversity and inclusion, end quote, and named Nadine Huggins as its first leader. Nadine Huggins, of course, who replaced, is the whole, well, I think they'll get into that, right? That's who replaced, I think I left the window open, didn't I? I hope I did. Gail Johnson? You know, the one who... Yeah. Okay. Anyway, moving along. Human Resources, Chief Human Resources Officer. Of course, is, quote, looking forward to bring a results-oriented approach to establishing an inclusive workforce and workplace. One could make an educated guess as to the eventual goals of Ms. Huggins with a quick check of her resume. Her master's thesis was entitled, quote, Canadian Nationhood and the Identity Discourse, Incorporating Minority and Other Groups, end quote. In this thesis, she refers to the French and English as, quote, charter groups, end quote, and all other groups that make up marginalized. Her Twitter universe is filled almost entirely with all the requisite Black Lives Matter tweets or tweets on reconciliation and inclusion. The federal government has always been her home, and all her jobs have a heavy emphasis on Indigenous representation and working at such things as the Task Force on Diversity and Inclusion. Ms. Huggins fits the woke stereotype, and her solutions will be patently obvious and predictable. None of this is news. These policies of inclusion have been around for decades, although the terminology has changed. Affirmative action to inclusion and diversity. The French and English in this country are no longer the founding nations. Now, according to Ms. Huggins, they are the charter groups. The RCMP have been flying gay pride flags all over the detachment, holding diversity and inclusion detachment strategy sessions for quite a while, quite some time. The RCMP, in other words, have been, quote, awoke, end quote, for some time. 40 years ago, discussions in the RCMP management circles were concerned about how physical requirements for admission often preclude those coming from the Asian community. To address this problem, height and weight requirements were altered, and a point system was developed. The pendulum then swung towards the need to recruit females in the late 70s and 80s, and the physical training was changed to accommodate. The solutions then were the same as now: greater inclusion and representation, which always translates to more hiring and promotion. The only difference in this strategy from those of 30 years ago is the target beneficiary of the greater inclusion keeps moving, and that marginalized pendulum has now reached its full arc. One cannot argue that the idea of greater representation in the Canadian mosaic in policing is a wrong-headed idea. It is not. The flaw is in the belief that barriers are systemic, end quote, within the current system. They are not. That is only an easy and convenient simplification. The barriers are much more complicated and broader in scope. Culture, language, education, and economic well-being are much greater contributors to a lack of entry and inclusion. The other blemish in these simplistic academic theories is the fundamental assumption that policing, meaning in its simplest form, the investigation of crime and the enforcement of laws, can be bent by culture, color, or gender bias. The conduct of investigations are based on simple concepts and on answering the 5 W's. Techniques can change, but ultimately all investigators follow a practiced format based on experience, which form a type of checklist. Straying from the orthodoxy would be rare. The checklist is largely unaffected by culture or ethnic influence. The creation of and passage of laws is done by the duly elected in the various legislatures, and the federal parliament. These laws, I think it's these laws are based on a perceived or predetermined need by those elected representing the citizens at large. It is highly subjective. However, enforcement of the same laws is objective and should be, by its very nature, immune from influence by outside factors. If these future strategies are aimed at infusing cultural or gender differences into the course of an investigation, or imply choices in enforcement of those laws, we are going to find ourselves in a very dangerous neighborhood. As this next chapter begins, one must realize that this strategy is pure, made in Ottawa, quote, strategy. And as it will have little or to no impact on the general population of the RCMP involved in day-to-day operational policing. What it is doing is enshrining for the future years a gender and cultural checklist for promotion and advancement. That is already in full swing, so this, quote, strategy is only serving to codify and legitimize advancement based on factors other than competency. This is a long, bumpy road, but it is largely an academic exercise being played out by mandarins in hushed halls and padded conference rooms of Ottawa cognoscenti. Okay, so this is a new word for me. Cognoscenti. People who are considered to be especially well informed about a particular subject. I'm grateful to learn something today, amongst thousands of other things, so good. Hopefully you learned a new word too. The topic is in the wheelhouse of the Commissioner Lucki, fitting nicely into her comfort zone and is likely part of her bid to retain her job. However, it is unlikely to be part of the conversation at 1 a.m. when uniformed officers are hunched over their 7-Eleven coffee. And I think that's an interesting, that's true. It's about competency. It's about, can you do the job? That's all it is. It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about any colors and flags and whether you're a man or a woman, what race you're from. And nobody should be advanced simply on those criteria. You should be advanced because you can do the job, not because you can check boxes. Anyway, just thought I'd leave you with that. We'll be back tomorrow for the next day of Commissioner Lucki. Hopefully she will keep in her calm, cool, collected spirit that she did today and grace us with her interesting choice of clothing and language. And of course, her empathy for the families. I'm sure that will continue to go forward, and the transparency and honesty will equally continue. Do have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thanks very much for joining me. See you again bright and early. Well, for me, tomorrow. God bless you. God bless the 23.